criminal investigations into the complex fraud systems that have resulted in the thefts of billions. Much of the fight ICE faces continue to be fueled by so-called sanctuary cities. These jurisdictions provided a shield for criminal aliens when a local jail refuses to honor ICE detainer and releases that predator back into the community. ICE exists to enforce America's longstanding immigration and custom laws. These laws are grounded in common sense, national sovereignty, and simple morality. Our officers and agents enforce these without hesitation, without apology. I ask that all the members of the committee treat them with profound respect that they have earned. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Director Lyons. Members will be recognized by order of seniority for their 5 minutes of questioning. As we have when Secretary Noem was here, we're going to limit it to the 5-minute rule. I'm going to be strict on that for both sides. So do not be surprised if you go over, I gavel you down. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes of questions. Acting Director Lyons, I understand that you cannot discuss the details of the 2 recent shootings in Minnesota because they are subject of several investigations, including by the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, and the DOJ Civil Rights Division. Once concluded, will you commit to providing the reports and findings of each investigation to this committee?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we're fully committed to give you the full and unabridged investigation and the outcome.
Thank you. Commissioner Scott, can the committee have the same commitment from you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you both. Commissioner Scott and Acting Director Lyons, following this hearing in writing, I'd like to know what is the standard operating procedure for each of your agencies for an investigation when deadly force is used. Currently, Acting Director Lyons, are those procedures being followed for the 2 uses of deadly force in Minneapolis this past January?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Were those, and Commissioner Scott?
Yes, sir, they are.
Were the standard procedures followed from the beginning? Mr. Lyons?
Yes, sir, they were.
Mr. Scott?
Yes, for CBP, they were as well.
Thank you very much. We're obviously concerned about officer safety and have seen and heard about increasing threats and assaults against law enforcement. Director Lyons, are your officers trained regarding the difference between a protected protest and what is unlawfully impeding law enforcement?
Yes, sir. Deportation officers and special agents are taught at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center. They are taught in defensive tactics, personal safety, but as well as laws to include First, Second, Fourth, Fifth, 10th, 14th Amendment. The officers are trained before they go out into the field, and then while they're in the field. They are specialized training in disturbance control and other special tactics.
Commissioner Scott, are your officers similarly trained?
Yes, they are. At FLETC, ongoing training in the field, and then anytime we're deploying them to the interior, they get updated law refresher training to include First Amendment and Fourth Amendment.
So I want to focus on the training here because with the historic investment in both ICE and CBP, there was a surge in hiring. I need to know, for these new hires, is the training different than what other agents and officers received before the hiring surge? Mr. Lyons, I'll let you start there.
No, sir, it's not. The training was never, the meat of the training was never removed. The timeline was. We took training from 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, to 6 days a week, 12 hours a day. In addition to that, training is different in the fact that before officers even go to the Federal Law Enforcement Training Academy, there's pre-employment training, which we never had before. And on top of that, we've adapted our on-the-job training program, which is much like a city or state field training officer program that once they are removed from the Federal Law Enforcement Training Academy and have graduated, before they return to their field offices, they're assigned a field training officer, and that's continued on after that.
So let me get this. For ICE officers, the curriculum has stayed the same, but it's now a quicker training. The timeline has moved up?
That's correct, sir.
Okay, but the curriculum is the same.
Yes, sir.
All right. Commissioner Scott, can you talk about if there's been a change in training since the hiring surge?
There's been no change in the training within Customs and Border Protection. Border Patrol agents go through a 117-day academy. The CBP officers go through a 103-day academy. That's actually training days. There's been no changes to that. So the only change that has been made is in our quarterly training. We've added scenarios based on what we most likely think they will encounter in the field. So we've actually added some of the protest type encounters as well.
So there's been no change in the timeline either? SEMA ICE did that? You did not?
No, we did not.
Okay. And while, this is nothing, well, because this is my last question, I'm sure. While understanding they are not suitable for every occasion, there's been a lot of talk about the use of deadly force. Are agents and officers equipped with and trained in the use of tasers or other less lethal alternatives to avoid the use of deadly force? And Mr. Director Lyons, I'll start with you, and then Mrs. Scott, you can finish.
Yes, sir. Every deportation officer special agent are trained in secondary weapons, which include the taser, OC spray, and baton.
They're
And
trained
those are made available.
and they're equipped.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Scott?
So a similar answer, that all of our agents have to carry a secondary weapon. They trained at the academy, and then they go through quarterly refresher training every 3 months.
Okay, I appreciate it. I will have, I'm sure, for some follow-up questions today, and I will submit those to you in writing. But with that, I yield back, and I now recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lyons, how many ICE agents have cameras as of today?
Sir, as of today, more than 3,000 ICE officers have cameras that are active in the field, with another 6,000 being deployed, sir.
So how many in the field? How many ICE agents are in the field as of today?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Agents in the field today?
You said agents in the field. I'm just trying to get the number of ICE agents who have cameras on their body as of today.
Approximately 3,000, sir.
3,000 out of how many?
Out of approximately 13,000, sir, that are in the field.
So you have 3,000 out of 13,000 who have cameras.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Scott?
I don't have the actual number in front of me right now. It's about 10,000. We're building that program out as we speak.
10,000 out of how many?
Out of about 67,000. But the
Out of-
catch there
out
is
of-
the ports of entry, we have significant video.
Nope. I don't want to go to Port Center. I just want to know how many cameras right now do you have on your agents?
When you say agents, Border Patrol agents, there's about 10,000.
10,000
That's an estimate,
out, 10,000 out of how many?
Out of 20,000 Border Patrol agents.
So half of them.
Approximately, yes.
So I'll give you a chance to look at that, since you said approximately, and get back to the committee on what's the accurate number. Not how many you're purchasing, how many as of this day.
Understood, and I will get you that number.
Thank you. Mr. Lyons, what's the regular timetable of training an ICE agent?
Sorry about that, sir. Right now, the training is approximately 47 days at the Federal Law Enforcement Academy. Overall training is about 3 months, sir.
So you went from 3 months to 47 days.
No, sir, the whole total training, to include the pre-employment training and then the OJT program, is 3 months. And 47 days in the Federal Law Enforcement Training Academy.
So they go to Flexi for 47 days or for 3 months?
No, sir, you asked for the total training time. The total training time now is a combined 3 months, sir, with 47 days at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Academy.
So you didn't reduce the timeline for any of the ICE agents to come on board?
We reduced the timeline for the previous certified federal law enforcement officers or special agents, where we went to the ones who are already trained in firearms and defensive tactics and criminal procedure. We adapted to a shorter program so they would just have the extensive Immigration Nationality Act training, immigration law, and ICE-specific training.
So if you hired somebody for ICE today, how much training would they receive before they become a full-time agent?
So for a person off the street who has never been a law enforcement officer, they're looking at approximately 3 months of training, sir.
And the 47 days is for who?
That is for everyone that hasn't, who's never worked for ICE, sir. So you could have someone that's a Capitol Police officer. They would not have to go through extended training for when it comes to defensive tactics, firearms, et cetera. They would have to go through the rigorous immigration training, which unfortunately immigration law is just as confusing and long as tax code, which we have to ensure that we devote that extensive time to.
Thank you so much. But
Yes, sir.
would you provide the committee with the timeline?
Yes, sir. We will provide you.
Some of us understand it's 47 days.
Yes, sir. We will
But
provide
you're
you
telling us it's 3 months.
from the beginning, sir, when they go ahead and come on pre-employment training to the
Thank you.
OJT program afterwards. But we will provide the committee with the full
Okay.
each breakdown.
For Mr. Lyons and Mr. Scott, over the past several weeks, the president has made a series of comments regarding the midterm election. The president has urged my Republican colleagues in Congress to nationalize elections. Now, are you involved in any planning on guarding precincts in this country as of today? Mr. Scott,
No, sir.
Mr. Lyons.
No, sir.
So there's no information, you've not been asked to start deploying people for areas anywhere?
No, sir.
Well, thank you very much. Mr. Lyons, I'll get it in writing, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to follow your directions on this.
Gentleman yields back. Thank you, Ranking Member. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A decade ago when I chaired this committee, Mr. Thompson and I passed a bill to authorize ICE into law. It was a bipartisan effort. It passed the House overwhelmingly, both Republican and Democrat. A decade later, here we are. The Dems have called to abolish ICE. Now they're trying to shut it down. So what has happened in that 10 years? Let's go back to the last 4 to 5 years. What happened in this country and at the border? As someone who lives in the border state of Texas, we saw the most dangerous, wide open border that I've seen in my 22 years in Congress. 10 to 12 million people, and that's what we know about. I think it's far greater, came into this country. Many of them dangerous, violent criminals, some known or suspected terrorists, which I find extremely dangerous. That's why I served as an impeachment manager for Mayorkas, because he violated federal law. The federal statute says, as a former federal prosecutor, I know this, shall detain aggravated felons. What did Mayorkas do? He told his agents, that's discretionary. You can release them. As a result, we had tens of thousands of aggravated felons left on the streets of America to roam freely, not to mention the human and sex trafficking of children, Mr. Lyons, as you pointed out. So what is the administration trying to do? They're trying to remove a public safety threat from the United States of America. That is their job. Restoring public safety should be the number one priority. And one of the problems here, as I examine it, is that Minnesota, Minneapolis in particular, is a sanctuary city. What does that mean? That means that it's a magnet for illegal. They're protected under the current situation because state and locals will not cooperate with federal law enforcement. In fact, Mr. Lyons, is it not true that they were not honoring ICE detainers that were put on dangerous felons in prison so that you could remove them from the United States?
That is correct, sir. The detainers were not honored at the local level in Minneapolis.
This is the number one violation. In addition, the rhetoric on the left led to over 1,000% increase in assaults on ICE officers, an increase of over 8,000 of death threats to them. All this created a perfect storm for our officers being thrown into this situation. And then Agent Bovino came into the picture, and I would argue, in fairness, that he escalated the situation by the way that was handled. Your officers are not trained to effectuate crowd control. They are trained to move in surgically, go in and remove these dangerous, violent criminals from the United States of America. I've called for de-escalation after the two deaths, the two shootings that took place. I believe that these roving patrols should be done at the border rather than in the major cities of the United States. So when the president decided to remove Agent Bavino and put in Tom Homan, who I've known for years, a consummate professional, law enforcement professional, I commended the president. And what has been done since Mr. Homan came into the job? We now have targeted law enforcement operations. He is returning to the original mission of ICE. He is working with state and locals to do the crowd control. He is getting them to honor the ICE detainers. He is also getting the body cameras put on them. And the roving patrols, in his words to me, should be done at the border, not in major cities. My question to you, Mr. Lyons, is Mr. Homan now, are his operations in Minneapolis now bringing the situation under control?
So we've seen a de-escalation in the fact that the protests, while they still go on, have subsided, and ICE has been allowed to do their targeted, intelligence-driven enforcement operation. Just the other night, local authorities arrested 54 protesters at the local level where ICE officers did not have to be engaged in that.
My final question to you, do you believe the model that Mr. Homan is now setting in Minneapolis should be a model for the nation?
Gentleman's time has
If
expired.
I could allow the witness to answer.
I understand that, but I'm holding.
I'd
it
like
to
on the
5 minutes.
record an answer, Mr. Chairman. Do you agree that Mr. Homan's model is one for the nation?
Gentleman's time has expired.
Yes or no?
I now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell, for 5 minutes.
A couple nights ago, I met with a woman who works as a cashier at a grocery store, and I told her I was coming to see you, Mr. Lyons, and she said, will you ask him, and she didn't want to give her name. She was terrified to give her name. But she said, when I get off my shift around midnight and I walk through the parking lot to my car, she said, if somebody rolls up in an unidentified van and gets out wearing all black and their face is covered and they don't have any identification and they ask me to get into the van, how do I know who they are? How does she know, Mr. Lyons? How does she know if they're an ICE agent or bad guys?
Sir, ICE agents have identifiable placards on their uniforms as well as their badges representative, but you won't see ICE agents rolling through the parking lots and just snatching someone up. ICE does intelligence-driven, targeted enforcement operations.
Well, Mr. Homan and others have said that they target individuals based on the color of their skin and the accents that they speak, and that's why people are running through the fields and factories where they work. Director Lyons, last year you said in Phoenix at the Border Security Expo that you wanted to see a deportation process that was like, quote, Amazon Prime, but with human beings. Mr. Lyons, how many times has Amazon Prime shot a mom 3 times in the face?
None, sir, but you're also...
It's the square root of 0, that's right.
Yes, sir. Yeah, but if we're going to go down that route of my comment, I did say that comment. However, that comment was taken out. If you go back and watch the video, I did say that we need to be more efficient when it comes to removing individuals from the United States because ICE doesn't detain punitively. We detain to remove. I don't want to see people in custody. At the end of my statement was, and again, to your point, it was a industry day for AI and efficiencies, but I did say at the end of it, but we deal with human beings, so we can't be like them.
And speaking
That's
of
the
human-
key part that you're leaving out.
Well, speaking of human beings, how many times has Amazon Prime shot a nurse 10 times in the back?
None.
How many times has Amazon Prime dragged a woman out of her car by her hair and then dragged her down the street?
None.
How many ICE agents have been fired for their conduct under your leadership?
Sir, I can get you that data. I'll get that back to you.
Is it more than 1?
I'm not going to speak about personnel actions, but I'll get you that data.
Can you tell us if at least, God, I hope at least 1 person has been fired for their conduct since these operations have begun? Are you telling us you can't even say 1 person's been fired?
Sir, I'm not going to talk about personnel actions, but we will get back to you.
But 2 people have been killed so far. Is that right? A nurse named Preddy and a mom named Good. 2 people have been killed so far.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lyons, will you apologize to the family of Renee Good for being called a domestic terrorist by the president and his leadership?
No, sir.
Why not?
Sir, I welcome the opportunity to speak to the family in private, but I'm not going to comment on any active investigation.
Is she a domestic terrorist?
Sir, I'm not going to comment on the investigation. and the president and Secretary Noem are elected officials. That's their right to their comments. But as career law enforcement, we won't speak to any.
Do you agree with their comments?
Sir, I'm not going to go ahead and talk about any ongoing investigation.
Will you apologize to the family of Alex Preddy for also being called a domestic terrorist?
Sir, again, I'm not going to speak to any ongoing investigation.
Mr. Lyons, your staying to lead ICE is a decision.
Sir, I'm sorry. Could you repeat
Your
that?
staying on to lead ICE is a decision. And I've read your background. You have a decorated career. You've served in the military. You are what I would call otherwise employable. I think most people would agree this is not the only job that you can get. But since you've been on this job, women have been dragged by their hair through our streets. A 6-year-old child battling stage 4 cancer has been deported, and it turns out he was a U.S. citizen. People are running through the fields where they work. People who've gone to the streets as allies have been shot and publicly executed. It's a decision to stay on at this point. And considering your honorable service in the past and the dishonorable acts that those who have worked for you have conducted, and the disgraceful statements that the leadership above you have said, you now have a decision. Will you stand with the kids who you're supposed to protect, or will you side with the killers bringing terror to our streets? Mr. Lyons, will you resign from ICE?
No, sir, I won't.
Why not?
Because, sir, that child that you're showing right there, the men and women of ICE took care of him when his father abandoned him and ran from
Gentleman's
law enforcement.
time has expired.
You never should have gone into
Gentleman's time
custody.
has expired. I recognize the gentleman from Mississippi. Mr. Guest for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we stand on the verge of a second Democrat shutdown of the United States Department of Homeland Security just within the last 90 days. The Department of Homeland Security employs 260,000 men and women across 22 different agencies. Those agencies include 63,000 men and women who work for CBP, 60,000 who work for TSA, 22,000 for FEMA, 18,000 who works for USCIS, almost 50,000 civilian and military employees with the United States Coast Guard, 7,800 Secret Service employees, 2,500 CISA employees, and over 8,000 agents and analysts with the Department of Homeland Security investigation who perform a crucial function to protect and serve this country. This second government shutdown, led by my friends on the Democrat side of the aisle, will leave our country less safe. Don't just take my word for it. Let's look at the words of the Biden administration. President Biden and Kamala Harris, Department of Homeland Security, in September of 2023, as the nation faced a potential government shutdown, they issued a fact sheet. That fact sheet is entitled The Impact of Government Shutdown on the DHS Workforce. This fact sheet says this. It says DHS workforce is comprised of extraordinary public servants who safeguard this nation. It goes on to say any lapse in federal funding would disrupt this vital work, leaving Americans less safe as a result. Those working without pay include law enforcement, conducting such acts as seizing illegal narcotics like fentanyl, combating child exploitation and child predators, identifying and arresting human trafficking, responding to natural disasters, preventing cyber attacks, and protecting U.S. government leaders. And so I ask you, gentlemen, as we are once again on the verge of a shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security, if the Democrats take us to the edge, if they refuse to sign a CR, if once again the men and women who serve under your leadership, if they are once again not paid, I ask you, how will that impact our nation? Will America be more safe, or will America be less safe if we are once again led into a government shutdown by the Democrat Party? Mr. Scott.
I believe consistency and seeing support from the leadership of, on both sides of this building and the president is very important to border security. I think the rhetoric and the back and forth, the politicizing of law enforcement in general detracts from the general morale of our personnel.
Is it not important that we pay the men and women who serve under your command?
It's critically important.
And in a government shutdown, the bills don't stop, do they not? The bills continue to accrue.
Correct.
And the deployment of technology ceases in many cases, and America becomes less safe. Would you agree with that statement?
I would agree America becomes less safe.
Mr. Edlow, what about you?
Well, Congressman, as I'm sure you're aware, USCIS is a little different in that we are fee-funded. So during a shutdown, the men and women working for USCIS will continue to be paid. However, in terms of our screening and vetting enterprises, as well as everything else we do, we have formed very, very strong working relationships with the other components, and that's critical for us to be able to do our work. While we may be there able to continue without our partners being paid and with them being furloughed, it's going to make America significantly less safe.
And Mr. Lyons.
Yes, sir. It will have a great impact, especially on the Homeland Security task forces and the men and women that are focused on the transnational crime and foreign terrorist organization.
Mr. Lyons, very quickly, we've had many members of this committee who have made allegations. The Democrats have once again taken the mantle of the party to defund the police and abolish ICE. Do you wish to take my last few seconds to speak about the consequences that has on the men and women that you serve?
The men and women of ICE are sworn law enforcement officers who are dedicated to do their mission to protect the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize a gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to welcome our witnesses today. Gentlemen, wanted to start out by talking a little bit about my district, Southern California, Disneyland. Southern California is the center of manufacturing for the United States. California, biggest ag state in the Union. California, also, big donor, taxpayer dollars to the United States. President Trump got elected on the promise to deport the worst of the worst. Your numbers, Mr. Lyons, less than 14% of those arrested by ICE first year, 2025, had charges or convictions of violence. 70% of those deported had not even a traffic ticket. Mr. Lyons, I think we're all patriots, but I'm trying to figure out how, this is a question to you, sir, how deporting a nanny makes our nation safer, stronger, how trying to deport the father of 3 Marines make this country stronger, how deporting the parents of a number of Marines at Camp Pendleton makes this nation stronger.
Sir, thank you for your welcome, first off. Just to address your, the numbers with the 14%, sir, that's 14% that are listed as violent criminal felonies. However, what's left out of that is the fact that what's left off that list.
Those
is human trafficking.
70% that don't have a traffic ticket
Sir,
and deported, how has that made our nation stronger?
Sir, if you look at what ICE has done, more than 60% of every individual that is in ICE custody has a pending or a conviction on a criminal charge. Not to count.
Sir, let me move ahead. I only have 3 minutes, and we'll talk later.
Sir.
Let's talk about American citizens. Again, back home. People, young people asking me, what do I have to carry with me so I won't be deported? Is, Mr. Lyons, carrying a passport, is that enough so they won't be detained or deported in my district?
Sir, an American citizen shouldn't carry or shouldn't feel the need to carry.
Let me tell you what some of your ICE agents have done. They pulled over a gentleman in a pickup truck, showed his passport, they threw it to the side, detained him. What do we have to do to show that we're American citizens?
Sir, no
What do we
American
have-
citizen falls under Title VIII. No American citizen will be arrested for being an American citizen.
But you just said to my colleague that nobody has been fired because of violations of the law for disciplinary actions, yet this is happening in my district. Mr. Lyons, we're a very boring district. We work hard, mind our own business. ICE in our streets now. People are terrorized. American citizens, number of cases of Americans being detained, being taken in, some being held for 5 days. Sir, what do we do with those people in that situation? What do we tell them?
Sir, I don't know of any particular case that you're speaking of American citizen being
I'm more than happy to provide you a list, sir.
100%, sir.
So let me ask you, sir, are you surveilling U.S. citizens today?
No, sir.
Those people protesting, practicing this First Amendment right, photos of them, data taken, they're not being placed in any kind of a database?
There is no database for protesters, sir.
One of your officers in Maine said to one of the individuals protesting, we're going to put your face in a little database. What does that mean? Do you have a little database
No, sir.
of Americans?
No, sir, we don't.
Then what do you think your ICE agent was doing to this individual when he said those statements?
I can't speak for that individual, sir, but I can assure you there is no database that's tracking United States citizens.
Sir, California, we're a sanctuary state. Does that cause you a problem picking up individuals?
Yes, sir.
I have with me today some data from Sheriff Barnes, Orange County Sheriff, very good friend. He's been here to testify numerous times. For 2025, he referred about 300 individuals for your office to pick up. 250 were picked up, 50 were never picked up. We had a long conversation saying, what is going on? If these are the worst of the worst, you've called ICE to pick them up and you didn't pick them up. Can you explain to us why you didn't pick up all these individuals that were referred to your office to pick up?
Yes, sir. That's the key part of that is the referral. We make sure that those individuals are eligible to be placed in detention and for movability. So
You
in that
never
case, it would
even
be
looked at
Gentleman's
those
time's-
individuals.
Gentleman's time.
I would like to talk to you about this issue later on, Mr. Lyons.
Gentleman's
Thank you very
Time
much.
has expired. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Why are we here? And I think it's pretty clear that until proven otherwise, at 5 years of experience, that it seems like one side of the aisle is in favor of open borders and wants to abolish ICE. And I hope that that can be proven wrong. And the other side of the aisle wants to enforce the laws that are on the books. Commissioner Scott, how many administrations have you worked for in your career?
Since the Clinton administration?
So multiple Republicans, multiple Democrats.
Correct.
Is it a crime to enter this country illegally and to skip a notice to appear, to skip a court-ordered appearance, and to not comply with the laws that are on the books?
Yes, sir.
Has that changed since you started working for President Clinton?
No.
So I can't imagine establishing the fact that it is a crime to skip a notice to appear. We had 10 to 12 million people who entered this country illegally in the Biden administration. As a conservative estimate, there are sanctuary cities all throughout the United States who have said, we will not comply with federal laws. That's why we're here today. I can't imagine being a DHS officer, an ICE officer, and being threatened with violence, having death threats, being doxxed, having your family identified, putting that on the internet, and violently telling you that they are going to kill you because you are enforcing the laws that are on this book that were passed by both sides of the aisle in this body. Director Lyons, how many of your agents are being doxxed, threatened, or harassed?
We've had over a 8,000% increase on death threats.
You know, I'm in the middle of working a bipartisan domestic terrorism working group with another member on this committee. There is a group called Defend 612 that has come out with tactics, techniques, and procedures in Minneapolis to do things like encourage protesters to impede law enforcement, to push civilians towards legally and physically risky confrontations, to help mobilize a counter-protest, to coordinate strategies and trainings to aid illegal immigrants to avoid detention. Are you familiar with groups like this, Defend 612?
Yes, sir. We have multiple groups around that in all 50 states.
There's an article written by Christina Buttons, and I'd like unanimous consent to enter this into the record called Inside Minneapolis's ICE Watch Network. Chairman, I seek unanimous consent to enter.
Without objection.
This article talks about these tactics, techniques, and procedures that put your law enforcement agents and your agents at risk. What is different about Minneapolis? What kind of coordination have you received from the local police department that we don't see any of this in Texas? We've not seen, and there have been many ICE operations that have happened in Texas, but what's different from what you've seen in Minneapolis?
Unfortunately, sir, in the beginning of the Minneapolis operation, we didn't see any cooperation at the state or the local level, whether it be from the Minneapolis Police Department or the Minnesota State Police, which led to ICE officers and agents, as well as our other federal partners, pretty much having to defend themselves from whatever impediment, riots, or protests.
Were they told by local elected officials not to cooperate?
Yes, sir.
Is that because they're a sanctuary city?
I'm assuming that's
in
what it is,
part-
sir, but I can't speak to the mind of those elected officials, but they were ordered not to stand down.
How did it make you feel as somebody who carries out the laws that this body has passed when you hear the mayor of Minneapolis say F ICE?
Oh, sir, I mean, from a morale standpoint, it hurts us to the fact that for decades, and I've worked since President Bush, ICE has always been in Minneapolis. We've always been in every major city and state. So it wasn't like it was a brand new thing. We've always been doing immigration enforcement. So that's demoralizing.
Commissioner Scott, are you separating families?
No.
Tell me about when you served President Obama. Has anything changed in the policy of deportation? And how many people did President Obama deport?
I don't have that number in front of me. Policies and how things are enforced do change. The laws have not changed. I believe what you're referring to is literally when someone is arrested, whether it's on immigration or whether it's a normal criminal offense, and they have children, we don't necessarily prosecute the children. But when someone's deported, if they want to take their children with them, they have that right. We do not separate them.
I hope that the other side of the aisle will read this article on Defend 612 and look at the tactics, techniques, and procedures. And if this is domestic terrorism, where we have a group that's on signal that is calling out agents and doing things to interrupt, intercede, and prevent law enforcement from carrying out the laws that this body passed, that you'll have the courage to call it domestic terrorism if it is that way. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, and I now recognize the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Tanadar, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to our witnesses. Commissioner Scott, did the ICU nurse, Alex Preddy, deserve to die?
I cannot comment on an ongoing investigation, sir.
Do you believe that he deserved to die? Should he be killed by your agents?
I'm not going to comment on an ongoing investigation, sir, before it's concluded and all the facts are available.
Do you agree with CBP Commander Bovino statement that Alex Preddy was planning to massacre law enforcement agents?
I'm not going to comment on an ongoing investigation, sir.
Director Lyons, did Renee Good deserve to die?
Sir, I can't comment on ongoing investigations.
Director Lyons, do you agree with Secretary Noem and Vice President Vance's characterization of Renee Good as a domestic terrorist?
Sir, I can't speak to their comments as that they are their own, but as an ongoing investigation, I can't speak to that.
Director Lyons, what did your agents mean when he said, "You raise your voice, I erase your voice"? In the video just that we have seen, all of us have seen.
Sir, I'm not aware of that video that you have, sir. I can't comment on what that officer has said.
Does that statement, if I show you the video of that, does that statement reflect the value of your agency? And does ICE respect and adhere to the First Amendment?
Yes, sir, ICE does respect and refer to the First Amendment, but that doesn't respect, your statement that you said doesn't represent the values of the men and women of ICE.
Commissioner Scott, does CBP respect and adhere to the First and Second Amendment?
Yes, we do.
Don't you agree that Alex Preddy had every right to exercise his First and Second Amendment freedoms before being shot in the streets by one of your agents?
I believe every person in the United States has a right to their constitutional rights.
Look, I have heard and seen enough. I'm just sick and tired of your agents running around in our cities, in our streets, causing illegal activities. ICE and CBP thugs are roaming our streets, attacking our communities, using our children as bait, referring to people as bodies and numbers, targeting people for their accents and the color of their skin, and killing American citizens, all while showing zero remorse for their actions. Director Lyons and Commissioner Scott, do you think President Trump will pardon you and your boss, Kristi Noem, before he leaves office, just like he has for insurrectionists and his political allies? Do you believe President Trump will pardon you? Because, go ahead.
I'm not going to speak on behalf of President Trump, but I'll tell you, I signed up for this job to protect America, and I'm very proud of the service that I provide, and I don't need a pardon from anybody.
Well, you better hope so. You better hope you get being pardoned, because you will be held accountable for the absolute disregard of the law your agencies have shown over the past year. Your agencies have lost the trust of the American people, with millions taking to the streets to protect the illegal actions of your agencies. And that's why I introduced a bill in the United States Congress to abolish ICE. ICE must be abolished. I also co-sponsored a bill to impeach Secretary Kristi Noem. And I believe Kristi Noem must be impeached. And this Congress must do everything in its power to carry out oversight actions against these rogues departments, including if
Gentleman's
necessary.
time has expired. A witness has requested a break. Committee will recess for 5 minutes. Members of the audience will remain seated. Committee will come to order. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, gentlemen, for your service to our great country. I was speaking to some agents that were deployed from Texas to Minnesota, just asking for the ground truth of what was happening. And one of the things that stood out to me is one of the agents said, Tony, it reminds me a lot of Fallujah. Having someone that served in Fallujah, that caught my attention. And so my question first is to you, Commissioner Scott, is on the safety of our agents. In particular, I see that these task forces work, these anti-gang, these anti-terrorism task forces. But thinking of Fallujah reminds me of we were fighting a war that was the Persian Gulf when the world had changed. And so my question is there a way we can protect our law enforcement, our federal law enforcement agents, in particular through, I've got a bill in particular through bulletproof glass or ballistic windshields. Is that something you think that could help protect the law enforcement officers that are on the front lines?
I think that can help protect the officers on the front lines, but it goes much farther than that because things have changed. So the tactical infrastructure at the border, the bulletproof vests, all of that helps tremendously, but we're fighting a different fight now. The reason you saw so many people surged into LA at one point and then now into Minneapolis was because we had to surge additional resources in to protect the ICE agents that were literally just going to try to make a lawful arrest. So we had to put in two teams, one to do the arrest and another one to deal with the protesters. Luckily, CBP, well, not luckily, unfortunately, CBP's had to build out this capability over the years because we had been dealing with increased protests at the border, mass incursions, so we trained our people how to do crowd control. But let's not miss the fact that we have coordinated, well-funded, and I think insurgencies or terrorist organizations, however you want to call it, literally trying to prevent legal laws from being enforced in the United States. That is a dramatic change. That's why we've had to shift. So we got to figure out how to protect our officers and agents more holistically. On social media, how do we keep them from being doxxed? When somebody goes to, like did to Director Lyons, they follow his kid home and then have protests in his front yard and then put it out live on video. That needs to be a crime. I don't want to violate anybody's right to free speech, but going into your front yard and harassing your family just because you're a law enforcement officer, that should not be a protected action.
The world has changed, and we need to change with it to make sure our federal law enforcement officers and their families are protected. My next question is for Director Lyons. Body cameras have been deployed in Minnesota. I think transparency helps regain public trust. Is there any plan to release any of the footage to the public?
100%, sir. That's one thing that I'm committed to is the full transparency, and I fully welcome body cameras all across the spectrum in all of our law enforcement activities. And yes, sir, body cam footage will be released.
I agree with you completely. Everyone assumes this body camera footage is bad footage. So, in so many cases, it's the exact opposite, and we get a show from the officer's lens what exactly they're dealing with on a daily basis, not just a 15-second clip we see on TikTok or whatever it may be. I'm very pleased to hear the releasing of more public footage. My next question is for you, Commissioner Scott. As a member of Congress, I have a very similar, all of us, the question's really for all of us. As a member of Congress, what can I do to make sure what happened in Minnesota doesn't happen in my community?
Put laws in place that protect our officers and agents so they can go out and do their job confidently and know they really truly have the backing. And then, I got to plug it, actually fund the programs. So when body cameras got rolled out to CBP, the technical capability of the camera got rolled out, but the funding for the personnel to support the programs and the data, that can drain basically all your other operations. So fund the entire program so that we can be transparent and that we can make sure America knows what we're doing because that trust is critically important.
Thank you for that. My next question is Director Edlow. Too many times we talk about the enforcement side, which I think is very important. We see the millions of criminal aliens that are loose in our country. We got to go out there and keep our community safe. But we need to be talking more about the legal aspect of it, the people that are doing it the right way. I was very encouraged to see 65,000 visas get released not too long ago. The question I have is, what are the details? What is the timeline behind that? What is the purpose of those? Can you specifically speak to the legal visa process?
Well, if you're referring to the 65,000 that were the supplemental
Yes.
H-2Bs.
That's exactly right.
So that's there's 60,000 or 65,000, 66,000, excuse me, that go out every year at 2 times in the year. And then Congress has, for many, many years, given the department the authority through the secretary to increase that based on the needs of the country. So those visas were released. I don't remember exactly
Gentlemen's
when the
time has expired. I apologize. And again, any questions? I know I'm being tight on the rules. We have to be. There's a lot of questions. We want to get through everything today. Any members will be able to submit questions in writing, and you can detail these. Thank you very much. I now recognize the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, for 5 minutes of questions.
Mr. Lyons, has ICE hired anyone who is charged with a crime related to the January 6th riot here at the Capitol?
Sir, I don't have that information, but I would say no.
Could you find out and please report back?
Yes, sir, I'll get that, I'll take that as a get back.
Would you hire someone who attacked police officers here on January 6th, even though they were unfortunately pardoned by the president?
Sir, we take assault on law enforcement very serious, and we have a good, strenuous vetting program. I'm
All right,
sure.
thank you. Commissioner Scott, how many of your agents have been disciplined for excessive use of force over the past year?
I cannot comment on ongoing or
I'm not asking you to
current
comment on
personnel
specific
action.
investigation. How many of your agents have been disciplined? I'm just asking for the total.
I'll
for
get that
excessive
number
force.
to you. I don't have it in front of me.
All right, I sent you a letter asking that question and haven't received a response. Will you commit to sending a response to me, please?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'd like you to view this video.
This is video of what appears to be pepper spray thrown by a federal agent into Rafael Verraz's car.
You okay, Mama? You okay?
Seconds later, he realized his daughter, 1-year-old Ariana, was in the back seat, also battling the chemicals.
Are you familiar with this incident?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this is a family of United States citizens who were out to get groceries at a Sam's Club in Chicago. When they arrived, they could see that there was a chaotic operation in the parking lot. They turned their vehicle to leave, at which point your agents sprayed pepper spray out of their vehicle and into the driver's side window of the Verraz's family vehicle. Is it proper procedure to aim pepper spray into the window of a moving vehicle?
I'm not familiar. I don't have all the details on this. It's an ongoing
I'm not asking about
investigation, but to
just-
answer your specific question.
it proper
We try to
procedure?
avoid that. No, it's not.
Try to avoid it. Because you understand it's dangerous, right? Not just for the driver, but for pedestrians, for other people who could be hit by a car if a driver is blinded, right?
I 100% understand that, but you're talking about intentional versus not intentional.
Well, now
I've
listen.
been in a
I mean,
vehicle
from the
in one of
video-
these situations.
Scott,
and got
reclaiming my
pepper
time.
spray
From the
in my
video,
own
this
face.
was clearly intentional, and you know as well as I do that in any other law enforcement agency, if an officer did this, they would be put on leave, investigated, and likely disciplined. Were any of your agents ever investigated or disciplined for this incident?
I'll have to get back to you on this incident. I believe it's still an
So you don't
ongoing
know.
investigation, but we have at least
I'd like to
10
show
open
you
cases.
another video. This one is from Minneapolis. So as you can see, the agent sprayed pepper spray at close range directly into the face of an individual who had already been pinned to the ground by 3 other agents. And there's a picture of this behind me to give you a better view. Is this proper procedure for the use of pepper spray?
I cannot comment on that because you're only showing one piece, and that subject
Has
is
this
clearly
agent
not
been
compliant.
investigated? But this is not the intended use of this weapon, correct?
The intended use is to try to avoid escalating. It's to de-escalate
All
the
right.
situation.
Well, he was already pinned to the
individual
ground by
comply.
3 other agents. I think he had been de-escalated. Is there any investigation into this agent for doing this?
I'll get back to you. There are several open investigations.
All right, listen, there has been no accountability in your agency under the Trump administration. None. Your agency has repeatedly been caught on tape using unnecessary violence against civilians, and you can't even tell me if any of these agents have been investigated or disciplined. You are supposed to be making people safer, and instead, your agents are being unnecessarily violent. And that is why the Trump administration has lost the trust of the American people on immigration. Understand, it's not just the actions of the agents in the field, it is the lack of accountability from the top that has caused public trust to erode. And there need to be major reforms before we vote to give any of you any more funding. Your agencies need to act like other law enforcement agencies. Take off the masks, wear badge numbers, enforce discipline with real standards of conduct. But accountability starts at the top. Kristi Noem is completely unfit and should be removed from office. And all of the operations that we just watched were overseen by Commander Gregory Bavino, who himself engaged in excessive use of force. He even admitted that he lied to a federal judge when he claimed he had been hit by a rock prior to throwing a tear gas canister at a crowd of civilians. But then after the footage came out, and that turned out to be not true, he admitted that he had lied about it. Mr. Scott, what disciplinary action do you plan to take against Mr. Bavino?
I cannot comment on personnel actions on any.
Is there an investigation underway or being considered into Mr. Bavino?
Every allegation and every use of force is fully investigated.
Well,
within
please
DHS.
investigate him.
Goes through a review
You
board.
need
and
to
then
start
Gentlemen's-
enforcing discipline. in
Gentleman's
your
time
agency.
has expired. I now recognize the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Strong, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Chairman Garbarino, Ranking Member Thompson, and thank you to all our witnesses for being here today. Let me start with the simple facts. The border is now closed. Fentanyl poisonings are down by more than 35%. I thank each of you for your service to our country. I remember in April of 23 when then Secretary Mayorkas testified before this very committee that the U.S. border was, and I quote, secure, close quote, and not open. At the same time, under his leadership, illegal alien population surged to over 11 million. They were coming from more than 160 different countries as migrants were released into our country by the millions. That's what the Biden administration, in concert with Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, did to America. They sold America out. The consequences of their failures were predictable. When the United States failed to enforce its border, the winners are not legal immigrants or American communities. It's the cartels, drug smugglers, human traffickers, and violent criminals. We didn't need new laws to stop this crisis. We needed a president willing to enforce the laws already on the books. President Trump did exactly that. Another promise made, another promise kept. And today, the number of illegal aliens being released into our country is zero. Zero. That's what it took a president to make the hard decisions, and America is better because of it. So my question is straightforward. Commissioner Scott, was Secretary Mayorkas telling the truth when he testified before this committee that the border was secure?
Consistent with my prior testimony, no, he was not.
As you stated earlier, the underlying immigration laws haven't fundamentally changed in decades. What has changed is how different administrations choose to enforce these laws, particularly during the previous administration. It was 100% orchestrated to allow illegal aliens to invade our country under the Biden administration. From an operational standpoint, how important is consistency and enforcement for deterrence and border control?
It's extremely important, and we keep talking about immigration, but let me remind people, border security really is national security. The cartels use illegal immigration to literally overwhelm law enforcement at the border and bring in all kinds of other threats. It's the second wave that always is the most critical. The Interior Enforcement sent a message around the world that we're not going to just let you go. It took away the marketing ability of the cartels to get people to come to the border and overwhelm law enforcement. This all works together. It's critically important because it is national security.
Thank you, Commissioner. The men and women of DHS deserve our respect and the ability to do their job effectively without mixed signals from Washington. I also want to be clear, I support the men and women who work every day to secure our borders and enforce federal immigration laws. But lately, we've seen growing strain on political rhetoric that goes beyond policy disagreement and targets the legitimacy of law enforcement itself. Rhetoric that puts a target on the backs of agents doing their jobs. Acting Director Lyons, we keep hearing calls from left-wing politicians to abolish ICE. Some, including many who should know better, have denounced federal law enforcement as secret police. How would you respond to these reckless attacks?
Sir, I can speak from personal experience, having served multiple administrations that the men and women of ICE are out there every day doing the law as it's written.
What are the consequences of not enforcing federal immigration laws?
Sir, if you look at what ICE has done, if you look at the amount of, as I said earlier, the amount of known and suspected terrorists that we removed from the country, we arrested 1,477 this year and removed 1,480 Just that impact alone, along with the 7,800 gang members, makes a significant impact on public safety and national security.
Thank you. Turning to you, Director Edlow, the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Service plays a role in administering legal immigration and protecting the integrity of the system. When immigration enforcement is undermined or treated as illegitimate, how does that affect USCIS's ability to manage lawful pathways, prevent fraud, and maintain public confidence in the legal immigration process?
It makes it absolutely impossible, Congressman, and that's why we've done everything we can to administer that system now and to not cut corners that were previously cut during the last administration.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Goldman. 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lyons, what guidance have you given to your agents about asking people walking on the streets of America to show proof of citizenship?
Sir, as I stated earlier, the men and women of ICE, deportation officers, special agents, we conduct targeted intelligence-driven operation. We don't walk around on the streets asking people about their American citizenship.
Really? So all of those individual American citizens who have been randomly asked are lying. Is that what you're saying?
Sir, if the men and women of ICE are conducting an investigation, whether it be for Title 8 immigration enforcement or Title 18 criminal enforcement, they'll ask someone their nationality.
Right, but that's not targeted because they're asking all sorts of American citizens, including off-duty law enforcement. Now, have you directed at any point your agents under the Supreme Court's racial profiling ruling to only stop non-white people and those who look like immigrants to ask for their citizenship papers?
No, sir, I haven't.
Now, you are aware, of course, and there's well-documented, numerous well-documented instances of people, American citizens, being asked to show and prove their citizenship. Do you know what other regimes in the 20th century required similar proof of citizenship?
Yes, sir.
What?
Sir, there was various nefarious regimes that did that.
Is Nazi Germany one?
Yes, but
Is the Soviet Union
So
one?
I honestly
Sir,
have to
I'm
stop
asking
you
the
right there,
questions. Is the Soviet Union one?
Yes, sir, but I totally, this is the wrong type of questioning you
No,
should be asking me.
I'll tell you what the wrong type
But
of
actually,
thing
sir,
is. Sir,
is
it's
the
my
Holocaust
time.
Museum is done at
Reclaiming my
14th
time,
and
sir.
Independence. If you want to go see
Reclaiming my
Nazism,
time,
that's what
Mr.
it is.
Chairman.
It's not the men and women of ICE that are out there doing it every day. So to say that the men and women of ICE are
Mr. Chairman, I'm reclaiming my time. I would like my
wrong.
time back, please. Please give me another 15 seconds because he was unnecessarily speaking. You said in your opening statement that references to ICE as the Gestapo or the secret police encourages threats against ICE agents.
100%.
The problem is you have it backwards, sir. People are simply making valid observations about your tactics, which are un-American and outright fascist. So I have a simple suggestion. If you don't want to be called a fascist regime or secret police, then stop acting like one. But people are simply just observing what they are seeing. And that's why people are making those comments. Now, I was a prosecutor for 10 years, prosecuted mob bosses, organized crime, violent criminals, the actual worst of the worst. Not a single criminal law enforcement agent that I worked with wore a mask to conceal their identity. But your department, which is a civil law enforcement agency, is defending the use of masks by your agents because of a so-called rise in threats and assaults against your officer. Now, you said in your opening testimony that assaults against ICE officers are up by more than 1,400%, which is now even more than the 1,300% that your gaslighting spokesperson, Tricia from Ohio, has recently been citing. But here's the problem. There are two separate, very detailed, very thorough investigative reports based on your own data that both conclude that assaults against ICE officers are up about 25%, which is far less, of course, than you assert and far less than you would expect from an agency that has more than doubled its hiring and has an even greater increase in arrests. Now, why is that a problem, Mr. Lyons? It's a problem because the explanation that your agents are wearing masks because of fear of assaults or doxing is outright bogus. You and your untrained, unqualified, unvetted, unidentified agents are intentionally terrorizing our cities and communities all over this country to avoid accountability for their excessive force and their lawless actions. That is why you're wearing masks, so no one can hold you accountable, and you know that the FBI is not going to, because notwithstanding all of the investigations all of you say are going on, the Department of Justice and the FBI has stated they are not investigating those two murders. This is not the America that I know and love. This is not the America my immigrants came to. And it's long past time that you rein in your out-of-control agency and start following the law and the Constitution, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's interesting being in this hearing today, where my Democrat colleagues continue to demonize ICE and Homeland Security. I think history and context are very important here. It's not lost on most of the American public that my Democrat colleagues actually caused this entire crisis with their open border policies that they all voted for, letting in close to 15 million illegal aliens. I also want to go through real quick some numbers of ICE deportations with other presidents who I believe both you, Mr. Scott, and you, Mr. Lyons, have worked for. Under President Clinton, 12 million illegal aliens were deported and removed from this country, some voluntary, some departures. Key, no riots. Under President Bush, 2 million, no riots. Obama, who was often referred to as the deporter-in-chief, 5 million, including returns, no riots. President Trump in his first term, 2 million deported, no riots. President Biden, 4 million, including expulsions, varying by estimates, no riots. President Trump again this year, 625,000 with 2 million voluntary leaving through CBP Home App. Mr. Scott, can you explain why these other presidents that you work for, both Democrat and Republican, have deported far more people than this president and we've seen no riots?
I would say it has a lot to do about rhetoric and misleading the American public about what's really going on and how important border security really is to this nation.
Let's talk also about my Democrat colleagues and something they also supported, and that's these sanctuary cities. I think that's very important, and I don't think a lot of Americans really understand these sanctuary cities. Mr. Scott, Mr. Lyons, is it true that you would rather send your officers into a jail to get some of these illegal alien criminals? Is it safer for your agents and also the illegal alien criminal if your officers are able to go into a jail instead of having to go out and find them on the street? Mr. Lyons, I'll start with you.
Yes, sir, it would be. You wouldn't see the amount of law enforcement officers involved in immigration operations.
Right. How about you, Mr. Scott?
I 100% agree with the director, and just as importantly, it would allow me to put more agents back on the border to prevent people from getting in here in the first place.
Let's also talk about these riots. Mr. Scott, Mr. Lyons, do you guys remember any riots, when for some of these victims that were assaulted and victimized by illegal alien criminals like Nate Baker, Laken Riley, Fletcher Harris, Skylar Provenza, Ivory Smith? I've got a whole list of them. Do you remember any riots from our Democrats or their constituents when any of these American citizens were victimized by illegal alien criminals?
No, sir.
No, sir.
Why do you think that is? Because that's the question that I get asked all the time. Congressman, why do the Democrats care more about illegal alien criminals than they care about these American citizens, many of them who are young, have their entire lives ahead of them, didn't show up to a protest, right, to obstruct federal law enforcement. They're just going about their daily lives and they get victimized by people who aren't supposed to be here. Why do you think they don't care about American citizens?
I cannot speculate, but when I look at the chaos that it creates and the corrosive nature that it creates, I go beyond the politics of the United States and I look at our nation state adversaries like Iran, Russia, and China, and their influence on social media to keep this negative discourse going. And I think this is a much bigger issue than we're actually admitting that it is in here.
I want to tie this together to something that's very pertinent that's going to happen this week here in Congress, where the American people are going to see the bookend of what's going on. We are going to attempt to pass the Save America Act, okay? Which requires documentary proof of U.S. citizenship to register to vote. It imposes photo ID requirements to vote, and it penalizes officials who do not enforce these requirements. And you won't see most of these folks over here on the other side that are demonizing you guys right now. You will not see them support it. So they let millions and millions of illegal aliens into the country. They set up these sanctuary cities so you can't go enforce these federal laws that are on the books that Congress has passed. And now they won't vote to stop these illegals from voting in our elections. If the American people don't understand what this whole thing is about, it's about one word, and it always has been, and that is power. They want power, and they need these illegals to vote in our elections. That's why they don't care about the fraud either, because they need those votes as well. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Chairman. My mother, a Guatemalan immigrant and an American, taught me that I have the responsibility to look evil in the eye and to fight it back. Mr. Lyon, Mr. Scott, Mr. Edlow, you have used your power to perpetrate great evil. And it's about time you answer this committee for the lawlessness that you've empowered and defended in your testimony. Mr. Lyons, I want to start with you. And I want to talk about ICE. Because under your leadership, ICE has shot and killed Silverio Villegas Gonzalez and Renee Good, violated nearly 100 court orders in January alone. You've used banned chokeholds in more than 40 cases, engaged in warrantless arrests despite of a consent decree, and you used children as bait to put 3,800 children in detention. You created traps for people at immigration court who were following the law and doing it the legal way. And you broke the law by entering into people's homes without a judicial warrant in violation of the Fourth Amendment. Now, let's talk about you, Mr. Scott, and CBP next. Under your leadership, CBP has attempted to execute Marimar Martinez, shooting her 5 times and not releasing the footage that you should release so that we can see the evidence, murdered Alex Preddy, used chemical agents dozens of times in Chicago after a judge ordered you to stop, conducted warrantless surveillance and racial profiling, and acted with total disrespect and disregard for the law while engaging in roving patrols, plate switching, dangerous traffic maneuvers, and observer intimidation. Again, criminals act with that total disregard for the law, and we continue to see it. You would both have us talk about respect for your mission and your agents, but your agencies are unaccountable, paramilitary forces, and I have just as much respect for you as I do for the last white men who put on masks to terrorize communities of color. I have no respect for the inheritors of the Klan Hood and the Slave Patrol. Those activities were immoral then and criminal, and so are yours. And that brings me to you, Mr. Edlow, and USCIS. Truly, USCIS is the most disappointing part of this whole panel for me. Mr. Edlow, let me ask you a question. Is USCIS's mission to uphold America's promise as a nation of welcome and possibility with fairness, integrity, and respect for all we serve? Yes or no? Is that the mission?
Congresswoman, the mission is to administer the lawful immigration
system.
system.
Let me move on. So it is not for the possibility of fairness, integrity, and respect. I get that. I want to tell you about Stephen, my constituent, Mr. Edlow. Stephen is a 14-year-old with autism who is seeking asylum. This child has spent 60 days in detention center after he was detained with his dad at a check-in. Let me ask you this. What kind of agency would strip asylum protections from children, even those with pending asylum claims, and deport minors without due process? You don't have to answer that. It's your agency, Mr. Edlow. You are doing that to Stephen, my constituent, an 8th grader. You have abandoned the mission and allowed USCIS to become a tool in DHS's abusive enforcement apparatus, Mr. Edlow. It is shameful to see what USCIS has become. As I've said before, DHS, ICE, and CBP, they're not really rogue. Congress designed DHS to violate our rights under the pretense of securing our safety. I'm gonna say it loud and clear, and I'm proud to stand by what I say. DHS cannot be reformed. It must be dismantled and something new must take its place. Because if we let DHS persist, it will continue to be a weapon that can be pointed at anyone the government considers the public enemy. And let me tell you, fascism always requires a public enemy. But the power of the people is stronger than the weapons they would wield against us. So Mr. Lyons, Mr. Scott, Mr. Edlow, you have weaponized the government. You have supported a fascist enterprise at the expense of our constitutional rights. You have violated the law. But let me remind you, you will not always be in power. One day, you will be held accountable for your role in this dark moment in America and our nation's history. I guarantee it. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. As I said, the issues we're debating here are important, ones that members feel deeply about. While vigorous disagreement is part of the legislative process, members are reminded that we must adhere to established standards of decorum and debate. Witnesses are here today voluntarily, and I will continue to remind members that while oversight is important, aggressively attacking witnesses personally is inappropriate and not in keeping with the best traditions of our committee. And I now recognize the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Burkeen, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the witnesses. I want to start with a display over my shoulders. And this is something that is not specific only to Oklahoma. This is something that every member of this committee, if you will go to the DHS website, every constituent of every member of Congress, if you're curious of really the dark days, I want you to go to the DHS website and I want you to look at those not far from where you live, moms and dads, the arrest of illegal aliens who were preying on minors. Just because of a really intentional act by Kate Bryan on my staff to go a couple of weeks ago and look just in eastern Oklahoma, on the right side of me here, just in eastern Oklahoma, I represent almost all the entirety of eastern Oklahoma. These are just the individuals, heinous acts, to include those with children. And yet I want to read you in a wider, to my left over here, what is happening in the state of Oklahoma. This person was picked up. Angel Nix, sexual exploitation of a minor. Renton Andrew, molestation of a minor. Chan Truding, child fondling. Feliciano Garcia, enticement of a minor. Caetano Lopez, statutory rape. Erasmo Avila, rape and lewd acts with a minor. So for everyone who is in short-term memory, it's the way things operate in the court of public opinion, everyone is looking and you're forgetting the conversations you were having 2 and 3 years ago. If you had teenage kiddos wanting to go outside of your home and you knew that they were going to go to Dallas, Texas, or some city, and you knew that you had to have a conversation with them with what was happening, the 15 million you knew were in the country illegally, that you had no idea what they would be doing, who would they be preying upon. And moms and dads, don't you feel just a little bit safer if we're going to be gut level honest? That's the realization of what the generational opportunity this administration has afforded this country. It's the ability to feel safe over the madness of opening the border for that 4-year period that allowed 15 million people. You don't know where they came from. You don't know their background. You don't know their history. And this that is occurring right now is designed to make sure we have law and order in this country. If you do not have law and order, you don't have prosperity. So to all those who are second-guessing the reactionary moments, to the law enforcement who have to respond in real time, the quarterback who's questioned Monday morning because he's facing a 300-pound defensive lineman, it's easy to do that. But law enforcement walks out of their home every day and is faced with life or death questions. And we have to understand they are the ones who are affording us the opportunity for our children to feel safe against these that are in your backyard. It's not just in the north. It's not just in Minneapolis. It's not just in Minnesota. They're in every state in the country. Go to the Department of Homeland Security website and Google your area and look at who's being picked up in your backyard. That's how we recenter this conversation to truth. I want your children protected. I am grateful for this president who wants your children protected and an administration. The same playbook is happening now to create chaos and take your eye off the real goal, which is to secure our communities, to get back to a place of safety. Mr. Lyons, can you describe, because of not allowing these people to stay in jails, these sanctuary cities are letting them go, thousands released from jail because they will not cooperate with ICE. And when ICE tries to execute a detainer, ask them to hold a criminal illegal alien for potential deportation, how is this compared with other non-sanctuary city regions in the country?
Sir, it's night and day. With the jurisdictions that we do have cooperation, we're able to take that individual in a safe, secure environment. Not only is it a safe, secure environment for the officers and agents, but it's also for the individual and the community, because we only need 1 to 2 officers to make that arrest, where now we're historically 5 or 6, we need up to 15.
Minnesota and elsewhere, do you get the sense these thousand children, the UACs, unaccompanied minors, that we're trying to find them, how these protests are stopping us from being able to recover those?
Gentleman will respond in writing to that question. I now recognize the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Lyons, your written testimony today does not make one single mention of Renee Nicole Good or Alex Preddy. Not one. 2 American citizens have been murdered at the hands of your agency, and you have deliberately chosen under oath before Congress to ignore these tragedies. And so today, in my 5 minutes, I look forward to getting the American people some answers and some accountability that I believe they deserve. Mr. Lyons, I have some simple yes or no questions. Do you believe the U.S. Constitution provides due process for everyone in this country?
Yes.
Do you believe American citizens have the right to protest freely without being assaulted or killed by our government?
Yes.
Do you believe there should be an independent investigation when an innocent person is killed by a law enforcement agency in this country?
Yes.
Do you believe your agency has a legal obligation to follow court orders?
Yes.
Well, Mr. Lyons, you have a very strange way of showing it, with a federal judge finding that your agency is in violation of 96 orders in 1 month alone, and that's just Minneapolis, Minnesota. This administration and the agencies represented before us have shown a complete and utter disregard for the law and the Constitution. Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy, both American citizens, both dead at the hands of federal agents. Alex Preddy was a VA ICU nurse who dedicated his life to healing people, healing veterans. I worked as an occupational therapist for over a decade. In that video that we've all seen, it was Alex Preddy who was doing what healthcare workers do, what nurses do. They help people who are hurting, help people who are in trouble. In this case, helping a fellow peaceful protester who was shoved to the ground right before your agents shot him 10 times. And we're now learning that FBI Director Kash Patel stopped the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota from investigating the death of Ms. Good because of fear that an investigation would contradict President Trump's falsehoods that she violently, willfully, and viciously ran down an agent. 6 federal prosecutors resigned rather than participate in a cover-up. Kristi Noem, Stephen Miller, and you, Mr. Lyons, have appointed yourselves judge, jury, and executioner, allowing American citizens to be gunned down in our streets with impunity. We all know the president is a liar. He's sold snake oil his entire life, but he can't tell us and the American people that we did not see with our own eyes what we saw in that video. 2 Americans shot dead in cold blood. The American people aren't stupid like he thinks we are. The fact that our government murders American citizens, lies about it, and then refuses to investigate or seek justice is beyond abhorrent. It's un-American. Mr. Lyons, in America, we shouldn't have secret police. We shouldn't have masked government agents executing citizens in the streets. The Constitution does not give your agency the right to hide their faces while they kill Americans. Will you commit, yes or no, to immediately unmasking every agent conducting immigration enforcement and requiring them to wear standard uniforms with identifiable badges?
No.
Well, that's a sad response. Your answer is completely unacceptable. People who are proud of what they do aren't hiding their identity. We're a nation of laws, and you, your boss, Secretary Noem, and Donald Trump are not above the law. The American people are angry, and they're demanding accountability and justice from those giving the orders. Mr. Lyons, yes or no, do you believe that Secretary Noem should resign?
I'm not going to comment on that, sir.
So you're going to look the families of Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy in the eye and tell them Secretary Noem should keep her job after their loved ones were killed?
Sir, the loss of any life is unacceptable. And my heart, prayers, and thoughts go out to anyone who tragically losing his life, especially a child, since I've suffered personal loss in my life. But I'm not going to comment on an ongoing investigation.
Well, Mr. Lyons, the American people are watching. Your unwillingness to demand accountability from your own leadership speaks volumes. 2 American citizens
Gentleman's
are dead.
time is expired.
The American people deserve
Gentleman's
accountability.
time is expired. Members are reminded that we must adhere to established standards of decorum. In debate, it is a clear violation of the rules of the House to make statements that might be personally offensive to the President or the Vice President of the United States. I now recognize the gentlelady from South Carolina, Ms. Biggs, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Chairman Garbarino, and thank you to our witnesses. A big thank you for what you do each and every day to secure our border and to carry out the will of the American people. You know, this Trump administration and the CBP and ICE, they've done a stellar job of securing our border. And we can just look at the numbers. They tell the facts. Crossings are down from a high of over 300,000 a month under President Biden to around 10,000 a month under President Trump. However, the lax border policies of the Democrats have flooded our country with tens of millions of illegal immigrants. This invasion was facilitated by sanctuary cities. Most cities will hand over criminal aliens with a deportation order to ICE, but sanctuary cities refuse to do so, often releasing them back into the public around our communities, our children, and making it unsafe. Cities like Minneapolis pick and choose which laws they want to enforce, and by doing that, they place our federal law enforcement in danger, forcing ICE agents to make arrests out in public, something that could be avoided if sanctuary cities simply cooperated with the federal law. At the same time, radical leftists have stirred hysteria over routine immigration enforcement, calling immigration officers the secret police and even the Gestapo. Let me be very clear. This rhetoric has consequences. Between 2024 and 2025, we saw a more than 16,000% increase in threats of assault against immigration officers, and over 8,000% spike in death threats targeting those who enforce our laws. In Minnesota alone, there have been over 60 threats and 20 assaults to ICE officers. Just think about that if you were going to work every day and had to deal with that. Sanctuary cities, they choose criminals over citizens. My bill, the Mobilizing Against Sanctuary Cities Act, would cut off every single federal dollar to any city that helps illegals instead of law enforcement. Mr. Lyons, my question is to you. Why should taxpayers fund far-left politicians who put your agents at risk?
Ma'am, unfortunately, what we've seen over and over is just the fact that there's so much rhetoric out there against the work the men and women of ICE have done. Again, going back in my career, this is my second decade, multiple administrations, and it's never been like this. And the actual public safety impact that the men and women of ICE do every day is significant, and it should still be true for all 50 states.
Thank you. So I want to take it a little closer to home. What's happening in my district, the 3rd District of South Carolina, it should alarm every single individual. These are real crimes committed by individuals illegally in our country, right here in our communities, confirmed by the Department of Homeland Security. We heard a little bit from my colleagues earlier. So let me just give you a few of the worst. Vehicular homicide, child cruelty and indecent exposure, armed robbery, assaulting a police officer with a weapon, and making terrorist threats. And I could go on and on. We're also seeing convictions for drug trafficking, burglary, forgery, repeated illegal re-entry, and more and more. And this is what I consider chaos. And it's the direct result of open border policies that put American lives at risk. But amid all of this, we're seeing true heroes step up. Our federal immigration officers are on the front lines of securing safety and prosperity for us and for our children. They've been given a difficult task, but they are up to the job and certainly meeting the demands. We stand behind our immigration officers and their historic mission to restore the rule of law to the United States. And right here at home, our local law enforcement is rising to meet the challenge, and I'm very grateful to them. So just look at Anderson County Sheriff's Department, which you'll see in the photo behind me, which recently seized 180 pounds of cocaine. That's 180 pounds of deadly drugs that will never reach our streets, thanks to the courage and commitment. So I just want to say thank you, and I'm grateful for the job that you do.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. McIver, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. Mr. Lyons, as the senior official lead in ICE enforcement, much of today's scrutiny falls on you, and it should. We have seen repeatedly that Republicans, Trump administration, its DHS, and your agency will do absolutely anything to avoid answering for your actions. When I showed up to inspect Delaney Hall, a private prison that you contract with, ICE tried not to give us an oversight tour. Then, instead of taking accountability for ICE's attempts to keep us from seeing this facility's conditions to know if people's basic rights were being upheld, this administration is doing all they can to try to put me in prison for 17 years. When ICE shot and killed Renee Good, Kristi Noem called her a domestic terrorist. When Alex Preddy, you all tried to tell us he was threatening officers with a gun, but all we saw was a phone. This administration's clear lies fell apart, not because someone had a come to Jesus moment, but because we saw these murders from every angle. You are only here because public outrage has become so unavoidable. You are here, Mr. Lyons, because white people are getting shot in the face and chest when the cameras are rolling. Because now my Republican colleagues care about optics. But when Keith Porter Jr., a Black American citizen, a son, a father, and a man loved by many was killed by an off-duty ICE agent on New Year's Eve, there were no hearings. So this is for him today. In my district, Jean Wilson Brutus, a Haitian immigrant, a beloved family man, died within 24 hours of being in ICE custody. He is just one of more than 30 people who have died in ICE custody last year. This is for all of them. Every human being your rogue, out-of-control agency has hurt, hunted down, imprisoned, killed, and continue to hold hostage even after they have agreed to be deported. We know this administration doesn't care about protecting people or sparing lives. We all see so plainly what you are doing, what you have been doing to Black and brown folks, immigrants, people silenced in the shadows, now in broad daylight to people peacefully rejecting your cruel agenda in the streets, which is their right to do. This is the despicable but predictable result of an agency that laughs at oversight, receives billions to deploy lethal force on our neighborhoods, and seems to believe that they are above the law and should be without accountability. This administration believes it can act first, explain later, or hell, never explain at all, as we see here today. You all seem to think you are the highest power who decides which people deserve dignity, protection, due process, but you are wrong. We are here for answers. We are here for accountability, and we are here because people are dying. Let me repeat that. People are dying, and you don't seem to care. So, Mr. Lyons, I've heard my colleagues ask many questions over and over again, and you cannot answer them. So let me ask you some questions that you may be able to answer. Mr. Lyons, do you consider yourself a religious man?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yes. Okay, well, how do you think Judgment Day will work for you with so much blood on your hands?
I'm not going to entertain that question.
Oh,
ma'am.
okay, of course not. Do you think you're going to hell, Mr. Lyons?
I'm not going to entertain.
Of course not. How many
The
government
gentlelady will
agencies-
suspend. The
How many-
gentlelady will suspend.
Chairman?
A gentlelady will suspend. As I said, the issues we're debating here are important to ones that members feel deeply about.
Thank you,
While
Chairman.
vigorous disagreement is part of the legislative process, members are reminded that we must adhere to established standards of decorum and debate. The witnesses are here voluntarily, and I will continue to remind members that while oversight is important, aggressively attacking those witnesses personally is inappropriate and not in keeping with the traditions of our committee.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just asking a question. You guys are always talking about religion here in the Bible. I mean, it's okay for me to ask a question, right? But let me continue on. I got your note.
All right, the gentlelady may resume.
Thank you so much. Let me get back to my question, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I appreciate you. How many government agencies, Mr. Lyons, are you aware of that routinely kill American citizens and still get funding?
Ma'am, I'm not going to entertain that. I'd
Of
much rather
course you're
talk about
not.
the criminal aliens in your
Exactly.
district than
Exactly.
talk
Once
about
again,
that.
questions that you cannot answer. And that is exactly why, Mr. Chairman, and to this committee, to my colleagues, and to my colleagues across the aisle, this is exactly why we should not be funding this agency. The people are watching you. They are watching you. And this is why we need to abolish ICE. With that, I yield back. Thank you kindly.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Evans, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member, for this important hearing. This past year has been historic for national security thanks to the joint work between the agencies present today and our Republican colleagues. The Big Beautiful Bill unlocked billions of dollars to finally secure the border and deliver much-needed support for law enforcement officials who keep us safe every day, slashing things like the scourge of overdose deaths that claimed approximately 400,000 lives under the previous administration, and this is despite increasing violence against federal officers, which has been inspired by fear-mongering from the Democrats. As a soldier for 12 years, as a cop for 10 years, and as the only Latino in Colorado's delegation, it's been my long-standing position that with a secure border, we must use all available resources to target the worst of the worst, violent offenders like murderers and rapists, and so-called nonviolent like drug dealers and thieves and child porn producers. Get the gangsters, not the grandmas. Director Lyons, is ICE's priority the apprehension and removal of criminal non-citizens rather than the broader population of illegally present individuals?
Yes, sir. ICE's continued focus is on the criminal aliens that are in our neighborhoods.
Thank you. Unfortunately, Democrats in my state in Colorado champion soft on crime sanctuary policies at the state level and in cities like Denver, which borders my district. These policies not only impede federal investigations that target cartels, gangbangers, entities like Tren de Aragua, MS-13, the Sinaloa cartel, but they also endanger our communities by releasing dangerous criminals back into the streets who continue to traffic drugs, steal cars, intimidate families, and recruit children. In fact, fentanyl overdose rates in Denver are going up in 2025. It's common sense that when local or state police arrest an individual for a crime, those officers should be able to obtain basic information about the arrestee, and those state and local officers should then be allowed to share information with federal law enforcement to communicate threats, honor detainer requests, and work together to ensure national security and public safety. So, Director Lyons, can you please explain how ICE works around sanctuary policies to go after the worst of the worst? And do these sanctuary policies that release criminals back into the community increase or decrease ICE's presence in the community and the temperature of the interactions that ICE has with the community?
Sir, when we deal with sanctuary jurisdictions, we do have to have more law enforcement officers in the street. Like I said earlier in my testimony, we'd much rather have the chance to take a aggravated felon, repeat DUI offender into custody at a prison, local jail, or some type of lockup environment where it's safer for my officers and for not only the individual, but that community as well. And then given the opportunity to take that person into custody before that person can reoffend. Unfortunately, as a field office director, when I ran the Boston field office, we saw too many times that we placed a detainer on a sexual assault individual who just went out later after the detainer was dropped to rape again. And that is why we need cooperation at all levels, especially the local and state.
Thank you. Director Lyons, my district, 40% Hispanic. It's full of successful business owners and strong immigrant families. Unfortunately, my colleagues across the aisle are fanning the flames of fear for their own political gain in my Hispanic communities, scaring people over events that haven't happened in my district. So I'd like for you for just a brief moment to speak directly to my constituents who are legally present in the U.S., not criminals, but who are fearful of being searched or detained via immigration efforts. Should they fear ICE? And what policies does ICE have to prevent the seizure of people with legal status?
Sir, ICE officers and special agents are trained in the Immigration and Nationality Act. So anyone that is here legally or lawfully or a U.S. citizen should not be concerned about being deported or detained. Unfortunately, many times there are individuals that are with criminal illegal aliens. And sir, as you being a former law enforcement officer, you know, you arrive on a scene, you ID everyone in that case. If we're looking for an individual and someone is here present in the country legally, then we're going to take action. We're not going to turn a blind eye no more. But someone that's in the country lawfully should not feel scared to walk down the street, drive.
Thank you. Sorry, I got 23 seconds left. Have one thing that I want to ask. As a cop, if I had an arrest warrant, there's a difference between arrest warrants and search warrants. If I had an arrest warrant for an individual and I thought they were in the house, or if I was assisting social services with a child removal, I still had to have an arrest warrant to go in the house. So I have many questions about the memo saying that you don't need a warrant to go into the house. Will you commit with me at a later date to discuss this?
100%, sir. I would look forward to sitting down and discussing that.
Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Johnson, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to, Mr. Lyons, I wanted to just follow up on a statement that you just made, which is that if you're here legally and lawfully, you should not worry. I think the problem is there are many, many immigrants that are here legally and lawfully that are very worried because they have been snatched off the streets. They have had their face beat in by ICE agents. They've been yanked out of their car. They've been driven around and harassed. And so that is, I think, at the end of the day, the key nut of the crux here, which is that, unfortunately, there is not just this focus on criminals and that people who are here in legal status. And for example, I have an example of this that I'd like to highlight for you. Back in October, Maher Tarabishi, a North Texas resident who was allowed to be in this country legally and was under a supervision order to check in on an annual basis since 2008, and did that because he had an adult disabled son. And so he was here working as an IT consultant and was here in the legal process to take care of his adult legal son. He went to check into his appointment. It so happened to be at the time that the Dallas ICE office was closed due to the shooting. And so he was not able to check in. When he went back to check in, he was immediately snatched up and detained because he missed his appointment. That was unavoidable because the office was closed. He told everyone here was he in legal status. He had been here since 2008. And he had an adult disabled son that would likely pass away if he was not released. He was not released. His son died. And then to complicate it, he was not allowed to go and attend the funeral. And he's still in detention in the Bluebonnet facility in Texas. He is not a criminal. He has no criminal history. He was here legally. That is an unacceptable outcome. And I would like to know if you are willing to review his case and help us get his release, because he should not be in the Bluebonnet detention facility under these facts.
Yes, ma'am. I'm committed to reviewing that case for you.
I appreciate that. The other issue that I am really very concerned about is these warrantless entries into people's homes. It is a problem that is of epic proportion. There was just recently, yesterday, circulation, a Latino family, ICE just broke into their home without a warrant. And there was an example where they arrested a man in his pajamas who had every right to be here as a U.S. citizen, but wrongfully snatched out in the freezing cold without a warrant to do so. The problem that we're having, nobody wants to see attacks on ICE agents, sir. But this is something I have brought up in this committee time and time again, which is, unfortunately, under your leadership and under Secretary Noem's leadership, this rogue brutality that ICE agents are inflicting upon the people of this country is not being reined in. It's not being, the agents who are abusing their power are not being held accountable. I'm sure that there are many, many fine agents who are doing everything they can to exercise their duty lawfully. But the problem is there are agents who are not. And the power that they have has gone to their head, and they use that power unconstitutionally in violation of many people's direct constitutional rights. And what you're seeing in this country is the fact that your agency, it's not stopping. And rather than saying, yes, we're going to take steps to keep these people who are abusing their power and who are terrorizing citizens of this country wrongfully, that we're going to hold them accountable, rather than well, that's what we want to see. You're doubling down on that we're only going after criminals, which is in your own comments. You said that you had 397, I think that's right, 379,000 arrests, but only 8,700 of them were suspected gang members or known suspected terrorists. That's 2%. And the problem is we can't terrorize 98% of the people in this country that have been wrongfully detained for 2%. That's not how the system works, and that is not okay. And so we have to do a better job. And so what procedures are you putting in place to hold agents accountable who clearly have a hot trigger and who clearly abuse their authority because someone has a phone and a whistle?
Ma'am, ICE does have the Office of Professional Responsibility. It's a robust internal investigation agency that does investigate allegations of special agent or deportation officer misconduct, and we do take everyone seriously, and we do investigate those.
Well, those are not being publicly reported, and so that's where there's a huge breach of the public trust, because there does not appear to be any accountability, sir. Thank you, and I'll yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. McKenzie, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate all of our testifiers being here today. Before I begin, I would like to thank all of our members of law enforcement across the country who work every day to keep our communities safe, and also to their families that sacrifice. We know that it's a challenging job, and the environment is made particularly challenging by those who want to oppose our law enforcement from carrying out their lawful duties to keep everybody in our country and our communities safe. As was discussed earlier, there are a couple areas though where I think it's appropriate to discuss potential reforms and the way that we can improve our government operations. DHS guidance indicates that ICE does not arrest or detain U.S. citizens. On the other hand, social media is full of reports and accusations that this is occurring. As you know, any accusation that an American citizen's rights are violated is very serious. Can you clarify, Mr. Lyons, whether this is something that it occurs, and what are the circumstances where a U.S. citizen might be detained, and what steps does ICE take to prevent mistakes?
Yes, sir. I appreciate the question. Well, unfortunately, there's a misnomer that ICE is just a civil enforcement agency, and that's completely wrong. ICE enforces over 400 criminal statutes as well. Special agents, especially with the Homeland Security investigations, They're consistently out there doing human trafficking cases, drug cases, terrorism cases. And we do encounter U.S. citizens, and those who do commit federal crimes are arrested. But under Title VIII, no U.S. citizen is subject to civil immigration enforcement, and that just doesn't happen. There are multiple safeguards in that way, and if a U.S. citizen is detained in the course of an immigration investigation, they're quickly released. We don't take action on American citizens.
If it does occur where a U.S. citizen is detained during the course of another investigation, how is that documented and conveyed to the public about the fact that this did occur and what the circumstances around that were?
So, sir, if you say it's a separate investigation, if it comes to a criminal case, obviously a lot of those are under seal or ongoing investigations. We won't expose that. But we're transparent in the case when it comes to any U.S. citizens that's detained in any law enforcement operations that's subsequently arrested.
I appreciate that. I think greater transparency could be beneficial for both the American public and everybody involved here if we clearly articulate what occurred in many of these instances. I've seen it myself when I'm looking into local issues in our community. There are oftentimes two sides to the story, and when it is actually conveyed what did occur and why it occurred, there's a greater understanding in our local community of the law enforcement activities that occurred. The second thing I would like to hit on is jurisdictions, which are sometimes referred to sanctuary cities. Not a clear definition, as we all know, but local authorities in our community. We have Northampton County, which does not honor ICE detainer requests for 48 hours and properly convey to ICE and law enforcement about the release of that individual, when that may occur, or even during that detainer period, allow ICE to come onto their property to make an arrest in a secure facility. Obviously, that leaves our community in a vulnerable position. In our case, members of Tren de Aragua, domestic abusers, have been released onto the street, and ICE had to stake out that location, making the arrests in an unsecure way out in the local community. From your perspective, how does this dynamic affect public safety and day-to-day operations, and where or how can we change and improve the coordination between ICE and state and local partners?
Thank you, sir, again. And what I would say is just very basic communication would go a long way for public safety. You know, ICE respects and abides by state and municipality laws as well, where sometimes you can't hold for any reasons. But a simple phone call to let us know that that individual is going to be released, or if that individual is released, sharing that biographical data with us will go a long way. Because the last thing we want is a criminal illegal alien to go back into the community, and more often than not, they prey upon other migrants who are coming here for a better life, yet that they can hide in plain sight because these sanctuary jurisdictions won't just pick up a phone, notify ICE that they're being re-released.
Well, I appreciate that. I think we want full cooperation between our local law enforcement and federal agents when they are trying to do their job. If somebody is on a detainer, they should be allowed onto that property, given the ability within that detainer window to make a lawful arrest. I think it would go a long way to keeping our community safe. I would like to thank all of you again for being here. The fact that you are here and present for this kind of testimony, I think, brings greater accountability and increases the ability for us to make reforms in Congress. Thank you again.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Poe, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to our ranking member, Thompson. Gentlemen, thank you so very much for being here. Let me just be clear. Secretary Noem must step down or be impeached by the House, period. The lawlessness, the cruelty, the outright viciousness that she has created has destroyed an agency whose very mission is to protect our country. Under Noem's leadership, congressional oversight is ignored, detention visits are blocked, due process is ignored, and laws are broken without thought. This is the first time any of you have testified before our committee. It took 2 American citizens being murdered in cold blood to get you to show up. ICE raids schools, churches, and hospitals. And let's not forget 5-year-old Liam Ramos. You used him as a bait and then detained him despite his father legally seeking asylum. Liam is the face of your cruelty. My district is one of the most ethnically diverse in America. Our diversity is our strength, but somehow you all seem to believe it's a weakness. Last fall, the Supreme Court greenlit ICE's ability to yank people off the street based on one thing, such as, quote, the type of work one does, speaking Spanish or speaking with an accent, and their apparent race or ethnicity. Mr. Lyons, I speak Spanish. If I wasn't wearing my member pin, would me being a Latina or speaking Spanish be enough for ICE agents to harass me or shove me into one of your unmarked cars?
No, ma'am.
I speak for all of us when I say that I think we know the real answer to this. These are the realities traumatizing my constituents. We know that ICE is transferring New Jersey detainees to other states like Texas, ripping them from their families and leaving them unable to challenge their detention. Mr. ICE, yes or no? I'm sorry, Mr. Lyons. Yes or no?
Ma'am, I'm sorry.
Will you provide us with a list of people ICE has transferred from New Jersey to other states so that I can inform their families where they are?
Yes, ma'am.
These are people like my constituent, Lee Cordilla, whose ICE shipped to Texas and continues to detain despite two judicial orders compelling her release. Over the weekend, Lee Cow was hospitalized for 72 hours while her family had no idea where she was at, nor the status of her condition. Mr. Lyons, would you be willing to look into this to make sure to release my constituent? Why have we failed? Why have you failed to inform her family where she was sent and the status of her condition? When will she be freed?
Yes, ma'am, you have my commitment that I'll look into that.
Thank you. Now soon, Mr. Lyons and all of you, my district will host the World Cup matches and hundreds of thousands of visitors will come. Visitors' confidence is plummeting and jeopardizing the World Cup. Mr. Lyon, will you commit to ensure that pausing its operations and raise at FIFA matches and other FIFA-sanctioned public events?
Ma'am, ICE, specifically Homeland Security Investigations, is a key part of the overall security apparatus for the World Cup. We're dedicated to securing that operation, and we're dedicated to the security of all our participants as well as visitors.
You realize that if they feel that they're going to be wrongfully incarcerated or wrongfully pulled out, that's going to hurt this entire process. I hope you realize that.
Yes, ma'am, and ICE is dedicated to ensuring that everyone that visits the facilities will have a safe and secure event.
Without these assurances, our local communities and national reputations will indeed be suffered. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Knott, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Using the trope, diversity is our strength as an excuse for lawlessness is unbelievably naive and dangerous. Nobody in this room would say that diversity is a bad thing. Lawlessness is a bad thing. Law and order is much more of our strength than open bordered policies that welcomes anybody with no vetting. And when you get down to the nuts and bolts of this issue, we would not be having this hearing if the Democrats attacked illegal immigration with the same vigor that they're attacking law enforcement and the men at this table. That's a fact. And it's worth noting that the dishonesty in framing these issues has been unbelievably obvious. It's been consistent. And just as an anecdote, Mr. Lyons, was Liam used as bait by your agency?
No, sir. Actually, law enforcement officers took care of the child after the father abandoned him at a...
Walk us through what that means.
So, sir, the individual that was driving that vehicle with Liam was in fled from the scene from the officers. Officers He was obviously upset. We comforted him. The officers actually placed him in one of our vehicles, played his favorite song, favorite music. Then they took him to McDonald's.
You all got him McDonald's. So you all did not abduct him. You did not use him as bait. Any characterization of that is a lie. And it has been repeated over and over by the Democrats to frame your agency. You know, it's worth noting again that the Democrats fought to prevent any vetting of 20 million illegal immigrants into this country over the last 4 years. They attack agents rather than those who are assaulting agents today. They continually misframe what's happening in the ground. They continually malign the law enforcement officers who are providing legal structure to otherwise lawless landscapes in this country. And it's worth noting that there have been roughly 2 million people in the country who have been removed in the last year, some voluntarily, and then some by forced deportations. We've heard roughly about 25 cases of alleged abuse. Some of them, as I just pointed out, are dishonestly framed. But let's do a favor to the Democratic side. Let's increase that number by 1,000 times. 25,000 cases of alleged abuse or improper protocols. We are still operating at roughly 99% proficiency. Given the scale of the problem, the scale of the solution that you all are operating under, your agents are doing a remarkable job, and I thank you. But one issue that I want to talk about is this idea of sanctuary policies. Sanctuary policies is not just a passive relinquishing effort. It's an active obstruction. Isn't that true, Mr. Lyons?
Yes, sir.
And what I mean by that is, when I say it's an active, to be specific, there are sanctuary states and cities that will release violent criminals rather than handing them over to pursuing federal law enforcement. Isn't that correct?
That is correct, sir.
I left the hearing a few moments ago just to find a quick example. Here's one right behind me. Just 30 hours ago, an illegal alien arrested for stabbing an American in the back. He was charged with attempted murder. He pled to a lesser offense. The feds wanted him, sought a detainer, and then rather than hold him for your agent's pickup, he was released back into the streets of Maryland. That is not an unusual action from local hostile law enforcement, is it, Mr. Lyons?
No, sir, that's what we face every day.
So we've heard the Democrats complain that we're not getting the worst of the worst, but their sanctuary jurisdictions that control roughly 40% of this country's population will actively release sex predators, drug dealers, violent offenders, rather than hand them over to you for deportation. And these are people who are already in custody. Am I correct, Mr. Lyons?
Yes, sir. The individuals were already deemed a public safety threat by local or state law enforcement.
And then when they get a federal detainer, they will release them on the street rather than turn them over for deportation.
Yes, sir.
It's disgusting. Mr. Scott, I want to talk to you briefly. I'm running out of time. How many cities does your agency operate in?
We operate nationwide.
Why is it that there is so much tension in Minneapolis, St. Paul right now?
Because paid agitators are actively trying to stop law enforcement action. Without that, you wouldn't even have any idea most of these arrests were taking place.
In many parts of the country, local law enforcement assists your efforts to bring legal structure to these lawless areas. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And when order is maintained, you can do your job peacefully, correct?
Correct. And all we've ever asked is for law enforcement to do their job, not necessarily.
In Minneapolis, St. Paul, local law enforcement in some cases have been prohibited from maintaining order so you can do your job. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Gentleman's time is
I yield back.
expired.
Thank you.
I now recognize a gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Walkinshaw, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Lyons, your opening statement referenced the importance of protecting children, and I'm glad to hear your commitment to that. I want to focus on one of President Trump's mass deportation policies that the experts say harms children: child detention. In this administration, under your watch, ICE has booked nearly 4,000 children, and 1,000 of them have been held longer than the court-ordered 20-day limit. Recently, ProPublica obtained handwritten letters and drawings from children detained by ICE. These are letters from children describing what it feels like and what it does to them when the government locks them up. This is Ariana. She's 14 years old, detained for 45 days. Since I got to this center, all I feel is sadness and mostly depression. This is Mia, 7 years old. I don't want to be in this place. I want to go to my school. This is Scarlett, 17 years old. I feel very bored and overwhelmed because I am locked up. This is Gabby, 14 years old. I feel so much sadness and depression of not being able to leave. This is Maria, 9 years old. Me and Dilly am not happy. Please get me out of here. This is a 12-year-old going to the doctor, and the only thing they tell me is drink more water. The water here is what makes people sick. And this one got me, Mr. Lyons, because this is a 5-year-old, Luis Annie. My son's 5. He can't write many words, but he can communicate through drawings like this. This is a picture of Luis Annie's family. And you might be able to see that none of the faces are smiling. Child detention is not required by law. You know that. It's not the only option available, and it's not effective. We know that community-based alternatives can ensure compliance with proceedings without traumatizing these children. Yet, you continue to detain and hold children for weeks or months, depriving them of school, stability, leaving them afraid, sick, and confused. And one of the key reasons for your mass detention, including the detention of Liam and his father, is to pressure people to give up their legal opportunities and pathways to remaining in the United States. Liam's father was following the rules, following the legal process with a valid claim. Let me be clear. No child, not Liam Ramos, not Gabby, or any of these children should be used as pawns in Stephen Miller's sick and twisted Great Replacement agenda. Mr. Lyons, in 2025, the British Journal of Psychiatry analyzed all of the data on the impact of immigration detention on children's health. Have you read that study and analysis?
No, sir, I haven't.
You're the director of you are not familiar with that literature.
No, sir.
You could tell me, I'm sure, chapter and verse on the tactics and the equipment that your agents use, military-style equipment across the country in American cities, but you don't know anything about the literature of the impacts of your policies on children. You haven't read it.
No, sir.
The Flores Agreement, I'm sure you know that, sets a 20-day limit on detaining children. You and the Trump administration are trying to terminate that agreement. How long would you like to hold children? 20 days, 40 days, 60 days, 100 days? What's the right number, Mr. Lyons?
So we wouldn't like to hold any children. We would like to remove that family unit together safely and humanely and as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Since you haven't read the literature, let me tell you what it says. Detention harms children. No period. No period. Not 20, 40, 75 days that you're holding children can be deemed safe. All detention of children has adverse impacts and is profoundly detrimental. Your policies are profoundly detrimental to children. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Fong, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for those who are here testifying. I want to thank you to you and your teams and your personnel for what you do. Commissioner Scott, you mentioned in your testimony, national security cannot exist without effective border security. Couldn't agree more. Everyone on your teams are doing tremendous work under difficult conditions, and I want to thank you all. I do want to ask and dive in a little deeper as a Californian on the dangers and the consequences of these sanctuary policies. Director Lyons, I was in the state legislature in 2017 when sanctuary state policies were put in in California. I opposed SB 54 because at the time, and everything has proven to be true, it was outlined that the impact on ICE and Border Patrol agents was that there would be reduced information and access. Agents would be conducting higher risk enforcement operations, and that there would be operational constraints when it comes to limiting cooperation between state and local law enforcement. I wanted to get your perspective, Director Lyons, and I'll go to you, Commissioner Scott, as well. Can you give specifics on how these sanctuary state policies impact your operations in real time compared to non-sanctuary operations?
Well, sir, for ICE, what I would I'll refer back to what we talked about earlier in my testimony, the fact that when state or local or county agencies don't cooperate with Immigration and Customs Enforcement, it forces us to go back out to the community, which we don't want to do. It also increases the number of assets we have to put towards that arrest. Like I said earlier, I would much rather send 1 or 2 agents or officers to make that arrest in a safe, secure location rather than being out in the street. It's safer for everyone involved.
And before I go to you, Commissioner Scott, and answer, I just want to let everyone know, in California, and I think it was just reported a couple of days ago, there were currently 33,179 illegal aliens in the custody of California jurisdictions with active detainers. The crimes of these aliens include 399 homicides, 3,313 assaults, 3,171 burglaries, 1,011 robberies, 8,380 dangerous drug offenses, 1,984 weapon offenses, and 1,293 sexual predatory offenses. These are the real-world consequences, isn't that right, Commissioner Scott? When we don't have cooperation, they're released into the community?
Those are exactly the consequences. And I would just add, California specific, they went above and beyond everybody else. I mean, in a negative way. They prohibited state and locals when they saw a crime taking place in front of them from sharing that information with us. San Diego, for example, right after that law was passed, a Highway Patrol pulled over a U-Haul van, and it was a smuggling event, probably a human trafficking event. A Border Patrol agent just happened to roll up on it and found out, luckily, but that Highway Patrol was disciplined and actually investigated internally, and that sent a chilling effect across the entire state of California, that not only can you not actively help us, you couldn't even pass information to us in a normal course of duties. Border security law enforcement's a team sport. We need to be working together, not against each other.
Now, can you explain what would have happened, and I think you alluded to it, but what would have happened prior to that if there was local and state coordination with federal law enforcement?
On a daily basis, especially along the southwest border, and let's not forget, and the coast, because we have boats coming in, when a state or local agency would see illegal activity that they could take action on, and then they saw a federal crime, they would contact us. It happened all the time, and that completely ceased to exist when SB 54 was passed.
And these crimes, of course, as you mentioned before, if you go into specifics, I mean, this is trafficking, both humans and drugs. This is rape, assaults. I mean, anything. You're telling me that if any of those crimes occurred, if right now in California, if someone witnessed it, if a state law enforcement or local law enforcement witnessed these crimes being committed, they could not notify you.
They have some felony exceptions, but in most cases, you don't know until you start asking questions if it's just a smuggling event or a human trafficking event. Until you actually pop the trunk of the vehicle or the back of the car, you don't know what commodity is back there, if it's people or something else. It put a chilling effect beyond the actual written language on any kind of cooperation in the state.
Well, I want to thank you for that. Yes, there were some exceptions when it comes to felonies, but someone who lives in California and was there for the discussion and debate, everything we warned about when it came to sanctuary state policies and the consequences to our community and the consequences to public safety, they have come true. And that is sad and unfortunate, and we need to undo those policies. So I want to thank you all for your leadership and testimony and your work. Thank you, and Mr. Chairman, now you back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes of questions.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And to our witnesses, thank you for being here. What we've heard today and seen play out in the streets of this nation for the past year, straight out of the Trump administration's fascist playbook. Cheat, murder, lie about it, practice the art of mass distraction. The American people are not happy about this. This administration's officials are sitting before us. 2 people are dead. I understand that there's an investigation and you cannot go into the details about that. But there certainly appears to be no shame on the part of these officials who've undoubtedly watched some of your officers conduct themselves in ways that I know you don't condone. Not as law-abiding people, right? So I got to give you the benefit of the doubt. And I can't understand why you show no shame, no contrition, no remorse for the human lives that have been lost, or for the trampling of the Constitution and the tearing apart of the moral fiber of our nation. They think, apparently, you think, apparently, you've been coached, apparently, you've been called out of the room with a forced break to be told to be more aggressive, to push back against questions. The American people saw that happen. The American people watched as you all looked at each other. Oh, I didn't ask for a break. And clearly you were called in the back to be coached. A halftime locker room pep talk. This isn't a game. These are people's lives. We should all be, you should be, your officers should be held accountable that no one is above the law. No one can evade the Constitution. No person can evade what is right, even though you think that Donald Trump will protect you, and maybe he will for now. But there will be a time that you have to answer these questions. And while you have worked on many administrations, and it's been asked, you worked on different administrations, what's different? I'll tell you what's different. The approach of how you conduct it, your search and seizure. The reason there were so many others and there were not riots was because people were not being trampled. You had trained officers who knew the art of de-escalation. They understood the rule of law. They understood the Constitution. Yet now we continue to hear lies. Last year, I took members of Congress on an oversight visit to ICE facility. We were told certain things that turned out to be patent lies. They told us things that we witnessed within moments of being there to not be true, yet we continue to hear you and some of my colleagues suggest, don't believe your eyes, don't believe your ears, just trust us. Well, the American people can see. And this notion that Democrats don't want enforcement, those are talking points that are wrong. We want rapists and murderers off the street. We want the bad, the worst of the worst, to be arrested and to be deported if they aren't supposed to be here. What we don't want is citizens running down the street being chased by ICE agents, people being shot on the streets by rogue officers who are in fact American citizens. What we don't want is to see people like Ms. Good or Mr. Preti simply doing what we often say, if you see something, say something. We don't want to see people dying on the streets. So let me ask you a quick question. Mr. Lyons, has ICE ever detained an American citizen such as they are not free to leave, whether it is on the sidewalk, the street, or thrown into the back of an ICE vehicle because they looked or sounded a certain way, even though they said they were American citizens? Yes or no, quickly, I only get 38 seconds.
No, sir.
That's never happened before.
That we've arrested one? No, sir. We've detained individuals to verify identity, but we haven't arrested or deported. No, sir.
Detain, arrest, check it out. It's
Yes, sir.
the same thing, right? All right. What does an undocumented person look like or sound like? Does it look like Mr. Garbarino? Does it look like me?
Could look like anyone, sir.
Okay, well, how are you training your people? Because you've said and others have said, if they sound a certain way, they look a certain way, we're going to stop them. That was quoted by your people. What do you say to that?
So what I say is that ICE does criminal targeted enforcement based on intelligence, and we don't use the color of skin or accents for that.
So the person who said that was wrong? Yes?
We'll let the
person that was
gentleman,
wrong?
get that answer in writing. His time has expired. We will now recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Van Epps, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this hearing and to our witnesses for testifying today. I want to commend the job the Trump administration and you gentlemen are doing to secure the border, enforce federal immigration laws, and keep dangerous criminals off our streets. Under President Biden, we saw unprecedented levels of illegal immigration, and many of those who came across the border were connected to transnational criminal organizations and have continued to commit crimes while in the United States. Despite doing everything they could to secure our borders, our brave CBP officers and Border Patrol agents were undermined at every turn by the Biden-Harris administration. Yet under President Trump, CBP, Border Patrol, and ICE have been empowered to do their job and fulfill their mission. As a representative from Tennessee, I can't help but compare operations in Minneapolis to those in Memphis. Federal law enforcement operations in Memphis have been successful by every standard and metric, with Memphis State Task Force arresting over 6,000 people. And while immigration enforcement isn't a stated goal of this task force, there is no question that it is also taking place. The successful operations are due in large part to the outstanding leadership of Governor Lee, who has worked closely with federal partners. Over the last year, the Trump administration has arrested numerous gang members, pedophiles, and drug traffickers in Memphis, with little fanfare or interference from activists. As a result of this cooperation, murders in Memphis are down by 47% since President Trump took office, and overall violent crime is down by 30%. In May of last year, ICE enforcement and removal operations worked with Tennessee Highway Patrol and DHS components to successfully arrest 196 criminal illegal aliens across the greater Nashville area. I am grateful for the role the members of the Tennessee Highway Patrol played in that operation, and their cooperation has made my district significantly safer. Since then, over 56 partnering agencies are working together alongside ICE to keep Tennesseans safe. ICE has carefully highlighted the worst of the worst criminal aliens it has arrested. Today, I will be entering into the record nearly 120 illegal aliens that have been arrested in Nashville, with rap sheets ranging from identity theft to drug smuggling, larceny to arson, and robbery to rape. Federal agents are executing their mission to defend American citizens and protect our communities. The major challenge we've seen in Minneapolis and similar cities are directly caused by sanctuary city policies and the refusal of local leaders to enforce the law, preventing local law enforcement from working with ICE. This leaves ICE and others unsupported, having to manage protesters and domestic friction in addition to their actual mission of enforcing immigration law. Local law enforcement is crucial to facilitate the mission. Director Lyons, contrast ICE's experience in Minneapolis with other cities around the country, including Memphis and others, that have agreements to work with ICE. What can successful partnerships with local law enforcement and other partners look like?
Sir, thank you. I would say that Memphis is a prime example, and I have to give credit to the U.S. Marshal Service that's leading that operation. Homeland Security investigation agents are out there every day with the men and women of Tennessee Highway Patrol, Memphis Police Department, and the reduction in crime has been significant. But if you look across the country, almost in every state, we do have cooperative jurisdictions. If you look at Texas, we have outstanding cooperation. You don't see any riots or anything like that. You see side-by-side law enforcement working together as it would be. If you look at the state of Florida, state of Oklahoma, state of Louisiana, all across the nation, we do have that. And what it is public safety.
Thank you. Next, I want to commend the Trump administration for locking down our southern border. A year ago, it was a highway for illegal aliens and illicit materials. Today, it is secure and closed. Commissioner Scott, as Congress and the Trump administration enabled DHS to secure the southern border, how are cartels and other criminal organizations adapting to effective border enforcement?
They're going to continue to push back. I think some of it is in these protests, because if we can shut down interior enforcement, that allows them to basically market their goods, if you will, to smuggle people in. And they need those people to be distractions, because without it, they have to start digging million-dollar tunnels. Without it, they have to spend a bunch of money on drones, which we're countering. But without it, they have to go out into the ocean where they stick out like a sore thumb, and we're increasing our radars on the West Coast and increasing our air coverage. Basically, it affects their bottom line, and it makes it harder and harder for them to bring their poison and anybody that wants to threaten this country that's willing to pay them here.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I move to submit for the record a list of DHS worst of the worst in Tennessee, 3 quotes from Tennessee's 7 sheriffs supporting ICE, and 5 news articles germane to the hearing in Tennessee. Mr. I yield back.
Without objection. Gentleman yields back. And I recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me now? Is it?
The microphone right there.
Well, will you give me a moment to get a bit closer, please? Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I say it sincerely. I believe this is a most valuable hearing, and I'm honored that the ranking member would be here with us to accommodate us, as is the case with you. Mr. Lyons, is it true that you have a criminal justice degree, a bachelor's degree in criminal justice?
Yes, sir, it is.
Is it also true that you have a master's degree in criminal justice leadership?
Yes, I do.
And would you, as a professional with 2 degrees in criminal justice, indicate to us that if an officer commits murder, that officer should be prosecuted?
Sir, any law enforcement misconduct needs to be investigated and prosecuted.
Investigated and prosecuted. And have you seen the widely published video of the killing of Mr. Alex Preddy?
Yes, sir.
And sir, my assumption is that if I ask you whether this was an injustice, you would say you cannot comment because of an ongoing investigation. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And what is the rationale for not responding to an ongoing investigation?
Sir, I don't want to impede or prejudice the investigation.
No, not this one. Any, in your profession now, but any investigation. What's the rationale? Not this one, any.
Same for any investigation, sir. I don't want to.
You would not want to
I don't want to
tell us-
bias or put my finger on the scale of any investigation.
You not. What's the rationale for your not testifying about it is my question.
I don't understand your question, sir.
What does the law say? What is the rationale? What harm would it do if you testified?
Because I don't want to have the full facts of the case yet, sir.
Exactly, that's what I expected you to say. You don't have the full facts. Thank you. And I assume you would agree with this, Mr. Scott, is this true?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Edlow, you would agree?
I assume so. I'm not a professional in law enforcement.
Well,
I'm
but
an
you're a
attorney.
professional person with a degree of intellect such that you can comment on whether or not.
Well, I
it would
certainly
cause
would
harm.
not comment on anything.
Not a specific case. We're talking about now any case. Would you agree that it would cause harm for you to testify before there's an investigation?
Certainly without having all the facts.
All right, surely you would agree. Which brings us to Secretary Noem. Secretary Noem accused Mr. Preddy of brandishing a firearm while wishing to inflict harm on the officers. Secretary Noem. Same rules that apply to you apply to Secretary Noem. Accused this gentleman, Mr. Preddy, of brandishing a firearm. Secretary Noem doing this when she did without an investigation. We have to agree that there's not been an investigation. I don't think I have to ask you that. Not a complete investigation that we know of anyway. She did it right afterwards. Having done this, she is violating this very basic principle that you have called to our attention today. And we have to ask ourselves, why would she go so far as to say brandishing when he did not? The video will clearly show it. And she said wishing to inflict harm. Did not inflict any harm. But the secretary, without an investigation, made these comments. I'll tell you why. The secretary was in a rush to cover up, to make sure that she was protecting the officers without regard for the life that was lost. And in doing this, she was violating not only this basic moral concept, she was breaking the law. The secretary should be investigated right along with those officers who were out there engaged in this ungodly conduct. She should be investigated And in my opinion, based upon my observation, secretary should not only be investigated, the secretary should be prosecuted right along with those officers. This man did not brandish. This man was not armed. This man did not attempt to hurt those officers. They should all be prosecuted. And you persons associated with the Trump
Gentleman's time
administration say
has
lock her
expired.
up. I say lock her up.
Gentleman's time has expired. I now recognize the ranking member for UCs.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to insert two statements for the record. One submitted by the Refugee Council USA and the other from the Baptist Joint Committee on Religious Liberty.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, on behalf of Ms. Ramirez, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record three articles. One, a Chicago Sun-Times article describing how U.S. Border Patrol has separated a family. Number two, an ABC 7 Chicago article that describes how ISIS warrantless arrest in Chicago has been ruled unlawful by a federal judge. And third, a ProPublica article documenting how immigration agents are using banned chokeholds and other moves that can cut off breathing.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record the following articles. A CBS News article that states that contrary to the administration's claim, only 14% of those arrested by ICE had violent criminal records. An NPR story about a DHS memo that says ICE can enter people's home without a judicial warrant, which has alarmed members on both sides of the aisle. An article from the Marshall Project that alleges that there are thousands of kids in detention, many for longer than the court-prescribed limit. An article from the Independent about a sick 5-year-old, Lame Ramos, asking for his mom in a detention center, which rebuts testimony we heard today that ICE was taking good care of him. A report from the Center for Election Innovation and Research updated this month that found that non-citizen voting is rare and allegations of the practice are a result of misunderstandings or fabrication. An article from the AP which highlights that federal authorities are monitoring and tracking individuals who criticize immigration enforcement operation. A report from the Brennan Center titled, ICE Wants to Go After the Sinners as Well as Immigrants. A report from The Guardian that describes the terrible condition in ICE facilities and that ICE denied urgent medical care to a 10-year-old.
Without objection. I want to thank, gentleman yields back. I want to thank the members, or the witnesses for being here tonight, and all the members for their questions. Members of the committee may have some additional questions for the witnesses, and we ask that the witnesses to respond to these in writing. Pursuant to Committee Rule 7E, the hearing record will be held open for 10 days. I want to let the audience know that please still be seated while the witnesses and their teams leave. Without objection, this committee stands adjourned.
A federal appeals court today, nobody asked about that, just upheld the Trump administration's policy of detaining illegal aliens, validating the strong measures that have driven illegal crossings to historic lows, and sent a crystal clear message that under President Trump, if you enter the country illegally, you will be detained and removed. The murder rate, again, not a single question about this, has plunged to a 125-year low as crime falls across the board thanks to President Trump's crime crackdown. We also saw this week national median rents have fallen to a 4-year low following 6 consecutive monthly declines, and mortgage affordability has surged to a 4-year high. Home ownership is the core foundation principle of the American dream, and I will repeat that mortgage affordability this week surged to a 4-year high, but not a single of mention of that in this briefing room today. And again, this came out last Friday, but for an unprecedented 9th straight month, there were 0 illegal border crossings at the southern border. So we're going to get back to business. The president is very busy today, and you will see him all tomorrow at the event in the East Room touting his administration's energy policy. Thank you.
Both existing. Can we exist? Agree. Can we exist? Can we exist? Can we coexist moving forward? Are you guys good? Gals, ladies, gentlemen? Is everything? Are y'all okay? With things that...
Excuse me, is this the route where the monks are gonna walk?
I believe so,
Okay.
but I'm just going off the road closures because it's gonna Wisconsin to Massachusetts and then Massachusetts down to.
Okay. Okay. So Martha, we may be on the right path.
Yep, okay, this way. Well, the police are on those side roads.
Take care.
What?
Mom.
After the dinners this summer, just kind of check on it. And after
So, I think they said this way. Yeah, it should be.
Oh, 22 seconds.
be like.
I have served as dean of this cathedral for almost 10 years, and this is one of the most beautiful sights I have ever seen in this space. Thank you for honoring us by being here. The time is short, but we will have some question and answer, a little bit of conversation as best we can with a crowd of this size, so please be patient. We will have two people who will have microphones. We'll be walking around for the faith leaders if they have something they'd like to say briefly, a question to ask. But first, I'd like to introduce the Bishop of the Diocese of Washington, the Right Reverend Mary Ann Budde. Bishop.
I echo everything Dean Hollerith said about the beauty of this moment. And I also want to especially greet all of you, our interfaith friends and siblings of one human family. And it is such a privilege for us to gather in a spirit of humility and the opportunity to learn from one another. Thank you. Thank you for gracing us with the power of your message and your teachings.
Would you like to speak now? Margaret, are you with the microphone nearby, or? Who has a question or a comment from our interfaith brothers and sisters for the venerable monks? Raise your hand. They're all practicing mindfulness. Please keep what you have to say brief.
Hi, thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum, namaste. My question is, how do we reconcile the belief that we must be still and we must be at peace with our duty to act in the name of justice? So how do we reconcile both our duty for justice and our belief of stillness?
Respected Pen Bhikkhu Bodhi, I would like to invite you up here.
Okay, so Venerable Panya Kara has requested me to answer that question. And I think it's a very extremely important question because in my opinion, in the situation that we are facing in this country and around the world, inner peace is certainly an essential requirement, but we also need justice Because what we see taking place in this country right now, I have to tell you, I'm 81 years old. I grew up during the period of the 1960s when we had the civil rights movement, 1964, 65, voting rights, civil rights. Wow, the country is opening up, losing its heritage of racism and discrimination. The anti-war movement against the war in Vietnam, we're coming to an era of peace. Then early 1970s, the feminist movement, women's rights are coming to the front of our social consciousness. And now what are we facing? I have to say, sadly, it's almost a reign of terror, where people are being terrified. School children afraid to go to school from fear that they're going to be grabbed off the streets and sent to a prison or detention camp. Workers afraid to go to work, families being torn apart. So it seems that we have to balance this inner peace with what I call a strong commitment to conscientious compassion. That is compassion inspired by a sense of conscience, a responsibility for the welfare of all our fellow citizens, all the residents of this country, and indeed a universal compassion for all human beings around this world. And do we have a Loka here?
Yes, we do.
All sentient beings around the world. Yeah, so we have to combine the quest for inner peace with this conscientious commitment out of compassion to ensure justice and promote really the well-being, safety, and security of people who are in trouble, endangered. But I'm just a stupid monk, so I don't really know very much.
Hello, on behalf of the United Tribes, we have a question. What is your message for our children and our next 7 generations?
Children, for me in this world, not just the United States, but I think we lead our children to a different path already. It's because we live in this world dependent on technologies too much, way too much. Look around us in our family. A child will have an iPad, iPhone, smart tab, things like that. The more they use it, the more they'll be sidetracked because a lot of distractions around on social media, on the internet and everything. And like us, I talked about earlier, the phone is always a problem because we depend on it too much. Imagine how many phone numbers we remember back there. 15 years ago, 20 years ago, how many phone numbers we be able to memorize? The whole phone book? Probably. How about now? How many phone numbers that we actually memorize by heart? Probably 3, 4, 5 phone numbers. So what is the problem? I believe it's because we depend on technologies. Back then, you have to dial the number within our head. We have to use this head, say the number, and we dial it by hand. Now, tap, 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 Nikki, Ken, just put the letter N and K, it will show up everything, and then we just dial. We lose in our memories each and every time. And that is how we train our children to go on the same path And sadly, for me, my point of view and what I can see, our future generation will have a big problem. So in order for us to change our future generation, we have to start, become a role model for our kids from now. Stay away from the phone as much as possible. There's nothing wrong with it, don't get me wrong. It's just that we depend on it and we use it way too much. Versus before, we didn't even have one, we still survive. And now probably we could not survive if we don't have one. Imagine if there's internet outage and we're gonna call the internet company and complain all day long because of no internet. We could not survive. It's very difficult for us. So dependent on technologies is going to kill us. Our brain, our mind is shrinking every day. Back then, we can use our head to calculate a math. How about now? We have to use a calculator. We have to use a phone to calculate a very simple math. Just that alone, we are leading our children to a very, very wrong direction. So if we could, starting from here on, we need to train our children again, not to depend on technologies too much. Thank you.
My question is simple. How do we become more intentional about morality?
More morality. Well, for us as a Buddhist monk, we practice mindfulness every day. Like I mentioned about it, if we are mindful enough, we know what we should and what we shouldn't do. Without mindfulness, we could commit into a lot of things, right? So we always have to train ourselves to have mindfulness, to be aware of everything happening around us, what's popping up in our head. The more we stay focused and aware, the better we are. And mindfulness is the answer, the key that we need to practice. To be honest with all of us here, mindfulness is missing, and people been living without mindfulness. It's very tough for all of us. We missed out mindfulness. Because of unmindful, we have done a lot of things. All the things that happen around us is also because of unmindful. So we need to train ourselves to be mindful, to know what we should and what we shouldn't do. Thank you.
What is your response to Christian nationalism? And say a word to all religions at this time, particularly Christians in this country.
For me, after 17 years of ordaining, I respect all religions. And I'm very grateful to take on this journey to walk that far from Fort Worth, Texas to here. And I'm very grateful that all churches open the door to host us, to give us food, to give us a place to live, to stay overnight. And we are here in this beautiful church, in this very holy place. So for me, I have never talked about religions, regardless of what they talk about Buddhism. It doesn't matter to us it really doesn't matter to us what they say, what people say. But for us, when we practice, we respect all religions. Because to me, all religions teach people how to live, how to be a better person in this society, how to support society, and how to support this country, our country where we live in. And of course, earlier at the church, the pastors told me that there's over 100 kids studying every day, go to school there every day, and of course all churches all places, all temple are also teaching our future generation to be a better person in this world. So for us to talk on behalf of all the religions, I don't have that knowledge. But I do have one thing that I share along the road. I said, we have different backgrounds, different beliefs, different religions we practice in every day. But after all that practicing, we go into the church, we go into the temple, all reverend, all pastor, all venerable monks, all gurus, all teachers are teaching people how to be good. But in common, after all that, we do have one religion in common, which is the religions of love and kindness, compassion and peace that we are seeking for every single day. We worshiping every single day, and that temple, that church is within our mind. So that is the answer that I could answer. I respect all religions, and now that we are in this church and out there so much, and right here so much faith leaders joining us, this world should be like this for me. It should be like this. There's no need to be separate or any division at all whatsoever. Thank you.
Bonte. No, please.
We have small tokens of our ministry here that we would like to present to you. I present to you a pin that represents the Episcopal Diocese of Washington, D.C.
And we have a pin of your visit to the cathedral. Thank you very much. Bonte Kima.
With the deep gratitude, I offer my heartfelt thanks to Bishop and all Christians, Muslims, Hindus, Jewish, Buddhist, amongst our teachers and teachers of our teachers, and Sikh, Baha'i, indigenous, and interfaith and spiritual leaders who embraced our call and joined the National Cathedral welcome on such a short notice. You opened your hearts and made this sacred place feel like home to everyone. When the George Washington University Center of Interfaith and Spiritual Life ran out of options to host these Peace Walk monks in this cold weather, we will never forget how you opened your doors of the cathedral. And of course, the Methodist Church and of its sanctuary to give the venerable monks warmth, space, and care. Hebrew 13:2 reminds us, do not neglect to show your hospitality to strangers, for by doing that some have entertained angels without knowing it. You may wonder why Buddhist monks saying so. It teaches that hospitality is a sacred duty, and that when you welcome a stranger, you may be welcoming someone far more important than you realize. Just as Abraham welcomed angels, these monks and our beloved Aloka have shown us how peace, unity, mindfulness, and acceptance can be lived every day. I want to share a small story. When we told the Reverend we need a bigger hall for devotees to offer lunch, he said immediately, take the sanctuary. I hesitated and said, are you sure? People may spill drinks and you may have to wash all the cushions. Because I studied in a Catholic school, I know how sacred the sanctuary to all of you. His answer was simple but full of wisdom. He said, when a visitor comes to your house, you treat them the best way you can. We can clean after, welcoming them comes first. That small moment showed how deeply all of you prepared, cared, and stood together to welcome the monks. A sanctuary is not opened by one person alone. It opens only when the whole community shares the same generosity. The monks themselves walk not only 2,300 miles, but the monks' profound path the Buddha taught, a path where even in the face of hardships, one holds no anger. The Buddha said, even if someone cuts you into 2 pieces, if you hold anger, you are not following my path. These monks embodied that teaching. Their gratitude shines in the story of Aloka, the humble dog who walked with them and received their boundless care. Their loving kindness was tested and proven after the tragic accident on their journey, yet they continued walking with compassion. No bitterness. They showed the world what inner peace truly looked like. Hosting the Peace Walk monks in Washington, D.C. involved many moving pieces. Some well-planned, some completely last minute. But all unite by one intention, peace. On behalf of the Peace Walk Monks DC hosting team, I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience you may have experienced. Your patience and support carried this effort more than you know. May all you be well, peaceful, and happy. May the blessings of this gathering continue to uplift our communities. May you all be well and happy. May this be our peaceful day. Thank you.
The venerable monks have more traveling to do. We'd like to keep them here for quite a while, but they need to get back on their journey. My brothers and sisters and siblings from faith community around the Washington, D.C. area, and for all of the venerable monks, we share so much in common. Our loving kindness, peacefulness, compassion are essential values of all of our faiths, and we should never, ever forget that. And it is a great witness to have all of you here, and we need to stay connected to one another. So thank you. Thank you for being here. What we'll do first is we will invite the venerable monks to exit down the center aisle, and then we can all follow behind them if that suits. Thank you for coming and being here and giving of your time this day.
Peace be for us. Good afternoon, everyone. The committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess at any time. Today, the Rules Committee is convening to consider a single measure, S1383, the Save America Act. Election integrity is one of many monumental issues that the American people care about. They deserve to have confidence, not doubt, in our nation's system of elections. The only people who should vote in American elections are American citizens. There are no exceptions or debate about that. The Save America Act would implement a series of common sense safeguards that preserve the right of American citizens to cast their vote. These safeguards include the requirement of individuals to provide eligible photo documentation before casting their votes, the requirement of states to obtain proof of citizenship in person when registering an individual to vote, and the requirement of states to properly maintain existing voter rolls by removing ineligible non-citizens. Some will inevitably argue that this piece of legislation is nothing more than a partisan messaging tool, but that's not even remotely the case. This is about preserving election integrity and keeping elections in the hands of American citizens. I'm sure our friends on the other side will squawk about how this bill is designed to suppress voting and to rig our elections. What I say to them in response is that this couldn't be further from the truth. You already need a photo ID to get on a flight, to buy a pack of cigarettes, or to open a bank account. Shouldn't one of the most important duties we have as citizens, voting, be held to at least the same standard? I certainly believe that to be true, and so do the American people in overwhelming numbers. I'm very much looking forward to the discussion here today, and I now yield to the ranking member, Mr. McGovern, for any comments he wishes to make. Mr. McGovern.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And, I don't even know where to begin. I agree. I will agree with you. I don't view this as a partisan messaging effort, Madam Chair. I view this as a dangerous effort to disenfranchise, countless American voters from participating in the next election. I mean, this is a new low. This is I'm reading the bill, this is the Save America Act. I have news from my Republican friends. Americans don't want to be saved by you. They don't want you screwing up the next elections. They don't want you to make it more difficult for them to participate in the next election. And they certainly do not want to have states' voting rolls turned over to Kristi Noem, who right now is overseeing a government agency that is killing innocent Americans in our streets. I mean, this is crazy. So let me just start off this hearing by stating some facts. There is no widespread voter fraud in the United States of America. It is simply not true to say that voter fraud or non-citizens voting is a massive, widespread issue. That is not to say that that our system is perfect. We face issues when it comes to cyber attacks, foreign disinformation, intimidation, and violence against election workers. Those are all important issues that we should be addressing today, but we are not. We are not. Instead, we're considering a bill that is fundamentally predicated on a lie. There is extensive documentary evidence that voter fraud, voter impersonation, and non-citizens voting is not a widespread issue. It is a myth perpetrated by people whose real goal is to suppress the rights of American citizens, citizens who are legally and constitutionally entitled to cast their ballot, and to prevent American citizens from participating in our elections. Republicans are pushing the Save America Act because they want fewer Americans to vote. It's that simple. Republicans have looked high and low to find fraud. And you know what they've found? someone is more likely to get struck by lightning than to vote illegally. Donald Trump's own Voting Integrity Commission was unable to find fraud or massive evidence of fraud. Kansas, Iowa, Florida, I could go down the list of states that have launched commissions and investigations only to reach the same conclusion, that voter fraud is vanishingly uncommon. Now, I think Florida is a good illustration of what happens every time Republicans launch an inquisition into voting fraud. Former Governor Rick Scott claimed that he knew with absolute certainty that there were 182,000 alleged non-citizens registered to vote. But then his investigation starts, and that dwindles down to 198 people. That's not 198,000, it's 198. And in the end, out of those 198, one person was found to have committed fraud. One out of 12 million registered voters at the time. One person. Now, every time these claims are investigated, they disappear like a mirage. But this bill is worse than a solution in search of a problem, because the so-called solution is going to disenfranchise millions and millions of American citizens. Now, we always tell people to vote, make their voices heard, participate in our democracy, right? Those are supposed to be good things. So why are Republicans trying to pass a bill that makes it as hard as possible to vote? That is what this bill does. It makes it harder to register. It makes it harder to vote. It makes it so that every single American citizen must now show up in person to register to vote. So you can file your taxes online, you can bank online, you can get your medical results online, but you have to go back in time 50 years when it comes to registering to vote. You have to show up in person and bring your birth certificate or a passport with you. And good luck if your town clerk isn't open on weekends or at nights, because you will have to take time off from work just to register to vote. Now let's go down the list of people who this is difficult for. Students who don't live at home and have class during the day. Senior citizens and people with disabilities who can't get to town hall easily. Service members and military families who are deployed overseas or relocated frequently and don't have the luxury of chasing paperwork. A passport costs upwards of $130 now. In my hometown of Worcester, it costs $15 to get your birth certificate mailed to you. So not only do you have to massively inconvenience yourself to register if you want to vote, you have to pay. It's a modern-day poll tax. And no, people can't just use their license or a state ID to register, since state IDs and driver's licenses don't include proof of citizenship. Even most of the new Real IDs don't meet the bill's requirements. Speaking of Real ID, it took decades and decades and billions of dollars to implement. And now they expect us to believe, with primaries in, 3 weeks? And the general election in 9 months, that this won't be a complete disaster, disenfranchising millions, keeping them from voting? But then again, that may be the point of all of this. And here's what really bothers me. This isn't just another Republican solution in search of a problem. It's much, much more dangerous than that. It's part of MAGA's ongoing attempt to rig elections and hold on to power, democracy be damned. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi tried to shake down the Minnesota state government by saying ICE will withdraw if they hand over their voting rolls. Remember that? That was just recently. And we've all heard the president talk about, quote, nationalizing elections and urging Republicans to, quote, take over the voting. Now, let me be clear what this is about. It's about Republicans trying to rig the next elections. I get it. The polls look lousy for you. You're not very popular right now. And so I think this is your last-ditch effort to try to hold on to power. The FBI raided an election office in Fulton County, Georgia, and seized 2020 election records, ballots, tabulator tapes, voter rolls, with Trump's director of the NSA, Tulsi Gabbard, present. Yet the last time I checked, after an extensive investigation, the only fraud in Georgia is when Donald Trump told the Secretary of State there to, quote, find 11,800 ballots so that he could be declared the winner. Yet the federal government is seizing ballots, yet again in search of this mystical, widespread voter fraud that we are always told exists. Never see any evidence of it. Certainly never see any evidence that it has impacted the results of an election. Remember that guy Mike Lindell, the pillow guy? He was ordered to pay millions in defamation charges after he lied about voting machines being rigged. And let's not forget the president's former chief of staff, Mark Meadows. His former campaign lawyers, Rudy Giuliani, and others were actually indicted for their roles in trying to fraudulently overturn the last election. If we want to talk about voter fraud, let's talk about how Donald Trump's campaign didn't like the outcome in 2020, so they recruited fake electors, forged documents, and tried to throw millions of ballots in the trash by substituting phony paperwork so they can cling onto power after they lost. Maybe if Republicans want to go after voter fraud, they ought to start by investigating themselves. But what we aren't going to do is sit here and get lectured about voter fraud from the same people who tried to overturn an election. Because Democrats believe in democracy, and we believe in the basic American principle that voting is a right and not a privilege. Now, Republicans know their ideas are unpopular. They see the writing on the wall this November, and instead of trying to win fair and square, they don't want to, they want to cheat. They're hoping that this bill will pass and will make it so hard to vote that many American citizens will just give up. Not on my watch, not on the watch of my Democratic colleagues, and I hope there are some Republicans here who will stand with us on this. Too many people have fought too hard to secure the right to vote for everyone in this country. Generations of people have fought and died for that right. And we will not let Republicans use bullshit claims and lies about voter fraud to rip the right to vote away from American citizens. With that, I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Without objection, any prepared statements that our witnesses may have will be included in the record. I now welcome our panel, Chairman Stile, Ranking Member Morelli from the Committee on House Administration. Your full statement will be submitted for the record, and we ask that you summarize your statement in 5 minutes. Chairman Stile, I welcome your testimony.
Chairwoman Fox, Ranking Member McGovern, members of the committee, thank you for inviting me to testify today in support of S 1383, the Save America Act. I also want to thank our colleague Chip Roy for his work on this important legislation and his collaboration as we work to get the bill in its final form. I'd also like to thank Speaker Johnson, Leader Scalise, Whip Emmer, and their teams and dedicated committee staff for all the time and resources dedicated to preparing this bill for the floor. In front of the committee today is a Rules Committee print, RCP, which is still the Save America Act. We're still implementing a documentary proof of citizenship and voter ID requirement. The RCP clarified the voter ID language from the original text. Now, I've also submitted a manager's amendment with a few additional changes. First, deployed service members or absent uniformed voters, their spouses and dependents under UACAVA are exempt from the Save America Act. And second, the manager's amendment makes the SAVE Act effective upon enactment. This legislation is an enhanced version of a previous legislation, the SAVE Act, which passed the House on a bipartisan basis last April, but to date has not been taken up by our colleagues in the Senate. Now, thanks to the collaboration of Senator Mike Lee and Chip Roy, the bill is even stronger. The Save America Act is common sense, and it does two main things. One, it requires photo identification to vote, and two, it requires states to confirm U.S. citizenship when someone first registers to vote. Let's address the need for citizenship verification first. Under President Biden, over 10 million illegal aliens poured into the country. Now, we know it's illegal for non-citizens to vote in federal elections in the United States, but the bill in front of us today is about enforcing the law. Under current law, citizenship verification is simply checking a box. What's to stop a non-citizen from claiming they're a citizen registering to vote? The current law is not strong enough. The lack of safeguards on the current law and reports of non-citizen casting ballots undermines Americans' confidence in our elections. Under the Save America Act, states will need to obtain documentary proof of U.S. citizenship when registering new individuals to vote in federal elections. Now let's touch on voter ID. Currently, only 36 states require a form of ID when someone casts a ballot. Requiring photo identification is common sense. That's why it's popular. It's time we make this standard. Now, some of my colleagues will call this voter suppression or Jim Crow 2.0, and we all know it's not the first time we've heard this argument. In 2021, when the state of Georgia passed their comprehensive election integrity law, Democrats and the mainstream media decried the bill. You may recall President Joe Biden calling it, you guessed it, Jim Crow 2.0. And the allegations are false. Georgia has held 2 statewide elections since passage of the election integrity law. Turnout's been incredibly high. The University of Georgia surveyed and found 95% of voters reported an excellent or good voting experience in the 2022 midterm. The statement by my colleagues across the aisle is often misguided, and it's an insult to the intelligence of the American people. The Save America Act has safeguards to make sure every eligible U.S. citizen can cast a ballot. If a voter forgets their necessary ID on Election Day, they can still cast a provisional ballot. The bill also has specific sections addressing name discrepancies so that no eligible voters disqualified due to a name change. And the bill takes a strong piece of legislation, the SAVE Act, and makes it even stronger in the Save America Act. It's time Congress ensures the integrity of our elections. It's common sense legislation. I thank you all for discussing it today and look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Chairman Stile. Ranking Member Morelli, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair Fox and Ranking Member McGovern, and to the members of the committee. As a former member of the Rules Committee, I'm always delighted to be back. A year ago, the House considered the SAVE Act. This morning, I participated in a hearing on the Make Elections Great Again Act, a different attempt to take over our elections, and now we are discussing yet another Republican proposal, the Save America Act. This bill is so rushed and devoid of deliberation that Republicans were forced to make repeated changes to the bill in just the 2 weeks it's been introduced. In fact, the bill is so riddled with mistakes that yesterday my friend and chair, Mr. Stile, had to submit a late-night manager's amendment to try and fail to account for a couple of embarrassing flaws in this bill, flaws that Democrats pointed out last Congress and that Republicans insisted were non-issues. Nonetheless, flaws that we could have considered should this bill have been marked up in committee, which it was not, instead of attempting to haphazardly amend the bill on the fly. You told us the SAVE Act was just fine. Now you scramble to apply some Band-Aids and push it out the door in your rush to hand over control of the election to President Trump. So how can the American people trust any of this? This is amateur hour, and despite the desperate flailing, the bill remains egregious. So I want to ask my Republican colleagues, what exactly are you doing here? I would hate to step in the middle of a Republican internal politics. Senator Murkowski, a Republican from Alaska, already said today she opposes the SAVE Act, but this bill is not ready for prime time. But while we wait for you to decide how best to silence the American people, the Trump administration is blatantly disregarding the American rule of law. On January 24th, Attorney General Bondi sent a letter, more accurately, a ransom note, to the governor of Minnesota, weaponizing federal law enforcement in a brazen effort to extort state voter rolls. While ICE kills American citizens on the street of Minneapolis, the Attorney General meddles in Minnesota's elections. And just earlier this week, President Trump said, and these are his exact words, that Republicans should take over the elections and nationalize voting. I want to be crystal clear about the substance of this bill. The Save America Act is more extreme than the SAVE Act. The Save America Act requires American citizens to show generally either a passport or their birth certificate to register to vote. But half of all Americans do not have a passport, and a passport, as Mr. McGovern points out, costs at least $130. Most Americans' number one concern right now is the cost of living, and this administration has done nothing to make life more affordable for the American people other than to mock it as a hoax. But Republicans are trying to charge U.S. citizens $130 each just to vote. If Americans want to use their real ID to register, well, for most people, that would be impossible. Because as my Republican friends have admitted, real IDs in most states do not prove American citizenship. As you know, last year, our committee held hearing after hearing on non-citizen voting. Non-citizen voting in federal elections is already a serious crime, and it should be. And those laws should be enforced, and they are. But my colleague could not produce any evidence in those hearings to back up claims of widespread non-citizen voting. In fact, Speaker Johnson has admitted he has no proof of non-citizen voting in federal elections. He admitted it when we first considered this bill. He admitted it again recently. Worse still, the Save America Act would give Secretary Noem power over our elections. It would require states, as Mr. McGovern rightly points out, that's right, require them to provide their entire voter rolls to Kristi Noem's DHS. Secretary Noem has been criticized by congressional Republicans for her leadership at DHS. Some Republicans have even publicly called on her to resign. Yet here we are, considering legislation to give this important task, this vital task of voting, to an incompetent and reckless secretary who would have more control over the lives of Americans. Legislation that gives you personal data, your private information, like your address, to a department that sends masked agents to terrorize civilian populations. Republicans think ICE agents should be able to hide their faces behind masks, should be able to hide their badge numbers. But you, the American voters watching this, you must give your personal information to Kristi Noem. What could possibly go wrong? I mean, what happened to the party of small government? As costs skyrocket, as federal agents kill American citizens, Republicans are afraid to face their constituents at the ballot box. They would rather stop Americans from voting at all. That's why, late last night, Republicans amended this bill to take effect immediately, because their plans start here. They start now. But we and the American people will not let that happen. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Morelli. I'm going to recognize myself to ask some questions. Chairman Stile, can you please respond to the claim by our Democrat colleagues that this bill is unnecessary because it's illegal for non-citizens to vote in federal elections? We hear that constantly. Now, I want to be clear about this issue.
Thank you, Chairwoman Fox. Sometimes there's a lack of distinction between whether or not an act is illegal and whether or not that law is enforced. So it is currently illegal under federal law for a non-citizen to vote in a federal election. Of course, there's jurisdictions such as our nation's capital that do allow non-citizens to vote in local or municipal elections. The focus of the Save America Act is to actually enforce the law by requiring citizenship verification at the point of voter registration. We know under current law that the check to determine whether or not an individual is a citizen of the United States is incredibly weak, which is why we have seen individuals either intentionally violate the law or inadvertently violate the law, in why the underlying bill in front of us, the Save America Act, is so essential.
You've already touched on this, but I'll ask you to expand. There are cities in the U.S. that permit non-citizens to vote in elections, as you mentioned, D.C. If that's the case, does this framework and through these processes allowing non-citizens to vote undermine our confidence that non-citizens cannot infiltrate federal elections?
You bring up a great point. And so in a handful of jurisdictions across the country, I think the easiest example is our nation's capital in Washington, D.C. Non-citizens are eligible under current law to vote in local and municipal elections. Let's give an example of that. So if an individual is a Russian national, works at the Russian embassy in Washington, D.C., has a Russian passport in their pocket, under current law, they could walk out of the Russian embassy on election day, U.S. election day, walk to the ballot and cast a ballot. They would not even be required to show their Russian passport as identification because photo ID is not required in our nation's capital. States or localities that attempt to do this, the question then becomes, how do they maintain 2 voter rolls lists? This is something we've explored at the committee. It's one of the challenges we face. It's why we should ban non-citizens from voting in any election in the United States. U.S. elections should be for U.S. citizens only. And in particular, it's why passing the Save America Act is so absolutely essential to restore America's confidence that only U.S. citizens are voting in U.S. elections.
One more quick question. Does the SAVE Act threaten democracy, as its detractors say?
It's one of the most ridiculous comments. If anything, it restores trust in America's elections, that U.S. elections are for U.S. citizens only. The question that I would ask to those individuals that make that claim is, how many illegal votes are okay? We heard earlier an example where there was only 1 case of fraud. The question, of course, would be, how many cases of fraud are you comfortable with? The standard for me is that we should have no cases of fraud, that we should have no non-citizens voting in U.S. elections. In my opinion, 1 non-citizen canceling out the vote of a U.S. citizen is 1 too many.
Thank you very much. Mr. McGovern, you're recognized.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. Chairman Stiles, I disagree with you on what you said when you began. Because what I believe undermines Americans' confidence in our elections is not the laws or the lack thereof. It's lies coming from the White House. I mean, I don't know whether you conveniently forgot, but when Donald Trump lost the election to Joe Biden, do you remember the call he made to the Secretary of State of Georgia, asking him to find 11,700 votes? I mean, it's recorded if you haven't heard it. And he went out there and just blatantly lied. And not only lied, but asked the Secretary of State to come up with votes, to stuff the ballot boxes, if you will, so that he could end up winning in Georgia. I mean, that's what undermines people's confidence in our elections. And thankfully, and again, I don't always say complimentary things about Republicans, but the Republicans in charge of the state of Georgia actually did the right thing. They stood up to his pressure. And they insisted on maintaining the integrity of the election. I mean, Chairman Stiles, President Trump falsely claimed on Friday, yet again, that he won Minnesota all 3 times. He said, quote, "I won it all 3 times." And let me ask you, do you agree that Donald Trump won Minnesota 3 times?
I'll let the president speak for himself. He has plenty of people that can answer the question.
I was just asking you. Do you have an opinion on whether?
I think the electoral votes have been counted, and they've been counted.
Well, not the electoral votes. I'm talking about the people who voted to give him the electoral votes. Did he win or not? Did he? I mean, he either won or
he won the election. He's the president of the United States.
Did he win Minnesota 3 times? I mean, I can't even believe you can't even bring yourself to say yes on that. I mean, if you thought that he lost if you thought that the election was stolen from him, or he didn't win it, or all this garbage that he says is true, you would say it. But you all know the truth, and you go along with this. And that's what undermines people's confidence in our election. They hear all this BS, and none of you have the guts to stand up and say enough. No. Donald Trump, you lost Minnesota 3 times. You lost the election to Joe Biden. Yeah, you may have won it in the last time around, but the bottom line is we ought to just speak the truth. I mean, I don't get it. I mean, I don't understand the reluctance to just state the fact. I mean, boy, I'll tell you that's people are watching this and going, I can't believe this. I can't believe this. I mean, I think this entire exercise is insulting. I mean, America doesn't need saving, and certainly doesn't need saving from a group of people who want to turn over the voter rolls to a federal department that shot American citizens in our streets. And I think it's preposterous that the same Republicans who have spent their entire careers demanding that states, not the government, but states should run their elections, are now suddenly begging for federal intervention. I think we should all know about. I think we all know what this is about. So let's dig into some of the details. Chairman Stiles, I have here. This is the Save America Act, as introduced by Representative Roy just 10 days ago. It has significant changes from the previously considered SAVE Act. Then we have this Rules Committee print, right here, of the Save America Act. It was posted around 4 o'clock last Friday, which again makes more large substantive changes to the bill. And then here is we have your manager's amendment here, posted at 9:30 this morning, which doesn't just make technical corrections. It actually makes huge changes, including when major provisions of the bill would take effect. I mean, look at all these changes. Look at all these changes, none of them made in a committee markup. And you want us to believe that with zero debate in committee on any of these changes, that this is ready to go straight to the floor?
We've had robust debate. The ranking member and I think, could both attest that we've had substantial conversations and debate of the underlying.
There's all these changes that have just been made. I've just given you in a very short period of time, and I'm just asking. And you know, if you think that, you know, the answer is yes, that it's ready to go to the floor, just say yes. But I mean, is this the way the committee process is supposed to work? Major substantive changes, you know, 3 different documents that we're working off of here. And we're going to go right to the Rules Committee and go right to the floor, and nobody has to worry about anything? I mean, do you really think this is ready?
It's a 32-page bill. I think that the time required to read a 32-page bill was
no
sufficient.
hearings, no markup, 3 totally different versions of this bill in a 10-day period. Did you have a hearing in your committee today?
We did have a hearing in the committee.
And what was
today.
the topic on?
Election integrity.
Yeah, and but why aren't we dealing with was it on legislation or?
It was a hearing. It was not a markup.
But you could have met today on this with your committee and gone over, you know, in excruciating details, you know, all the changes that are being made here. So you met on a different issue, not on this bill. And so, I mean, again, I mean, we're on the Rules Committee. This is a process committee, but this is a lousy process, and I'll tell you, lousy process leads to lousy policy. You know, Ranking Member Morelli, as you know, primary elections start in just a few weeks, right? Am I correct in stating that there is zero chance that any state could possibly implement an extremely complicated new voter ID law in just a couple of weeks?
Well, in fact, at the hearing this morning, we had the former head of elections for North Carolina who said the bill was unworkable because of this. We have 5 states that you note, including Texas's primary is on March 3rd. UOCAVA ballots have already been mailed to people, so it's impossible to comply. And I think, frankly, it shows what a lack of seriousness this bill has, that you would change the effective date to immediately within the last 24 hours.
Yeah. Chairman Stiles, in your manager's amendment, you know, you remove the 2027 effective date and make it effective immediately. I mean, I don't know if that was because of one of your fellow Republicans did a tweet about it, or because, I mean, you think it's a good idea, but like, I mean, we have elections coming up in a few weeks. How are states supposed to comply with all of this in a few weeks?
Well, let's break down the 2 key provisions, because I think it's worth dialoguing. One is a review of photo identification. In my home state of Wisconsin, if you go buy a 6-pack of beer, a clerk behind the bar is going to review your ID before they're able to sell you that 6-pack of beer. I don't think it's robust training that's required, and I think that the states will be able to implement photo identification upon passage and signing of this law. The second point, I think it's really important just to clarify that the bill, the Save America Act, applies to, let you get your feedback if you like, but the Save America Act applies to new voter registration. So where voter registration is already closed in a certain or given state, obviously there would by definition not be new voter registration. So some of the concerns that an individual would be impacted by this in the coming weeks would be broadly a false assertion.
Yeah, is buying a beer a constitutional right? I mean, you have a constitutional right to vote. And I mean, and registering to vote with all these new requirements, quite frankly, I mean, the idea that it's going to be, you know, without, you know, any hitch or everything's going to go smoothly. I mean, you know, I mean, look, I mentioned the Real ID challenges that we've had. You know, it's taking years and billions of dollars, and then, you know, you're rushing ahead to do this. And I mean, again, it took over 20 years and billions of dollars to get Real ID in place, and many people still don't have them. So the idea that we can do this just in a couple of weeks is laughable. I mean, and it's either a cynical cave to MAGA extremists, or maybe that's the point, and you just want to sow some chaos in order to disenfranchise millions of voters ahead of the midterms because you guys know you're losing here. But I can't believe that this Republican majority is so careless with something as serious as the American people's access to the ballot box. I mean, the bedrock of our democracy. And I think I've made my point in the sense that that this is a total farce. I mean, major changes in the last few days and not subject to any kind of committee oversight or debate or hearing or markup. I mean, I have to tell you, I can't believe that, you're all before the Rules Committee, bringing this legislation which is not ready for prime time. Mr. Morelli, you wanted to...
I just wanted to just remark that if you have no driver's license, but you have a student ID, that's not allowed. So if you intended to show up even at polling places in states that have photo ID, and by the way, everybody has a voter sign-in, you have to prove your identity, whether in some states like Arizona and New York use handwriting and signatures. But in those states that you have photo IDs under this law now, if you had a student ID, you couldn't use it, even though it's used by students all over the place. Hunting licenses, fishing licenses, firearm IDs, none of those would be allowed, and this is more restrictive than even those states that have photo ID. But that's not what this is about. And I wanted to just make one other comment, if I might, Mr. McGovern.
Yeah, I'll just close by saying...
I'm sorry, may I just one other comment I want to make. The premise of this, as you were talking about non-citizen voting, I always like to remark that in 2024, 80 million people who are voting eligible U.S. citizens, 80 million did not participate in this presidential election. So somehow we're supposed to believe that Democrats secretly get non-U.S. citizens to vote, even though no one can figure out how that happened or if that happened. Somehow we magically do this, and yet we can't get the 80 million voter-eligible U.S. citizens to vote, and we try to do that all the time. The whole notion of this is preposterous. There is no evidence of non-U.S. citizens voting. There's no evidence that there's a pattern of Democrats, although one witness this morning called us leftist goons, which I'm going to have to look up the definition of goon. I'm a member of Congress, but nonetheless, no evidence of it. Supposedly we arrange it secretly without ever being caught at doing it, because there's no evidence, even Speaker Johnson says so. But 80 million U.S. citizens who are voter eligible didn't cast a vote in the presidential. That's not where our focus is. It's on this imaginary thing that doesn't happen. And we'd spend billions to try to correct it.
Right. And I'll just end again, because this has been stunning to hear this testimony. The fact that, Mr. Chairman, you as chairman of this committee can't even answer clearly whether or not Donald Trump won or lost Minnesota. He says he won it the last 3 times, and he won it because he said there was all this non-citizen voting, rigged it against him. The fact that and there's no evidence of that. But the fact that you can't just say, he lost, and there's no evidence to prove otherwise, I just find is stunning that members of Congress are so afraid of the sitting president, are so afraid that he might, be angry because you tell the truth, that you end up, again, it is what you are saying, it is what this Congress is doing that is sowing a lack of confidence amongst the American public about our elections. I don't know, I find it unbelievable every time I ask a Republican a question about the election in which Donald Trump lost, and they can't answer it in a straight manner. And it's just really disappointing. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. Ms. Fishbach, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Chairman, I just want to kind of go through, because they keep saying this is unnecessary, because it's not happening, because it's already illegal for non-citizens to vote. But, as I look at it, and like I said, they say it's not happening. Pennsylvania admitted that inadvertently allowed 10,000 non-citizens to register. Texas had the same kind of issue with non-citizens registering, and Virginia admitted non-citizens registered and potentially, or they're saying that successfully voted in several elections. And in 2014, North Carolina found that over 1,400 voters on the rolls were non-citizens. And maybe I was just wondering if I understand this piece of legislation is critical because it helps and enhances enforcing the law. And so just maybe comment on some of those things that they're talking about.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the question. I think we have two things at play right now. One, we have Democrats actively encouraging non-citizens to participate in elections. I noted what's taking place in municipal at state level here in our nation's capital or jurisdictions across the country. So we know what the Democrats' long-term goal is in this situation. Two, underlying law, I don't think ever contemplated non-citizens receiving driver's licenses. And so what we are looking at, because I wasn't here, so I can't tell you exactly what congressional intent is, but I can tell you what the implications are. The motor voter roll law comes in and puts simply a registration requirement when an individual gets a driver's license. And it's an attestation box that an individual is a citizen of the United States. Some people have said that they've done it inadvertently. We could have a whole debate as to whether or not it's malicious activity or not in any given situation, but we could look at one very clear example. Ian Roberts is now a reasonably well-known illegal immigrant who was arrested. He was previously living in the state of Maryland. He would ultimately move to the state of Iowa. He would become the head of a school district before he was arrested. And after his arrest, it wasn't long before folks went back and ran through his record to determine that he was registered to vote in Maryland. And of course, if you then went further and said, well, did he ever request a ballot? Well, yes, in fact, Ian Roberts, a illegal citizen of the United States of America, requested a ballot in Maryland. And so what you see is a pattern of this occurring state after state. We've held multiple hearings on this topic at committee, and it absolutely justifies the need to verify citizenship at registration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just one other kind of questions that you might want to address is, they talk about all of these horrible things. One of the things is a woman who changed her name will never be able to register because it's difficult. The deployed military personnel won't be able to vote because of this requirement. And I'm just wondering if you could maybe just give me a little bit, dispel some of those kind of things that they're talking about.
Well, Representatives, you may know I'm engaged to a woman who was born in your district and will be married in less than 2 months, and she plans to change her name. And so someone who currently resides in the state of Minnesota will hopefully, or will be, moving to the state of Wisconsin, because if I left, I'd have to leave the job. But she'll move to the state of Wisconsin. She's hopefully registered to vote. And we've actually talked through this process. It's a process that millions of people have done. It could be a woman who's changing her name because she got married. There's other reasons people would go through a name change process. Every state has their own unique process for how an individual changes their name. It's very straightforward. You can jump online, you can Google it. Often, that marriage certificate itself will actually enact the name change. So a certified copy of your marriage certificate would be brought along with your birth certificate when you would go and get a new form of identification. Of course, if you get a passport, that would fully validate you for registering to vote. If you didn't, you would utilize the same documents when you register to vote. Some people have tried to highlight that an individual could be partway through that name change. So we could envision a scenario where the legal name was changed on a marriage certificate, yet the individual had not arrived at that given state, often starting with the Social Security Administration for a name change is usually where you would start the process, that they've actually completed that step of the process. Now imagine an individual is partway through that process. We contemplated that in this legislation, and in particular, page 11, line 22, we walk through the process of how an individual would be able to register to vote. Again, the goal being making sure that all legal citizens are able to register to vote while proving their citizenship. We've remedied the concerns that have been brought by others.
May I comment on that? Just to be clear, if the future Mrs. Style comes to register to vote, she's going to have to bring her birth certificate or passport. But if she doesn't have one, and half Americans don't, you have to bring your birth certificate, you have to bring your ID, and because there's going to be a difference in names, you're going to have to sign an affidavit, which, by the way, is you doing self-attestation, which is frankly just the same in many ways as just checking the box that says you're a U.S. citizen. But you're going to have to bring documentary proof of citizenship to register to vote. Seems like an awful lot to be able to just be able to utilize to make use of your American right to vote as a U.S. citizen. You have to now bring all kinds of documentary proof instead of just checking the box. Yes, I'm an American citizen.
Well,
and by the way, the affidavit is the same thing.
There's a lot that goes into, making sure that you have all of your documents together when you change your name. And
I agree.
It's
too much.
But I think that they've made reasonable accommodations and reasonable way to deal with it in this case, as in many other cases. And I wanted to just point out that it's about enforcing the law. It's about making sure that we have, we always talk about actually we have lots of laws, but are we actually going to enforce them? And this is such a critical piece. This is making sure that our elections, because I think you said it earlier, Mr. Chairman, that one fraudulent vote is too many, because it's unfair and it blocks the legal voters, the citizen voters. So I appreciate you bringing this forward. I'm very supportive, and thank you very much. And I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Fishbach. Ms. Scanlon, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd yield first to the ranking member.
Madam Chair, I request unanimous consent to insert in the record an article from ABC News entitled "Election Fact Check: Non-Citizens Can't Vote and Instances Are Vanishingly Rare." I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record an article from NPR entitled "Despite Grand Claims, a New Report Shows Non-Citizen Voting Hasn't Materialized."
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record an article from the Cato Institute entitled "Non-Citizens Don't Illegally Vote in Detectable Numbers."
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record another piece from the Cato Institute entitled "Trump's Claims About Non-Citizens Voting Are False and We Can Prove It."
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from the American Immigration Council entitled "Unpacking Myths About Non-Citizen Voting, How Heritage Foundation's Own Data Proves It's Not a Problem."
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent to insert in the record an academic article entitled "An Exploration of Donald Trump's Allegations of Massive Voter Fraud in the 2016 Election," which finds, quote, "expansive voter fraud concerns espoused by Donald Trump and those allied with him are not grounded in any observable features of the 2016 election."
Without objection.
And Madam Chair, I just also want to say the courts have also found the same thing. Texas, in 2016, the Fifth Circuit, in an opinion finding that Texas's strict photo ID law is racially discriminatory, noted that there were only 2 convictions for in-person voter impersonation fraud out of 20 million votes cast in the decade before Texas passed the law. In North Carolina in 2016, in its opinion, striking down North Carolina's omnibus restrictive election law, which included a voter ID requirement, as purposefully racially discriminatory. The Fourth Circuit noted that the state, quote, failed to identify even a single individual who has ever been charged with committing in-person voter fraud in North Carolina. And then in a case in Wisconsin in 2016, a federal trial court in Wisconsin reviewing the state's strict photo ID law found that impersonation fraud, the type of fraud that the voter ID is designed to prevent, is extremely rare and is a truly isolated phenomenon which has not posed a significant threat to the integrity of Wisconsin's election. Again,
Without objection.
I will say to my friends that what is undermining the confidence in our elections is what is coming out of the mouth of this president on a daily basis. He makes things up. We all know they're lies, and unfortunately we cannot get the Republicans to stand up to him and tell the truth. It is unbelievable that this is occurring in our country. It is unbelievable that he gets away with it, and it is unbelievable that we can't even get a straight answer as to whether he won certain states in the last election or lost them. No evidence to prove any different. I will tell you that he won the election against Kamala Harris. I wish he didn't. I think our economy would be better off had she won, but he won. I'm not going to dispute that. And he lost to Joe Biden. And unfortunately, we have a Republican conference that is too afraid to tell the truth. And I thank the gentlelady. I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you,
Ms.
Madam
Candler.
Chair. I know it's been said before, but apparently we can't say it enough. We have to start with basic facts. Non-citizen voting is already illegal. Fraudulent voting is already illegal. Under state and local laws, only citizens can vote in federal elections, and all 50 states have systems in place to register eligible voters and confirm their eligibility. These systems work. The penalties are severe: prison time, heavy fines, deportation in the case of non-citizen voting. But for years, our Republican colleagues have tried to fabricate a problem that simply doesn't exist. Unfortunately, we have a media ecosystem that seems to reward the loudest and most strident voices, no matter how wrong they are. So we don't have a crisis. This is a pretext. It's a pretext to pass a radical bill, the sole purpose or outcome of which is to make it harder for American citizens to vote. The Save America Act would force every American to produce multiple proofs of citizenship to register to vote and to vote in person. In fact, most Americans would be unable to register or vote using their state-issued driver's license. This is a big deal in Pennsylvania. We still do not have half of our citizens using real ID. Less than half of Pennsylvanians don't have a passport, so they couldn't vote either. Student IDs wouldn't be enough. Birth certificates for married women who changed their name wouldn't be enough. The bill places unrealistic burdens on citizens that will result in mass disenfranchisement of eligible voters, all to solve a problem that no one can prove exists, because it doesn't. We've seen how this plays out in Pennsylvania and other states that have implemented these kinds of restrictive voter ID and voter registration requirements. In 2012, the Pennsylvania Republican Party controlled our legislature, and they tried to impose restrictions on ID requirements like those here, although less restrictive than those here. That law was overturned because it was proven that it would disenfranchise over 500,000 eligible Pennsylvania voters. So this is the outrageous rhetoric that we see across the Republican Party, spreading dangerous lies about election integrity, saying that millions of illegal votes are being cast, although it's a law, and then you have laws like this proposed SAVE Act, making it harder for eligible citizens to vote. And when those laws inevitably cause chaos and confusion, you point to that chaos or confusion as evidence that the system is broken. And the solution that seems to be on offer is federal control, no matter how unconstitutional that is. It doesn't take any imagination after the last few weeks' events to see a scenario where ICE agents and FBI agents are sent to seize ballot boxes, because that just happened in Georgia. I represent Philadelphia and two of its collar counties in a district that has voted increasingly for Democrats over the past decade. In the lead up to and the aftermath of the 2020 election, Republicans filed dozens of lawsuits and made outrageous and fact-free claims of voter fraud. They lost every lawsuit and many recounts and audits, all of which confirmed that Trump not only lost that district in 2020, but also in 2016 and 2024. No problem there. Everybody agrees. But what Republicans don't talk about is that their claims of rampant voter fraud are actually inspiring Trump supporters to try to commit voter fraud. In my district, one man was criminally charged for illegally voting for Donald Trump using the names of his deceased mother and his deceased mother-in-law. Another man cast his own ballot and then tried to change his appearance by putting on a new MAGA hat and came back to cast a ballot as his own son. Those cases were investigated, they were prosecuted, the system worked, but you don't hear Republicans talking about how they're inspiring voter fraud with their lies about how easy it is to commit voter fraud. The real fraud here isn't happening at the ballot box, it's this bill. The real fraud is standing before the American people and claiming we need to save our elections from a threat that doesn't exist, while simultaneously laying the groundwork to steal elections through federal intervention. If there's a threat to free and fair elections in America, it's coming from elected officials who are willing to lie about our elections, willing to disenfranchise our own citizens, and willing to support the use of military force to take over voting in states that don't deliver the results that they want. Mr. Morelli, can you add anything to this discussion? It's a little frustrating because we've had the conversation over and over again. There's never any new evidence, but we keep seeing more and more restrictive voter laws being proposed.
Yeah, thank you for the question. A couple things I do want to say, and I appreciate Mr. Stiles saying that one non-U.S. citizen having the opportunity to vote is too many. What troubles me far more is U.S. citizens being denied the right to register or vote. That's far worse, and that's what will happen. I mean, the notion that we give the voter files to the Department of Homeland Security, and you see what ICE agents are doing in Minneapolis, and they're doing all over the country. They're detaining U.S. citizens. They're rounding up U.S. citizens, and sadly, they're killing U.S. citizens. So the notion of ICE agents simply sitting at the polling places, should that happen, or the president suggesting he'd call out the National Guard, purely to intimidate people. If you had a Spanish last name, even if you're a U.S. citizen, you're from Puerto Rico, they are U.S. citizens, despite what people thought about the halftime show at the Super Bowl. These are U.S. citizens. But if you have a name that maybe sounds to an ICE agent like, maybe that's not American the way I think of Americans, who knows what they do? Do they detain people? Do they just intimidate people? Do people say, I'm not going anywhere near a polling place because I'm afraid of what this will do to my family, to my job, to my livelihood? I mean, this is clearly what it's intended to do. And frankly, who in America right now wants to give Kristi Noem more control over Americans' lives? Nobody in my community, I can tell you that. Republicans, Democrats, all complain to me about the awful treatment of U.S. citizens in Minneapolis. But it's just not Minneapolis, it's all over the country. We see it, which is why more and more people are getting frustrated and angry and protesting. So we're going to give them more information, private, personal information that you'd have. You're going to just turn over to the Department of Homeland Security. Even Republican elected officials, members of Congress, have called on Secretary Noem to resign. Republicans, publicly. I think people recognize we're at a very, very difficult point in America right now. The answer to whatever perceived challenges there are is not to give Homeland Security more control over the lives of American citizens. And so, frankly, there's so much wrong with this bill. That's just, but those are some bottom line thoughts that I have.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I have to say, given the conduct we've seen of ICE agents around the country, in Minnesota, in my district, I don't think you have to have a Spanish surname in order to be nervous when you see an ICE agent, because we're clearly seeing abuse, use of excessive force, conduct that we've never seen from law enforcement in our communities and that we should never expect to see. You know, and having Kristi Noem in charge of anything at this point, I think she's proven that she's unable to manage either that system or pet control. So thank you for your testimony, and I will yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Houchin, you're recognized. Let me see if that's Mr. Scott. I recognize Mr. Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, I had to slip down to the Majority Leader's office. I have a question for you, Mr. Stiles. Have you bought decongestants lately, just by any chance? I bought some the other day, and you know, when I did, they made me not only show my driver's license, they actually scanned the back of it. I didn't think it was that much of an inconvenience. I understand why they were doing it. There was a reason for it, but I mean, to my knowledge, that wasn't just me, they weren't picking on me, but anybody who went in and bought a decongestant with certain items in it would have to show an ID, is that correct?
It's not just a decongestant, right? I mean, we can think about the DNC convention in 2024. You had to show an ID. There's a Democratic senator who held a town hall just a couple days ago.
Yeah,
you were required to,
in my state.
You may be uniquely knowledgeable of it, Mr. Scott. Who required what? a photo ID. So Democrats don't have a problem with photo ID writ large. They just have a problem with photo ID in the instance of voting. And it's such a common practice for Americans to board an airplane, buy decongestion, grab a beer, attend a town hall in your state with a Democratic senator, that it's commonplace, and it is such an essential component of election integrity. It's why it's in the Save America Act.
Yeah, you would have to have one to open a bank account.
Absolutely.
To deposit a Social Security check in, correct?
Absolutely.
I don't understand their argument against IDs. I did watch as someone from the state of Georgia who actually wrote the original voter ID law for the state of Georgia. At least it left the House under my name, but you know how senators get, they won't pass your legislation unless you let them put their name on it. Senators are all the same. It doesn't matter if you're in Georgia or any other state. I want to give you these numbers. Hillary Clinton, because I've listened to the Democrats nationally talk about how bad the election laws are. Hillary Clinton got 1.8 million votes in her election. 1.877 to be specific, in the state of Georgia. Biden got 2.473 million in 2020. After the draconian election law, I say that sarcastically so that nobody quotes me on it, that was passed after that election because of the number of absentee ballots, that was the one type of ballot that you didn't have to show an ID on in the state of Georgia. There was only one type of ballot you didn't have to show an ID on in the state of Georgia. Every other ballot you did. And so the legislature and the governor fixed that. You want to guess how many votes Kamala Harris got? 2.548 million. So the Democratic vote count has gone up every single time for their candidate. And I'll tell you, our vote counts have gone up too in the state of Georgia. And I think the bottom line is people in both parties don't trust the election if you don't have to show an ID to vote. Democrats and Republicans want to be able to trust the elections. And that requires that the person who walks in to vote is the person that they say they are, and that requires some type of identification. And you know what? The same identification that allows you to buy Sudafed over the counter allows you to vote, and then some in the state of Georgia. There are a lot of other IDs you can use too. So I think it's just good common sense legislation. The vast majority of people in both parties want this legislation. I look at the vote tabulations in the state of Georgia going up for the Democratic Party, almost 100,000 ballots after the last election law was passed. And I don't understand how they're complaining unless they're just looking for something to complain about. So I appreciate you. Do you have any further comments?
I would just say, I think that, I mean, this is unique. You're from the state of Georgia. Georgia's experience in implementing voter integrity laws prove the point that we're trying to make here. The democratic language that was utilized when the state of Georgia was debating their election integrity law mirrors the language you're hearing from Democrats today on the Save America Act. I mean, it shouldn't be lost on anybody that recently Democratic leaders have called the legislation in front of us Jim Crow 2.0.
Yeah.
And we don't have to go back that far because we go back to the summer of 2021 when Georgia was debating their election integrity law. And the then President of the United States, Joe Biden, called Georgia's election integrity law what? Of course, Jim Crow 2.0. And if we look at the empirical data that you just shared, Mr. Scott, what we see is that when people have confidence in their elections, they're more likely to participate. And Georgia's run 2 full statewide elections since that election integrity law went into place. We've seen strong participation. The University of Georgia did a significant survey in the state that showed that people had a positive experience in the elections. That's true across all key demographic groups. The survey found that statistically 0% of blacks had a poor negative voting experience in the state of Georgia. That's a good thing. What we have seen time and again is when you put in place common sense election integrity reforms as the state of Georgia did, or as we are doing here in the Save America Act, what happens is people increase their confidence in elections, and as people increase their confidence in elections, they're more likely to participate. So I appreciate you bringing up the Georgia example.
Senator Warnock and Governor Kemp both reelected on the same ballots with the voter ID laws. After all of the Jim Crow 2.0 rhetoric that was spewed out there, after the Major League Baseball, I think, moved one of their games in an effort to pander.
They moved to Colorado.
Yeah, to the woke crowd. So I appreciate the law. It makes good sense. And, I truly believe you'll have higher turnout in both parties because it'll lead to more confidence in an accurate ballot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Austin. Mr. Neguse, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chairman and Ranking Member, for being here. My colleague from Georgia, I will say we were delighted to welcome folks to Colorado, but in any event, I don't want to belabor that point. I do want to just check in with respect to the numbers that you mentioned and make sure I've got this right. My colleague from Georgia, you said in 2016 that Hillary Clinton, you got 1,877,963,000 votes?
That was my understanding. I just looked it up on the internet.
And Donald Trump got 2,089,104?
I didn't pull all of those numbers, but
okay.
Okay.
So you gave the Hillary Clinton number. I was giving you the Donald Trump number from
my
2016.
point was that Democrat numbers went up.
So in 2020, I think you said,
okay,
Joe Biden had 2,473,633 votes. That's the number
right.
Is that right?
That's according to the internet.
Got it.
I think that's the official results.
Exactly. And Donald Trump got 2,461,854,000 votes.
If that's what.
That's what's online. So
That-
Donald
that's
Trump
probably
lost
the
Georgia.
official count. That is the official count.
He lost the election in Georgia in 2020, right?
And the question got back to, and the reason the law was changed.
But is that right or wrong?
Officially, yes.
What do you mean officially?
Did the Democratic Party sue to change the election laws prior to that election?
So wait, are you saying that's not, what do you mean officially?
I'm saying the Democratic Party sued to change the election laws in the state of Georgia so that on the absentee ballots,
So that's
there
why
was
the numbers went up? Because I thought you just made the argument a minute ago that the numbers were going up, notwithstanding the changes that the Georgia legislature had made to the voting laws in
They are
Georgia. What are
going
you
up.
talking about?
They are going up.
Yeah, exactly. So, look, Mr. Scott, I think you can understand what I'm getting at. I think you were making an argument previously that, myself, Mr. Morelli, others may disagree with. But facts are facts and numbers are numbers. And I would just love to hear somebody say, without the qualifiers, without official language and all of the rest, you cited the numbers to us. You said that Joe Biden got 2,473,633 votes in the state of Georgia during the 2020 presidential election. And we know that Donald Trump got 2,461,854 votes. He lost the Georgia election. If you can say those words, if you can say Donald Trump lost Georgia, I'm happy to engage with you in good faith on the latter question.
Those are the official ballot counts. And as you know, I voted to certify the election.
I appreciate that.
What you're not saying is that Biden got almost 800,000 absentee ballots where there was no signature verification and no ID required.
And my point to you, and I want to say,
and that number has never been that
Mr.
high
Scott,
before or since.
I hear you. I thank the chairman. And
I don't have all of my notes in front of me on all of those things.
I'll go ahead and reclaim it. I think Mr. Scott.
Fair enough.
And I would just simply say, initially, when you cite, let me just say that for the record, I appreciate that you certified the electoral results. I remember you doing that because I was there on January 6th with you. So I want to make that very clear. I was just simply saying when you cited the Hillary Clinton number in 2016, and then the Joe Biden number, and then the Kamala Harris number, the general import of the argument, as best as I could understand it, was your case that the Georgia laws that were enacted, notwithstanding the criticisms of those laws by Democratic members, that nonetheless, Democrats continue to compete and to win electorally in Georgia. But in any event, I understand the other ultimate argument you're making.
Won this we have 2 Democrat U.S. senators right now.
I hear you. Exactly. So
one of which has been reelected.
I hear you. So I want to ask Chairman Stile, do you agree that Joe Biden won Georgia? Do you agree with your colleague, Mr. Scott?
As reported, the state of Georgia cast its electoral ballots for Joe Biden.
What does that mean?
Well, we, in the House of Representatives, we witnessed the counting of the Electoral College. in the state of Georgia cast their ballots in support of Joe Biden.
Correct, and that is because he won the state of Georgia. So
It was
therefore,
certified in the state of Georgia. That's an accurate statement. It was certified in the state of Georgia.
and I presume you would say the same about the state of Minnesota in 2024 with respect to Kamala Harris's victory there?
That the Electoral College was counted in favor of
That Kamala Harris won the election in the state of Minnesota.
as reported from the state of Minnesota.
What is this? Why can't you just say yes? I don't understand.
I don't understand your confusion as to how the Electoral College was
I'm
counted.
not asking about the Electoral College. I'm asking about the
Well,
popular
that's-
vote in these
that-
respective
that's-
states.
That's how we elect the President of the United States.
Madam Chair.
I'm confused about why you keep pursuing this when you're getting an answer from these people telling you.
I am not getting an
that
answer.
the elections were certified. That should be adequate.
Number one, Madam Chair, the time belongs to the Speaker.
I understand.
And I'm happy to ask you the question. I'm happy to ask any Republican on this panel. I think the only person on the panel that will answer the question honestly is Mr. Scott from Georgia. If I ask anyone on the panel whether or not a particular candidate won the popular vote in a particular state, I get the same gobbledygook answers of various sequiturs as reported, as the Electoral College certified in the House of Representatives. I'm not asking that. I'm asking who won the state of Wisconsin, who won the state of Minnesota. If I go out and ask a citizen on the street who won Minnesota in 2024, every single one of them will say Kamala Harris won. The only people who equivocate are Republican politicians in this committee. That's a fact. We all know it. But in any event, I will agree with the chairwoman that it's not worth belaboring it, because I don't think I'm going to get a different answer out of Mr. Stile. Now, I go through 50 states, and you'll answer it the same way. Who won the state of Arkansas in 2024, Mr. Morelli?
State of Arkansas?
Yes.
In 2024?
Yes.
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump won the state of Arkansas. Not as reported and as certified by Electoral College. He won the state of Arkansas. Mr. Stile, do you disagree? Who won the state of Arkansas in 2024?
I mean, I think we've made it pretty clear that we count. I think there was confusion maybe in your question.
Like
that
20-word
the
answers.
Electoral College
Who won?
determines who's the President of the United States. The Electoral College has been reported in the House of Representatives.
Yeah.
I don't think it's terribly confusing.
Okay, Mr. Stile. I mean, again, people can render their own judgments. Wild. Wild. I mean, honestly, like the only, I go out and I ask any citizen in the state of Arkansas. I think if Bruce Westerman were here, I think he'd answer it honestly too. He'd say Donald Trump won Arkansas. He wouldn't be worried about how Donald Trump might react to him saying that. I get it. I understand you're worried President Trump might be watching this. Maybe he hears you and he understands that you were willing to, perhaps concede the truth on it. Very honest question. But in any event, I'll digress. We can talk about the merits of this bill. I want to talk about the section governing registration with respect to mail voter registrations and applications. My understanding of the legislation, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chairman, is that under this legislation, essentially states would not be allowed to accept NVRA mail voter registration applications unless the applicant presents the requisite types of identification in person at the office of an appropriate election official.
To be accurate.
Okay. So let's say that you are a U.S. Marine stationed in a foreign country and you have not registered to vote. You would not be able to register to vote under this legislation, correct?
No, U.S. service members stationed abroad are specifically excluded from the in-person registration requirement.
Mr. Morelli, is that correct? Because as I understand this language, I'm reading here,
Yeah.
this would have a significant effect on members of the United States Armed Forces who would be unable to register to vote at all while deployed overseas.
It's one of the criticisms we made of the SAVE Act, which we were told isn't a problem, but they did make it late yesterday. They made that change.
This is an amendment that's been added.
Correct, which is hard to follow the different versions of the bill, but that was a change made yesterday. Incidentally, the first change did not include service members' spouses, but they realized, again, they made a mistake, so they had to make that change as well. But it doesn't apply to other people who live overseas, only to members of the military.
So with respect to vote by mail, can military spouses vote by mail?
So,
Mr. Morelli, under the legislation? Or Mr. Stile, either?
Yeah.
Help me understand the,
Yes.
and they're not subject, excuse me, to the registration requirement, or are they to the in-person registration requirement?
Correct.
Spouses?
To me?
Either of you, yeah. I'm not,
So-
it's a good
no,
faith
no,
question. I'm
no,
trying
no,
to
that's fine.
Because the bill was changed.
Correct. So
yesterday.
the manager's amendment explicitly exempts active duty military voters, their spouses, and their dependents.
One provision of this bill requires states to provide voter rolls to the Department of Homeland Security. Correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Chairman? Okay.
For the purpose of being reviewed by the SAVE database.
States are not required to do that now.
They're not required to do that now. That is an accurate statement.
Okay. I want to say that I appreciate that acknowledgement because, as you know, there's litigation right now in a variety of different courts across the country in which the Trump administration is asserting that it has the right under existing law to these voter rolls. Of course, every court has disagreed with them, including a Trump-appointed judge, federal judge in the state of Michigan just, I think, 11 days ago. And so in any event, I think safe to say Republicans in Congress, not that you speak for all Republicans, but I think it's clear to me that the House believes that the administration does not have this power under federal law, and the courts believe that to be the case. And the fact that you all have introduced a bill to impose this requirement affirmatively, I suspect is going to make its way into a circuit court opinion as a basis for concluding that, in fact, they're not required to, states aren't required to do this under existing law, which is why you're trying to change the law. So anyway, that's my view. But
That's your view?
why, you disagree?
I actually don't know enough case law regarding whether or not the affirmative action by the federal government to take it would be overruled by explicit requirements of the state to provide it. I just don't have background
Fair enough.
case law between the requirement to provide versus the ability to request.
Fair
that
enough.
data,
I think-
which is why we made it explicit in
Sure.
this, so that it would be checked against the SAVE database.
My sense, I just have one more question. I will say my sense is that I don't know if the court's going to be particularly interested in my view on it, but I think, you know, the chairman of the House...
Post-Chevron deference?
The chairman of the House
Congressional
Administration
intent has a
Committee
little more
conceding that, yeah. One last question. So, Paperwork Reduction Act, you're familiar with that? Mm-hmm. Okay. This is a 1980s Reagan-era law passed by the House unanimously. It's existed for about half a century now, designed to prevent onerous paperwork requirements on hardworking American citizens, right? Fair description?
Fair enough.
You've exempted this legislation from the Paperwork Reduction Act, right?
We did.
Okay. So, to me, that's an acknowledgement to the American public that what House Republicans intend to do, notwithstanding the way in which many have described it as somehow not imposing on onerous requirements and all the like, if that weren't the case, I don't think you would have necessitated an exception or an exemption to the Paperwork Reduction Act. And I see my friend, Mr. Morelli, wants to...
Well, I just know, because it's a really important point. Not only does it exempt them from the Paperwork Reduction Act, this is going to be burdensome, and not only for people who choose to register, but this places all types of liability on election workers, right? So if you're at the Board of Elections, or if you're an entry-level clerk at your local Board of Elections, and you take some form of what you think is acceptable, so an expired passport, or you take something that you think is documentary proof of citizenship, but it's not, there's liability that arises from that. We're already having a difficult time in local boards of elections, state boards of elections, to attracting people who are now often the victims of intimidation and violence, whose work is being literally criticized by, as Mr. McGovern's pointed out, by the president repeatedly about voter fraud, et cetera. You're already finding people demoralized in these jobs who are trying to do what they can. Now you're going to make them liable for taking proof of citizenship. That's not in line with what the law says.
Thank you to both the witnesses.
You can really stretch one question, Mr. DeGoose. Ms. Houchin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have been sitting here taking notes on some of the arguments that have been made by the Democrats. One thing is that it's not widespread. I think we've covered this, but it's not widespread. It's not happening in a detectable number. Mr. Stile, what level of voter fraud is acceptable?
In my opinion, no voter fraud is acceptable.
Mr. Morelli, what level of voter fraud is acceptable?
No level.
No level. What amount of illegal aliens voting is acceptable, Mr. Stile?
None.
Mr. Morelli, what amount of illegal aliens voting is acceptable?
None.
None. So Americans are required to show photo ID to board a plane, to rent a car, to buy alcohol, to purchase a firearm, to open a bank account, and check into a hotel. Last time I checked, the Second Amendment was a constitutional right. We do have to show ID in order to purchase a firearm. Is that correct, Mr. Stile?
That's my understanding.
You need identification for everyday activities that are far less important than choosing the next leaders of the United States of America. And the American people overwhelmingly support applying that same standard to voting. Roughly 70% of voters agree that photo ID should be required at the ballot box. My Democrat colleagues have made comments such as the Republicans are doing this because we are struggling with favorability, when in fact Republicans hold a 3-point favorability advantage over Democrats currently. And a Pew Research study noted that only 40% of Democrats approve of Democrats. I support the SAVE Act because American elections should be decided by American citizens, period. No amount of voter fraud is acceptable. No amount of illegal aliens voting is acceptable. Ensuring that only eligible citizens participate in our elections should not be controversial. The Save America Act strengthens that protection by requiring voters to present photo identification when casting a ballot. Indiana was one of the first states in the nation to do voter ID. We've been doing that for many years. It has not resulted in lower voter turnout, much like in Georgia. Voter turnout has been consistent even after the passage of voter ID laws. But let's be clear about part of the reason why this legislation is necessary in the first place. Because of the failed border policies of the Biden administration, allowing millions of illegal immigrants to enter the country, when you combine an open border with weak election security, you erode public confidence in the system. My colleagues will argue there isn't evidence of, quote, widespread fraud. They'll say fraud is rare or difficult to detect. But the standard should not be whether fraud is widespread. The standard should be zero. Any level of fraud in American elections is unacceptable. It is a right. It is a right, and it should be protected by not allowing non-citizens to vote in our elections and not permitting fraud. Voter ID leads to less fraud, not more. 36 states already have voter ID, 14 do not. I don't think it would surprise the panel to note that the 14 states that do not have voter ID are led by mostly Democrat legislatures: California, Hawaii, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Nevada, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, Oregon, Pennsylvania, and Vermont. This argument that it somehow causes voter suppression to have voter ID laws is an argument that Democrats have been making for years, and it hasn't led to lower voter participation. One thing that I often find our colleagues on the other side of the aisle doing is they try to say that we are doing the thing that they're doing. In my view, Democrats that don't want to support very common sense voter ID laws, maybe they're the ones that intend to rig elections, unlike, much like my colleague had said on the other side of the aisle tonight. Maybe that's why they don't want voter ID. It's very hard for me to understand. Any level of voter fraud in America should be unacceptable. This bill does not limit the rights of a single eligible citizen. At most, I would say it may cause a headache for maybe 1,000 individuals per state. It does protect the rights, reinforcing election integrity and restoring public trust in our elections. I'm a married woman. I had to change my name. I did change my name when I got married. It did not cause me any issues voting in the next election, even with voter ID. So let's be clear. The only people threatened by basic election safeguards are the people who benefit from weak ones. It's that simple. So, Chairman Style, we've heard an argument that it's too difficult to obtain acceptable ID as required by the bill, but all 50 states issue driver's licenses and non-drivers state ID cards. Departments of motor vehicles often provide, like in Indiana, reduced fee or free IDs for the purposes of voting, especially for seniors or low-income residents, and several national nonprofits specialize in helping people secure ID. Mr. Style, do you think that's an unreasonable standard to meet for the purpose of election integrity?
No. If I can take a second, because I want to dive into the ID argument. Can I just go back to the very beginning? We had a couple of comments in the previous panel that I think is worth referencing before we let that close out. In particular, as it relates to the argument that we're criminalizing the work of election workers. As we know, underlying in U.S. code that we're amending, that there is a mens rea requirement that an individual would have to knowingly and willfully do an action. So that means that someone would have to knowingly attempt to defraud the government by intentionally registering a non-citizens to vote. So you'd require that that individual would know that the registrant is a non-citizen. And so the fear-mongering and the comments that can exist in this space, I think, are misplaced. If I can clean up one other item that I think is relevant for the record before we ultimately get to a close, is discussion of the markup. As we know, the underlying SAVE Act, this is an enhanced SAVE Act because it picks up photo ID, that did go through the regular markup process in 2024. Obviously, it came through the House earlier through the initial procedures at the very beginning of this Congress, but there was robust debate on the bill. But let's go back to your photo ID requirement, if I can, Ms. Houchin. Photo identification is standard in Americans' lives across the board. It is incredibly commonplace. 36 states require photo identification to vote. We are looking at the minority of states that make a decision to not put in place common sense photo identification requirements that are needed, and I think it is a burden. It is not a burden that would be placed of any substance, but it is significant to enhance election integrity.
Thank you. And just to be clear, it is already illegal for non-citizens to vote in the election, but no proof of citizenship is required in many states. No proof of no proof of identification is required in many states. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
So I support the SAVE Act. Is there anything else you'd like to cover, Mr. Style?
But I think your last question brings up a really important point, and this is a topic we hear time and again, where individuals will say, but it's already illegal for non-citizens to vote in U.S. elections. That's accurate. This bill is about enforcement of the law. And so you could go to many states around the country and you could say, well, what's the speed limit on the interstate in your respective states? 75, 70, 65. This is about enforcing the speed limit, right? They're two very different things. You can put up a speed limit sign and let everybody know the speed limit in the state of Indiana is 70 miles per hour. It's a whole nother ballgame to say that we're actually going to enforce the speed limit in the state of Indiana. And so it's, yes, the underlying federal law is that non-citizens cannot vote in U.S. elections. The Save America Act is about enforcing that by putting in place citizenship verification at the point of registration.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I just would like to note, as of May 2023, the Virginia Department of Election officials have removed 1,481 registrations from its official voter rolls with a reported reason for removal due to non-citizen status. Of those non-citizens who were removed, 335 individuals, or 22.6%, had cast a ballot in Virginia elections over the prior 4 years. In total, these non-citizens cast over 800 ballots. In response to inquiries, the Virginia Attorney General's office said it had no prosecution records related to this illegal voting, even though voting illegally is a Class 6 felony in Virginia. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your indulgence. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Houchin. Ms. Leisure Fernandez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to our witnesses for engaging in this debate. And I do recall being on the House administration with the now chairman and how he was constantly opposed to any federal laws imposing on the states anything with regard to voting rights. So it's wonderful to see the change. Not really great. It's not wonderful because it's really sad what this is about. Can you take out your driver's license? You're in, and Mr. Scott has his out. If you took yours out, I'm looking at mine. And what we're talking about here is, does your driver's license tell us where you were born? It does not. Does it?
No, not in the state of Wisconsin.
Mr. Scott, yours doesn't either. Because what we're talking about is registration. And you cannot use this ID to register to vote under your bill. Is that correct, Mr. Tyler?
You could not use your ID. That would be an accurate statement. But you could, for example, if you were in the state of North Dakota. So if somebody here was in the...
But I'm asking, so in
Wisconsin,
many states, you could not use that ID to register to vote. But, Chairman Stiles, do you have a passport?
I personally do have
You
a
do
passport.
have a passport.
Yeah. I'm part of the roughly 50% of Americans.
You're roughly 50% of Americans have a passport because you travel. About 50% of Americans don't travel internationally. They don't have that money. Is that right? I mean, one of the reasons you have to have a certain amount of money to be able to travel internationally to get that passport, to pay for that passport. Is that correct?
There is a charge to
There is
get
a
a U.S.
charge.
passport.
21.3 million American citizens of voting age don't have ready access to citizenship documents. Does that sound about right, Chairman Stiles?
I don't have that data in front of me. Do you have a
if you
source
said-
of that data you'd like to share?
But if you said 50% don't have ready access to passports, I will.
They're two very different topics, of course.
Yeah, but that's one is.
One form
One
of
form.
citizenship verification
That's a lot
in the
of
bill
people.
is a passport.
Yeah.
Right.
Madam Chair, I request unanimous consent to enter into the record an article from the Bennett Center entitled 21.3 million American citizens of voting age don't have ready access to citizen documents.
Objection.
And this is ready access. And we already discussed earlier the fact that this bill, you have changed the enactment date of this bill to go in effect as soon as it is signed into law. If you could get this bill, like your goal would be to get this bill as soon as possible, right? Signed into law.
Yes?
And if that happens, then this 21.3 million American citizens who might not be prepared for a future in a few weeks in terms of Texas, who might want to, they're excited about the race, they're excited about the Republicans, senators who are running against each other and battling it out, they're excited about the Democrat primaries, they want to get involved, they want to register to vote, and they might be on one of the 21.3 million Americans who don't have ready access to citizenship documents. And that's what we are concerned about, is that by rushing this into law, you are going to prevent so many people from being able to register to vote. And that's, I think, unacceptable. When you say how many illegal, immigrants or too many voting, I'd flip the question and ask you, how many eligible citizens are you worried about being turned away because you are rushing something like this into law? Do you care?
We have specifically considered that there may be individuals that are not in possession of documentary proof of evidence. And on page 12 of the legislative text, we put forward, in conjunction with what will be EAC guidance for applicants who did not provide or have that possession of documentary proof of citizenship, ultimately giving them avenues to be able to attest to their citizenship, which is still significantly stronger than underlying law. And because of the process as set forward in the legislation, I do not think we'll reach the concerns that you've brought forward today.
Yeah, and I think that this is interesting because we already heard from the ranking member that there is already an attestation. So now you're saying, well, it's all right because we're going to allow them to do basically an affidavit, an attestation. That's what is already required, is an attestation. But now you're going to make them attest and then go out and have to spend all that money to get those underlying documents. And I mean, that's a huge concern that I have. The other one is that you have eliminated the ability of people to register to vote, providing documentation, unless they do it in person. I represent a huge rural area. My voters, people who are eligible to vote in my area, might need to travel 5 hours, 4 hours round trip, because we have a lot of space between us. We love those little towns and villages, but that's not where the county clerk's office is. And I have a major problem with the fact that, what are they going to do? Like, who's going to help them pay for that gas? Is there any way to help them pay for that gas? Can they apply for anything to help pay for that gas? What are they going to do in terms of childcare? Working women don't have anyone to leave their kids with, so they can go register to vote during working hours. Because when our county clerk's office is open, Mr. Chairman Style?
It depends on your jurisdiction.
Generally, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5.
Not during election season in the state of Wisconsin, but that may be the case in New Mexico.
Yeah. But generally, that's when they're open. And I think that that's the problem with this legislation, is it puts all this burden on eligible citizens who are going to be deterred from voting. Ranking Member.
Yeah, I do want to comment on that, because particularly for rural voters, and I hear my good friend Mr. Griffith, who also serves on Committee on House Administration, I've heard him say several occasions talking about the needs of rural voters. So think about this. 80 million rural Americans, many of whom register to vote online or via mail currently, have to travel significant distances now under this bill. And by the way, its registration is largely, for all the talk about voter ID, I haven't said a word about voter ID during this whole conversation. It's about registering, the difficulty in registering. They did narrow the number of things that states currently allow for voter ID, make it harder and harder. That is an actual fact of this. Student ID is no longer. But now you're going to have to drive. And just to, for instance, Inyo County, California, some voters would have to travel 378 miles round trip to their designated election office in order to register. 7 hours of driving. I don't know, does that sound like a burden to anybody? 7 hours in the car to register to vote? SAVE Act would force voters in Mojave County, Arizona to drive over 500 miles, crossing state lines several times in order to get to designated election offices. That doesn't seem extreme to anybody? You're going to turn over your data to the Department of Homeland Services and Kristi Noem. You're going to have to drive, in some cases, particularly rural voters, hundreds of miles, hours and hours in the car. And by the way, God forbid you get to the election office after traveling 3.5 miles with another 3.5 mile trip to go home, and you forgot something that was one of your documentary proofs of documentation. God forbid, because that means you can't exercise your God-given inalienable right to vote as an American citizen. That's like, this is the party of small government. This is the party of rural voters. This is the party of participation. Really? I just mentioned all this. It is, to me, everybody glosses over that and wants to talk about voter ID. I haven't said a word about that. But think of these barriers. Think about, and then giving Homeland Security access to private voter information. Boy, that should be enough to just get everyone to have real concerns about this bill, which was not marked up in committee.
Right, and the whole issue, because this bill doesn't sit here in a vacuum. This bill sits here with the statement that you made. Because what Trump asked for is Republicans to nationalize our federal elections. Trump asked and suggested that ICE officers, masked ICE officers with guns who've already killed citizens, are going to show up at our polling places. People are terrified. People are terrified of this. And it is called voter suppression because it doesn't exist in a vacuum. And the reason that people are worried about our election integrity is not because there's been widespread fraud, because as my colleague said, fraud gets prosecuted. It gets prosecuted. And interestingly enough, it tends to be more Republican than Democrat from some of the cases that we've seen. But they're worried because your president, your party, has spent a long time denying elections and saying that he won places he did not, asking to find votes. This fits within a moment of time where there is an attack on elections and on election integrity. And you know, the thing is that Republicans keep lying to the American people, right? They keep telling us that somebody who was holding a phone was going to massacre ICE officers, even when we saw it with our own eyes. And then they want to blame immigrants. And we've already said immigrant voting is statistically meaningless. But what they are afraid of is the people who are going to vote. Republicans are afraid of the women vote. They're afraid of the people of color, of working families, and even given the tariffs that are beating people up and that Republicans are going to vote for, or maybe not in the rule, they're going to vote for tariffs. When Republicans vote for that rule tonight, they're voting for tariffs, and Americans don't like it. And instead of Republicans changing their policies, they're going to change the rules of who gets to register to vote and how expensive is it and how difficult is it. And that's different than using this ID to go and vote. This is about registering to vote. And I think that really is the key thing. Representative Ranking Member Morale, I am the last Democrat on here, so I want to give you a chance. Is there anything that you've heard that you want to clarify?
Well, I thank you, and I appreciate the debate here, and which I'm sure will rage on. But this is ultimately making it extraordinarily difficult for millions of Americans to vote. You know, in some cases, you'd have to take a plane in Alaska just to register to vote because there's no other way to get to your polling place. 15 million rural Americans would have to travel to register an average of 259 miles to register to vote. 4 hours and 30 minutes. I don't know about anybody else, but that seems to me to be an extraordinary burden to be able to avail yourself of your right to participate at the ballot. So we're going to continue to highlight this and urge in the strongest terms that members reject this.
Thank you very much. And with that, Madam Chair, I would just like to point out that I have a chart here that's not dated. Otherwise, I would enter it into the record. Because it shows that in state after state after state, when there is that red line, it's because we are imposing more restrictive requirements on the states for registering and voting. And that's what they are, is they're just making it harder. They're making it more expensive. They're going to charge you more for your right to vote. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Lesher-Fernandez. Mr. Roy, you're recognized.
I thank the Chairwoman. A lot's been covered, and I appreciate it. Chairman Stiles, I want to thank you. Thank you for your leadership on this. Thank you for your work on the mega bill, which I know there's other provisions we want to talk about in other times. And I thank the staff, your staff, for their hard work on this piece of legislation. Just a couple of things. I mean, look, we've covered most of this already, I think, in the back and forth. But the one thing that I want to reiterate, and just Chairman Stiles, get your thoughts on this, and yours too, Ranking Member Morelli, is that currently states are prohibited. Okay, I just want everybody to stop for a second. Currently, under current laws that's been applied through the courts, states are prohibited from being able to check. And a state like Arizona, for example, is running parallel systems. Right? A system for state and local elections wherein they check citizenship, and federal elections where they do not because of that interpretation. Am I correct in that assessment, Chairman Stiles?
For almost every state, with the exception of states that are not covered under the NVRA, and we've actually seen Wyoming implement citizenship verification recently. They've run an election under citizenship verification, functionally operating in a very SAVE-like way, but the overwhelming majority of states do not have the ability to confirm citizenship verification because of laws passed by Congress. which is why this is so important.
Right, so given that, we're trying to correct that issue, right? And then, of course, in doing so, we're also making certain requirements around it because we believe it's important to have a standard system nationwide. Is that the fair characterization? One of the underlying issues, of course, and I'm not going to go through the reams of examples, but there are reams of examples that I know your committee's addressed on. Many of us have talked about in other debates in committees. I don't think it's in the appropriate place in the Rules Committee to go through the whole thing. But the examples of cases where individuals have in fact voted who were here illegally present, where there's been prosecution of said individuals, where there have been significant discrepancies in voter rolls that have taken a lot of work to clean off the voter rolls and demonstrate that there are people in the voter rolls who are not citizens, and that this issue is a continuing issue. And there's, here for example, I've got a list of over 100 documented cases of aliens voting in American elections. And one in particular that caught my attention was this case with Ian Andre Roberts, who was serving as the Des Moines, Iowa school district superintendent at the time of his arrest. He was found, was a registered voter in Maryland despite his illegal immigration status and long criminal record. And I can go through it. You know, he fled from ICE officials, tried to hide in a bush. He illegally possessed a loaded handgun and a knife at the time of his arrest. He had a long rap sheet. You can go through the entire rap sheet, from narcotics to weapons possessions to reckless driving and other issues. And this individual is a registered voter. Now, there's other examples, and I can go through those examples of specific examples, but the large number of people that are on voting rolls who are not citizens that we're trying to reconcile, and in fact, states are limited and prohibited from doing so in many respects. Would the chairman like to address that for the need for the legislation?
Well, I think the Ian Roberts example is spot on. I mean, you have an illegal citizen, an illegal alien who's residing in Maryland, registers to vote before he even gets into the other legal trouble. He actually pulled ballots in the state of Maryland. I think that is really an important piece of information to know. And then further, under federal law today, it's a simple check the box if an individual, to confirm on a voter registration that an individual is eligible to vote, that they're a U.S. citizen. And there's discussions of whether or not some of these non-citizens are doing that inadvertently, whether or not that they're doing that maliciously. But a large number of states are issuing driver's licenses to illegal immigrants. And after we have President Biden allow millions of individuals into the country illegally, as those individuals go and obtain driver's licenses in some of our bluest states, we have really increased the risk that we've identified. And that's why your bill, the Save America Act, is so absolutely essential.
And it's gone through it. I think Ms. Houchin went through it. I think perhaps Ms. Fishbach went through it. But the claims of the barrier for married women, and you went through it in your recent engagement, and that what you guys are going to be dealing with. We believe that the SAVE Act, as it was passed previously twice on a bipartisan basis, both times, addressed that in a way that did not leave any problem or concern for married women. They'd be able to address the issue, and state law, as you pointed out, is more than flexible across the country to be able to deal with those issues. But at an abundance of concern, right, we added a provision in here to try to make sure there's no ambiguity. In other words, to clarify and ensure that there's additional procedures. Same thing I might add with our men and women in uniform. That we believe that they were covered under UOCAVA, that they would have been in a place where they would have been able to handle this with military IDs, but we made very clear here to say, hey, it's not going to apply under UOCAVA in this iteration of the bill. Anything you want to expand upon to make sure I haven't missed anything on those issues?
No, I think you lay it out really well. We are incredibly explicit to make sure that an individual who's changed their name has the ability to go and register to vote. We want those individuals to register to vote. And if we are looking for a parallel in this structure, if an individual goes from one state to another and wants to sell their car and they've had a name change, every state in the country has a process for this. We don't hear Democrats concerned that an individual who went and changed their name wants to sell their Chevy is all of a sudden has this massive challenge in front of them. Every state has a process. You can go through every single state represented on this panel. I went through and pulled it up at the Department of Motor Vehicles in each respective state. It's a simple process you would go through, and it in many ways mirrors the work that would be done for an individual to register to vote, completely manageable and very straightforward.
Last area, I think the time's going on here a little long, so I'll try to wrap up. Someone said it earlier, we're talking about the voter ID issues. I'm correct, it's like 36 or 37 states, I think 36 that have voter ID already, correct?
36 states have voter ID.
Right, and student IDs are often issued to non-citizens and non-residents. That's one of the issues we did want to address and we were concerned about, right? That's an issue and that we did specifically want to address that in the bill, correct?
Absolutely.
And that, look, I would go through a few more things. Look, I would just say this, the clear intent of this bill is to deal with a clear problem where there are in fact discrepancies in voter rolls and there are clear documented cases of people who are non-citizens who vote, right? And it is an overwhelmingly popular issue, as the chairman has laid out. 80+% support across the bipartisan, across various ethnicities, backgrounds, poor, rich, rural, urban, overwhelming support among a country for voter identification, and that only American citizens vote. Would the gentleman agree?
Absolutely, because it's common sense.
And the clear intent of the legislation, and that we've tried to bend over backwards to ensure is clear, is that there be no burdens on people, maybe some burdens on states to get their voter rolls right, but to ensure that American women can vote, that there's any issues with their names, they can deal with it for the very narrow and small number of people for whom that might be an issue in the timing, that there's affidavit process, and that there's an issue that our men and women in uniform are covered, and therefore it's a straightforward piece of legislation to simply say, show up with a voter ID like 36 states already do, show your voter ID, vote as a part of your civic duty, ensure that you're a citizen. You don't have to deal with the citizenship issue until you have an event, marital event, you move, you change, like anything else. And we've tried to make sure that everybody's covered. Is that a fair characterization of our intent and what the bill does?
Very fair.
I thank that, and I yield back to the chairwoman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roy. Mr. Griffith, you're recognized.
Madam Chair, I feel like I'm in that spot where everybody's already said everything, but they just haven't said it the same way. Is there anything, Mr. Stile, that you would like to add?
I think we've covered it quite well. I mean, I think this is an incredibly straightforward piece of legislation that says we're going to allow only U.S. citizens to vote in U.S. elections, and you're going to have photo identification when you go and vote. And I think we've laid out how the arguments on the left are false in the way that they were false in their charges against the Georgia election integrity legislation as well.
I appreciate that. I would say I really don't understand these voter registrations in other states, because in my rural district, and my constituents want citizens to be the ones who vote, and they are fine with voter ID. I'm not sure 100% would say that, but a vast majority. But they hold, the registrars and their deputies hold registrations at all kinds of events in the rural parts of the districts. And so, yeah, the bill doesn't say you have to go to the one voter registration office in the state of Alaska, does it? It says you have to be registered with the registrar, doesn't it?
That's accurate.
So all those voter registration things that the registrars do, it's part of their job going around the rural parts of the district. That's still allowed, correct?
Absolutely.
Wow, because that wasn't the impression I got from some of the questions from the other side. But I do appreciate that. I also thought it was interesting as I was doing a little research over here, and maybe AI's got it wrong and the internet's got it wrong, but to get a real ID, which most of us now have on our driver's license, you can give a passport, but that's the alternate. The first line, even if you're lawfully in the U.S., is a birth certificate. Fascinating. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Gentlemen, I believe that completes the number of people wishing to ask you questions, and seeing no other people who want to ask questions, we appreciate your coming today, and you are excused. Thank you.
Don't have to do, you want me to do about amendments?
I now welcome
All right, thanks, Benny.
I now welcome Mr. Clyde, Ms. Johnson from Texas, who was here earlier, Ms. Sewell, and Ms. Torres. And Mr. Morelli is going to be staying, I understand. Well, Ms. Sewell, it looks like you have it to yourself. So you know the spiel. We will welcome your written testimony, and we ask you to summarize what it is you have to say to the committee. I understand you have an amendment.
Madam Chair, as the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Elections, not sure if you all have a copy of the amendment?
Please use your mic.
Do you have a copy of the amendment? Madam Chair, as the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Elections, there's nothing more important to me than protecting the cornerstone of democracy. That is why I'm offering an amendment to address the discriminatory voter identification provisions in the Save America Act that require voters to show only their driver's license, passport, or birth certificate to register to vote. These barriers to ballot box are concerning because there are more than 140 million Americans that do not have a passport, who do not have easy access to a birth certificate or a driver's license. There are also 69 million women who have changed their last name after getting married and whose last name does not match the maiden name on their birth certificates. Moreover, this issue has had personal impact for me. In 2012, we had a very difficult time getting my father, who was disabled, 9-time stroke victim in a wheelchair, a photo ID in order for him to vote. And he was obviously in 2012 very motivated to vote since I was on the ballot, and he wanted to be able to vote for me. And you would think that this would not have been a problem. But you see, my dad had been in a wheelchair for 10 years, so he didn't have a driver's license. And one of the requirements for Alabama at the time, it still is, that you have a photo ID issued by someone in the voter registrar's office. And so, it was really burdensome for my mom in a small town, Selma, to, first of all, to get dad up, dressed, and ready to go and take his photo ID. The truth of the matter is that until we had one of those vans that kind of fold out, it was really hard to transport my father. But nevertheless, we were very blessed to have a wonderful home help, got my dad dressed, and off they went to the courthouse. The courthouse is an old courthouse, and it did not have to adhere to the American with Disabilities Act. So there was no ramp to get my dad into the courthouse. And so we waited about 45 minutes until some gentleman helped my mom lift my dad's up and put him 4 steps onto the courthouse. And when we got to the elevator, my mom said, had a big old sign that said, out of order is what it said. And so then my mom, now mind you, this is a small town. My mom had been on the city council. We were blessed to have people who were trying to assist my father in getting this photo ID. Let's just say by the time we were able to get my dad to the 2nd floor, it was lunchtime. It took what most people would say 20 minutes, 30 minutes to get a photo ID from the Board of Registrars in Dallas County. It took my dad and mom 4.5 hours. I say that because not all IDs are easy to get. And, I want to set the record straight. I, as a Democrat, believe that you should be able to show some form of identification in order to get the ballot. The question is, what kind of identification? And I think the biggest problem that so many of us have is that laws like the SAVE Act restrict the ability to have IDs. And so what my amendment would do would address this issue by creating an extensive list of documents that a person can use to verify their identity, like a valid mortgage document, a bank statement, a utility bill, a Medicaid, Medicare, or SNAP card, and yes, a student ID. I believe that the right to vote is so sacred and so important and so fundamental to our democracy. Those of us as citizens must have an opportunity to vote. And so the ability, the reason why so many of us disagree about the SAVE Act is that you're limiting those to like 3 things. And those 3 things are not things that everybody has. That's just the fact of the matter, whether you are an American citizen or not. And you know, what's really interesting is that Kansas, the state of Kansas, tried to institute the requirement of citizenship, proof of citizenship in order to register to vote. First of all, it took over 1.5 years to implement, and in fact, 12% of American citizens, were told that they were ineligible to vote, only to find out 99% of them that they were American citizens and should be able to vote. I say that to say that we've gone down this road before. We've gone down this road before, and we know that that laws like the SAVE Act are limiting our ability to access the ballot box for so many disabled, seniors, students. It's as if there are a subset of individuals, citizens, that the Republican Party wants to limit their ability to vote. And I just think that that is unacceptable. So my amendment is pretty simple. It's very common sense. It would expand the list of options for showing an ID in order to vote. And again, I want to just say thank you for the opportunity to present my amendment and the opportunity to state for the record that you should, and most Americans agree, show some form of identification in order to vote.
Thank you, Ms. Sewell. Mr. McGovern.
Well, I have a radical idea. Since we're talking about voting, we should allow members of Congress to vote on amendments, which is something we don't do anymore under this leadership. And I think your amendment is not only reasonable, but I think it makes a lot of sense. I mean, I don't know, at the beginning of this hearing, I asked the chairman of the committee, I point out to the chairman of the House Administration Committee that, I mean, there's lots of changes that have been made to this underlying legislation over the last week, but it hasn't gone through a full markup or a full hearing process in the Committee of Jurisdiction. And one of the changes that they made was that all the awful things in this bill weren't supposed to take effect until 2027. They're now saying it has to take effect in this election. I mean, we have primaries coming up in a matter of weeks. I mean, is this serious? I mean, are these states supposed to be able to adapt to this and all the requirements in a matter of weeks? Of course not. But what, and if people are worried about Americans losing confidence in our election system, you know what? My Republican friends ought to look at Donald Trump. I mean, I asked the chairman of the House Administration Committee, who was sitting here, a number of times. I said, Donald Trump, this last Friday, said, even though he lost Minnesota 3 times in a row, he said he won it all 3 times. And I asked the chairman, did Trump win or lose Minnesota? And he couldn't answer. He couldn't give me a straight answer. Why? Because Republicans are afraid out of their minds of this president, and they constantly cave into his bullying tactics. I mean, the challenges. I mean, there's all kinds of challenges with it. I mean, people who don't have transportation, people who can't. There's not an easy place for them to get to register to vote. Working people. I mean, I look through all the cities and towns in my district, and the hours of the town halls are very, very different. And especially, when it comes to post 5 o'clock, even as we're leading up to an election, I mean, it varies from place to place to place. So that means people have to take off from work. I mean, it means people have to get a babysitter for their kids. I mean, plus the IDs that are being required are going to cost money. I mean, child care costs. I mean, this is, but the idea that all this is going to be required of states to adhere to you know, in the first primaries in a few weeks. I mean, this is, I don't know, I mean, you know, I don't know whether, this is not a serious effort. And if Republicans are worried about people's confidence in our elections, by the way, there's no evidence that non-citizens are influencing our elections anywhere. I mean, there's been a gazillion investigations. We do have Donald Trump on record calling the Secretary of State of Georgia, asking him to find 11,700 votes. So we know that. But you know, I know you lead the pilgrimage to Selma, and on the Civil Rights March and the Voting Rights March. This is eerily similar to the discussions that were happening in the 50s and 1960s. This is about voter suppression, and they know exactly what they're doing. But I know. Are you going to? Mr. Morelli? Okay. Why don't you go, Mr. Morelli? Then I might have a question for you.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Mr. McGovern, if you would yield
I'll yield.
5 minutes to Mr. Morelli to present and explain his amendment.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. In place of the odious Save America Act, I would offer as an amendment the relevant portions of the Freedom to Vote Act, the most pro-democracy legislation since the Voting Rights Act of 1965, where the Save America Act would block American access to the ballot. The Freedom to Vote Act will expand automatic voter registration and same-day registration, where the Save America Act would create massive hurdles to voting. The FTVA would set a national standard for no excuse vote by mail for every eligible voter, where the Save America Act would prevent millions of Americans from registering to vote at all. The Freedom to Vote Act will protect the integrity of our voter registration list by prohibiting unlawful and faulty voter purges. Save America Act will make it harder to vote. The Freedom to Vote Act will expand early voting by requiring states to offer early voting at least 2 weeks prior to Election Day. The Save America Act does nothing to ease access to the ballot for people who may need additional assistance. The Freedom to Vote Act will protect access to the ballot for individuals with different physical abilities. And unlike the Save America Act, the Freedom to Vote Act will make Election Day a national holiday. The Save America Act worsens the crisis of intimidation against election workers. The Freedom to Vote Act will crack down on the violence and threats against election workers and officials who have remained in constant danger since the former president, the current president, and his allies targeted several public servants with threats and harassment. So American democracy is in peril. Only the Freedom to Vote Act will defend our republic against those who are actively seeking to undermine our election integrity. Did you want me to go through the second amendment, or do you want me to? Okay.
We say go.
I have just one additional amendment that I'd like to offer. And as a firm believer in the need to do more to enhance our fellow citizens' trust in our government, I'm also a believer that the way to do that is by holding ourselves to a higher standard, not by disenfranchising eligible voters who want nothing more than to participate in our democracy. As such, I offer an amendment today, the Restore Trust in Government Act, building upon the very good work done by our colleagues, including one of the members of this committee, which would ban members of Congress and the President and Vice President from trading stocks. It's clear the majority of Americans believe it is time to end the practice of members of Congress, the President and Vice President from trading individual stocks. The decision of the leadership in this House to move a weak stock trading bill which does not prohibit congressional stock trading proves Speaker Johnson's disinterest in enhancing public trust in this institution. Our oath of office demands fidelity to the United States Constitution over personal gain or financial benefit. The discharge petition on this bill has over 170 signatures, nearing the 218 signatures we need to send the stock trading ban to the Senate. I encourage each of you to sign. If we really want Americans to trust us, to trust our government, to trust our elections, we need to root out corruption, real corruption, not imaginary voter fraud, and that's what the Restore Trust in Government Act would do. While we continue to flail and attempt to distract the American people from their policy failures, House Democrats will remain focused on enacting a true congressional stock trading ban, and I urge my colleagues on the Rules Committee to recognize the importance of this moment and make this amendment in order. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Morelli. I will recognize Ms. Sewell for her next amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would address the reckless voter purges that the Save America Act authorizes. Our democracy functions best when every voter is given an opportunity to participate in the elections. But far too often, eligible voters are removed from voter rolls with little or no notice before Election Day. Keeping voter rolls accurate is important, but it must be done by using quality data and best practices to ensure that the registration of eligible voters are not inadvertently canceled. The Save America Vote Act requires states to purge their voter rolls on a consistent basis without appropriate guardrails, like requiring officials to notify voters before removing their names. Eligible voters could risk learning that they have been removed at the polls on Election Day. Mass voter purges could put millions of eligible voters at risk of being scrubbed from the rolls. In 2024, faulty purge efforts in Alabama, Virginia, Ohio, and Texas resulted in thousands of eligible voters being removed. In my home state of Alabama, an effort was made to remove non-citizens from the voter rolls using data from the State Department of Labor. The data was highly inaccurate, and what we found is that 93.8% of voters removed were indeed U.S. citizens. That's 93.8% of those that were removed. Let me say that again. It means that people who are American citizens were taken off rolls without notice. It turns out that they were American citizens. And this problem is not just unique to Alabama. My amendment addresses this concern by ensuring that election officials maintain a thorough process to ensure that no voter is removed from the rolls without proper evidence. My amendment would also ensure that voters are notified no later than 48 hours from the time of their removal, and they are given an opportunity to contest that removal from the voter rolls before the election. As members of Congress, we have a duty to not only protect the cornerstone of our democracy, but to ensure that every eligible voter is able to participate in our democracy. I urge the committee to make my amendment in order, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have about my amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Sewell. I will continue to recognize Mr. McGovern for questions.
Yeah, well, let me just, I mean, I kind of feel like we're speaking to a brick wall in this committee. I'll just say to my Republican colleagues, this didn't go through regular order. This is not a good process. Major changes have been made multiple times to this without the benefit of committee consideration. So I would just hope, just out of basic decency, that you would allow these amendments to be made in order so that members could actually debate, and vote their conscience on the House floor. I mean, I don't think that's too much to ask. I mean, again, the Rules Committee has gotten into a rut now where everything is closed. But again, this bill did not go through regular order. And on a subject like this, on a topic like this, I mean, shame on us for kind of rushing this to the floor and to make a change that this has to be in effect in a matter of a few weeks. I mean, give me a break. I mean, this whole process is a joke. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McGovern. I now recognize Mr. Langworthy for any questions. And now I recognize Ms. Scanlon for her questions.
Thank you. I do appreciate the ranking member and Mr. Morelli pointing out that Congress should be voting on a few more bills here. We should be voting on bills to repeal tariffs, but the Speaker is trying to block that. And we should be voting on the stock trading ban, but the Speaker is trying to block that. So we're having a breakdown in congressional process here. I think both have very strong chances of passing if we could just get them to the damn floor. I really appreciate your testimony, especially Representative Sewell, because you've been so deeply engaged in the issue of voter ID. And while obviously we want citizens to vote, the types of strict voter ID that we are seeing in this bill will impede citizens from voting. You mentioned the live action experiment that happened in Kansas when people were not allowed to vote because of this type of law. I mentioned earlier that we saw similar impact in Pennsylvania. I just want to talk for a minute to Pennsylvanians, because this bill would restrict the forms of ID that you're allowed to use to register and vote in Pennsylvania. One form is real ID, okay? 3/4 of Pennsylvanians do not have real ID. It is one of the slowest uptake states in the country. Less than half of Pennsylvanians have a passport, so we already have a massive number of voters in Pennsylvania who would not be able to vote this year in this election as a result. And any Pennsylvania representative who would vote for this bill is absolutely not representing their constituents. The last thing is I do appreciate the amendments you have offered. This is the 250th anniversary of our democracy, so your efforts to try to make sure that our democracy is functioning and that everybody has the opportunity to cast their ballots are really, really appreciated. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scanlon. I now recognize Mr. Norman from South Carolina for any questions. Thank you, Mr. Norman. I now recognize Ms. Ledger Fernandez for any questions.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank both of you for those amendments. And yes, let's ban stock trading. Let's ban stock trading by congresspeople, senators, the president. Let's ban all stock trading. We should not be utilizing information we get to trade stocks. Simple. And why Speaker Johnson doesn't want to do that is beyond me. So I'm glad we're going to be able to talk about your amendment because they won't make it in order, right? They know that if that went to the floor, Republicans would vote for it. So they're going to keep it off. But thank you for bringing it out. And Representative Sewell, you are such a champion for election integrity, for democracy. Thank you so very much for pointing out what happened in Kansas. Because earlier here, we had some questions of how many illegal aliens is too many? And, you know, both Chairman Stiles and Ranking Member Morale responded one, right? We don't want anybody who's not eligible to vote. But I think the flip answer, the flip question is, how many is too many citizens who have been kicked off the rolls? And I would ask those of, you know, I know that was now Chair, woman saying, well, that's too many. I'm not going to stand for that. Do you remember how many Kansas citizens, United States citizens, were kicked off the rolls?
I can actually find out.
You can actually find that. Because I would then ask, is it all right? Do my Republican colleagues think it's all right that I'm looking at, and maybe I'm looking at a Kansas report now from Topeka, Kansas, that it was 31,000.
Yes.
31,000.
Yes.
Like, I don't know. Do my Republican colleagues think it's all right? Mr. Langworthy, do you think it's all right to kick 31,000 United States citizens off the rolls? No, that's not the question. Is when you have United States citizens who are eligible to vote and can't, that's the question. And that's what happened in Kansas.
You know, you don't ever lose the right to vote if you're an American citizen and you're registered to vote. And I think it's really unseemly that just because you miss 2 elections, you're kicked off of the voter roll. It's not as if this right is something that you earn it because you're an American citizen, period, full stop. And, you know, I can tell you that I've had lots of constituents who really moved a lot and, you know, and had some problems with that and may have missed an election or two. And the fact of the matter is that they were kicked off voter rolls, and many of them without given notice. Right. And so it's I think that the reason why I chose that amendment is because, you know, it's not fair to be, you should be given an opportunity to know that you've been kicked off the rolls and an opportunity to explain or to challenge that before the election.
Right, so the 31,000 eligible United States citizens who were otherwise eligible but couldn't register, because this is the issue here about registration that we talked about. They could not register to vote because Kansas had passed basically the SAVE Act. Kansas passed the mini SAVE Act. And it was, I'm going to quote here, it was a political fiasco. It was overturned by the United States Supreme Court. And their own elections officer, a Republican, said Kansas did that 10 years ago, commenting about the SAVE Act. It didn't work out so well, right? Because it's not right to not let United States citizens register to vote. I mean, that's just wrong because they don't have a passport. And we already talked about how expensive a passport is. Ranking Member Morale, I love the fact that you laid out the distinction between what Democrats are trying to do, which is to make it possible for people to register and to vote, which is what Republicans are doing, which is make it more expensive and harder, more complicated, more burdensome, more paperwork, more red tape. That's what the two different bills highlight. I represent a lot of Native Americans, as you know, Representative Morale, and we looked earlier at the IDs for driver's license, because you cannot use, except for in 5 states, none of our driver's license could you use to register to vote. You could, as they pointed out, you could go and buy, I don't know, what did Scott say, Representative Scott say, Tylenol or something, but you can't use it to register to vote. I'm concerned about tribal ID. Now, we all acknowledge, right, Native Americans, if you are a member of a tribe, you're going to be a citizen of the United States, and your heritage is going to go back thousands of years, right? Representative Chairman Cole sat there and said, we shouldn't be putting them in ICE detention. Well, we should also make sure that they get to vote. Ranking Member Morale, could a Native American use their tribal ID, which demonstrates that they are an enrolled member of a federally recognized tribe, to register to vote under the SAVE Act?
Under the Save America Act, requires Americans attempting to register to vote show a form of identification that shows the applicant was born in the United States. But IDs often issued by tribal governments do not show place of birth, which is sort of ironic. I mean, to your point, been here thousands of years, first Americans. The fact that the Save America Act effectively bars Native persons from using their tribal ID, I mean, if that's not laughable, I don't know what is. Studies have shown Native people have a disproportionately harder time obtaining the additional documentation they need to present alongside their tribal ID, including birth certificates. And I've spent time in your beautiful state, in your community, meeting with the tribes to talk about their challenges in registering, their challenges in getting to vote. And honestly, it seems that part of the point of this is to disenfranchise millions of Americans, including millions of Native voters. So it's discriminatory. It's just a disgraceful effort to disenfranchise First Americans.
Right. I mean, in a tribal ID, by your nature, you're a Native American, you're born in the United States, or, you cannot get that tribal ID. You cannot get that tribal ID unless you are descendant, unless you are a child of another tribal member, period. But the SAVE Act doesn't care about that. And guess what? The other thing about those Native Americans, they live in big reservations, and they do not have a county clerk's office on their reservations. So what else are they going to be doing, Representative Morale?
Yeah, I mean, and as I said earlier, to be able to be required to drive potentially hundreds of miles to get to a place where you can register to vote in person, and then, God help you if you've forgotten or you've gotten the wrong thing. I will say, just for me, New York enhanced Real ID, I spent hours getting it because I had my birth certificate, I had my passport, I had my driver's license, but I didn't have my Social Security card.
The card
I
itself.
realized I had misplaced, I didn't know I had to have it. So in order for me to do all of that, I had to go home, I had to make a second appointment. It took me hours and hours. Now, I had to do it because you have to get a driver's license. But if you're put off that much to register to vote, you may say, you know what, maybe they don't want me to vote. Maybe I'm not going to, maybe I just don't have the time, to your point. Maybe I can't get off from work. Maybe I can't travel hundreds of miles to do this in person. I mean, it's so unnecessary. This is your right. This is a right, like the right to speak, like the right to... sorry, I apologize after that beautiful
It was so beautiful.
soliloquy that I just gave and no one heard it.
Usually, our guys are
Ralph heard me say it
helping
anyway. But think about fundamentally, these are rights, the right to speak, the right to assemble, the right to worship, the right to free press, the right to have your grievances. They're rights, fundamental rights, and putting people through barriers and barriers of paperwork and difficulties and long hours on the road and having the right paperwork to be able to avail yourself of your rights. It's just so wrong.
Right, and we're not saying, we're saying if you have that tribal ID, you should be able to register to vote. We're not saying just make it up. We're saying show up with that tribal ID should be enough, like to register to vote. And Republicans know that it should be enough. They know that a tribal ID should be enough. But they also know that Native Americans tend to vote Democrat. So they didn't make an exception. They could have easily made an exception in this bill for a tribal ID, but they did not. Shame on them. Is there anything else either?
Well, it also suggests they don't allow student IDs either.
Yeah, which is great.
Those are accepted everywhere. Student ID with your picture on it. And they originally barred it from the bill while allowing other forms of ID potentially, but then they struck that because they didn't want to allow all the other types of ID either. So couldn't use student ID in the bill either.
You can't use hunting licenses anymore, can you?
No hunting license, fishing license wouldn't be allowed, firearms ID would not be allowed. They're very restrictive. It's restrictive, more restrictive than most states that require photo IDs. So they're making it even harder for the states that already have photo IDs.
Right. It's basically the Kansas law, which Kansas has said we're not doing anymore. But I guess we're not going to learn that lesson. And with that, thank you for bringing those stories and your amendments. I wish we could debate them on the floor so that, we could see where people stood. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize Mr. Neguse for the purposes of questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know that I have any questions. I want to say thank you to my colleague from Alabama for her courage and her convictions and for leading the charge. And I think sharing with this committee the blunt realities that we are but one generation removed from some of the worst civil rights abuses in the history of the country and in the context of voting rights. So I'm just very grateful to you, and it's a reminder. And of course, I'm grateful to the ranking member for his leadership. And I will just say, suppose I do have a question, because I've become now almost myopically obsessed with this exchange that I had with the chairman of the House Administration Committee earlier during this committee proceeding, in part because what is perhaps lost on the American public, but I know is not lost on the ranking member, the House Administration Committee, and of course I know it's not lost on Ms. Sewell either because she's a prominent member of that committee, has plenary jurisdiction over the election of House members. House Administration Committee makes very weighty, profound decisions in terms of contesting, certifying, seating members of the House. And to have a chairman who pointedly refuses to concede the most basic of fundamental facts, can't tell me whether or not President Trump won the state of Arkansas in the 2024 presidential election, is unwilling to just say the words, is deeply dispiriting and I think foreboding about what may befall this House in the future. And so I'm still gathering my thoughts about the best way to respond, because I don't think it's appropriate for someone to answer the questions in the way that he did and serve as the chairman of that committee in particular. He can serve as a chair at other committees, but that committee ought not be one that he is leading, given his predisposition. Ms. Sewell, who won the Alabama presidential election in 2024?
Donald Trump.
Donald Trump won it. Mr. Langworthy, who won the New York presidential election in 2024? Kamala Harris. Wasn't difficult for you to say it. I know it pains you, but Mr. Norman, who won the presidential election in South Carolina in 2024? Donald Trump, right? Not difficult for you all to say it. Deeply problematic for Mr. Stile to walk in here. I think neither of you were here during the exchange, so I would encourage you to maybe go watch it. But to have him come in here and refuse to acknowledge presidential election results in any state, apparently, because he's so worried about offending Donald Trump and so nervous that someone at the White House is watching his every word, and that if he concedes that Donald Trump didn't win Minnesota in 2024, notwithstanding the president's rantings and ravings online, that, I don't know, maybe he'll earn a primary challenge, or, his political future will be imperiled, who knows? So anyway, of course, I'll yield to the ranking member.
I just wanted to amplify your point, which I'm very grateful for, which is, I think back in the lessons of history, if John Adams had taken the view that he couldn't acknowledge that he had lost the election to Thomas Jefferson, how different this country would be. Who knows if he would even be here? It took extraordinary, leap of faith for people in the early republic to just acknowledge wins and losses. It's a lesson I learned, honestly, as a young boy. My father would say, you don't gloat when you win, and you never, ever object to when you lose. You just, congratulate the winner, you move on, and you try to do your best next time. I think that's what America is all about. So democracy is fundamentally about, and when people refuse to acknowledge wins and losses, really just let the voters have their choice, which is what this is all about, we're in deeply, deeply troubling times if that's not the case. So I appreciate your comments.
Your father was a wise man, sage insights, and I hope Mr. Stiles is listening. I yield back.
Thank you. Is there anyone else seeking to testify on S 1383? Seeing none, this closes the hearing portion of our meeting. Thank you to the witnesses.
Madam Chair, what time are we going to reconvene? Oh, you're going to...
Oh, yeah, so we will be in touch on when we will return and hope to report immediately after the next vote series.
And that's at 8:30, right?
8:30. Yes,
I'll hold
sir.
my breath.
Hold your breath. Don't hold your breath. Thank you. Without objection, the committee stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair.